You know they can track you down by the train sound.
How can you hear the train sound right now?
It's coming through your audio or somebody's audio.
All right, so you couldn't hear me right then, could you?
No, Did you have like a soundboard on or something?
Oh no, man, that's weird. All right, so welcome to the Majestic 12 space, guys. And Mean Girls, do you have anything to say? Anything before we get started?
Yeah, so I guess the plan is that we introduce the documents today and the history kind of associated behind it. And I think next week we'll be presenting the cases for and against them, which should be really interesting because I believe Thomas Whitmore will be with us. Also, this panel is there's gonna be a bunch of people on this panel, each with their own respective opinions. Just treat everybody with respect, and we'll be fine. And just nobody speaks for anybody, and as long as we just take that into account, we'll be cool.
Yeah, guys, and there's a wealth of documents and information if you want to look up in the nest. I mean, just a ton of stuff. I posted a bunch, so did Mean Girls or Mean Face. And then if you guys want to join the UFO research group community, you get to comment and you can post, some cool stuff that you find during your research. And that's up in the nest linked. So we're going to go on and get started. We're going to be listening to UAP Gerb's kind of his podcast / documentary. I mean, I would consider it more of a documentary it's basically an introduction to the documents, to the Majestic 12 documents. And we'll stop in about 30 minutes. So we'll listen for 30 minutes and then we'll have a discussion. So see you guys in 30 minutes.
On in ufology about the existence of a committee of elite military leaders, government officials, and scientists tasked with the investigation, study, and collection of UFOs. For decades, debate has raged on in ufology about the existence of a committee of elite military leaders, government officials, and scientists tasked with the investigation, study, and collection of UFOs and their occupants. This now infamous group was revealed through hundreds of allegedly leaked documents over the course of 1984 to 1999 to be titled the Majestic 12 or MJ-12. Any viewer of my work will know I often reference the Majestic documents in MJ-12, such as my Del Rio case where I bring up the Majestic document called the Eisenhower Briefing Document, in which I reference a December 1950 UFO crash retrieval stated to have occurred near the Mexican-Texas border between El Indio and Guerrera. A crash retrieval Lou Elizondo has now stated to have occurred in his 2024 book, Imminent. So with the contentious nature surrounding the Majestic documents in ufology, the debunking work done by professional skeptic Philip K. Glass and others, alongside the FBI's work to haphazardly write bogus across one set of documents to label all documents as false, why cover the Majestic documents? To me, the analysis of MJ-12 and the Majestic documents must consist of studying the documents themselves, their origins, content, provenance, and connective tissue to not only other Majestic documents, but also acknowledged and declassified files, like the work done by the legendary Stanton Friedman and world-class Ryan S. Wood. This is why today I have partnered with fantastic UFO researcher Ryan S. Wood to explore the Majestic documents. Ryan and his father, Dr. Robert Wood, a former McDonnell Douglas rocket scientist, have spent decades painstakingly scrutinizing the entire catalog of Majestic documents to unravel the mystery that is the Majestic 12. Hey guys, it's UAP Gerb, and thank you so very much for joining the author of Magic Eyes Only and myself as we discuss the authenticity, origin, and context of the Majestic documents. With the revelations of David Grush in the 21st century, the reality of UFO crash retrieval and reverse engineering has made its way into the public zeitgeist. This is why we must take a closer inspection of the highly debated group allegedly first tasked with UFO crash retrievals, the Majestic 12. Before we get into the interview, I want to take a brief moment to introduce the Majestic 12 for any newcomer to the subject. I highly recommend reading Top Secret Magic by Stanton Friedman, studying majesticdocuments.com written by Ryan and Dr. Bob, my all-time favorite book, Magic Eyes Only by Ryan S. Wood, or reading the incredible Medium articles by Blocked Epistemology. The Majestic 12 is a group known from a series of controversial leaked documents to have been tasked with UFO study, collection, and analysis. The group seemingly rose to power around the time of the 1947 Roswell, New Mexico crash, but with origins extending even earlier, around 1941 or 1942. According to Stanton Friedman, the group allegedly consisted of 12 members, MJ 1 through 12, consisting of 6 civilian and 6 military personnel. Of the military people, 2 representatives each from the Army, Navy, and Air Force served in the MJ-12. The private sector saw seasoned research and development organizers and very strong intelligence community leaders participate in the group. Viewers of my Robert Sarbacher video will remember Dr. Vannevar Bush, head of the Office of Scientific Research and Development, who was labeled a crucial founding member of the Majestic 12. Other original members named in the Majestic documents include General Nathan Twining, the leader of Project Sign, aka Project Saucer in 1948. James Forrestal, Secretary of the Navy and first U.S. Secretary of Defense, who conveniently threw himself out of a hospital window in 1949. Donald H. Menzel, astronomer at Harvard and high security consultant to the NSA and CIA. Roscoe H. Hillenkoetter, Admiral, Navy Intelligence, and first director of the CIA. Walter B. Smith, General in the U.S. Army, Ambassador to the USSR, second director to the CIA, and Forrestal's replacement. And Hoyt S. Vandenberg, USAF General, second director of the Central Intelligence Group, Air Force Chief of Staff. And this is just a slice of the total members. I highly recommend analyzing the MJ-12 master list created by Ryan Wood. Many over the years have hypothesized what the magic in MJ-12 stands for. User Blocked Epistemology hypothesizes this name is derived from the 1945 May Johnson Atomic Energy Bill. Excellent Reddit researcher user Harry is White Hot believed magic was some sort of continuation of a very high classification standard titled magic, used during World War II. I find myself believing magic is an abbreviation for a Joint Intelligence Committee, possibly something along the lines of a Majority Joint Intelligence Committee 12. But without further ado, let's talk to Ryan S. Wood and begin to dive into the origins of the documents.
Yeah, well, the broad brush is that there's some 3,500 pages over 19 years from 7 different sources. The first event was in 1984 when Jamie Chandray, which was an LA producer, TV producer, I believe, received the Eisenhower briefing document, which Stan Friedman ultimately got in, outlines the original 12 MJ-12 members in that document. And that's the one that was taken around to the FBI, and several people submitted it to the FBI because the FBI is responsible for leaks of classified documents. And the FBI took it to a variety of 3-letter agencies and said, "Did you lose this?" And they said, "Well, no, we didn't lose this. We don't know anything about it." And so after their process, they declared it bogus. And despite the efforts of Stan Friedman to authenticate a whole variety of people that were MJ-12 members, and then the other 2 different sources for that same document that came into the field years after that, some with different marginalia, some with slightly different 3-hole punching. And so, I mean, they aren't stunningly authentic and original paper or something like that. But there are some other sources of that same document that have surfaced over time. But it was a briefing for Eisenhower, and that was the first one. And that sort of kicked things off and got Stan Friedman really pushing along.
Returning viewers of my channel will know the first ever Majestic document quite well, the top secret Magic Eyes Only Eisenhower briefing document. This document, stating to contain compartmentalized information essential to U.S. national security, was organized to brief President incumbent Dwight D. Eisenhower on the Majestic 12 group on November 18, 1952. The document labels Operation Majestic 12 as a top secret R&D/intelligence operation reporting solely to the President of the United States, set up by a classified executive order of President Harry Truman by recommendation of Dr. Vannevar Bush and Secretary Forrestal on the 24th of September 1947. Funny enough, in the daily appointment history of Harry Truman, we can find a meeting with SecDef James Forrestal and Dr. Vannevar Bush arranged at the suggestion of Forrestal. The briefing document includes a list of all 12 sitting MJ-12 members, including General Walter B. Smith, who replaced the deceased Secretary Forrestal on August 1st, 1950. And again, we can find an actual appointment held off record with Truman and Walter B. Smith on this exact date. The briefing document discusses the hysteria caused by saucer sightings of Kenneth Arnold in the summer of 1947 and subsequent failures to pursue these discs in flight. July 7, 1947 oversaw the beginning of the MJ-12 with the Roswell crash. Northwest of Roswell Army Airfield experienced the now most famous UFO crash in history, which according to the Eisenhower briefing document, saw craft and body collection efforts by General Nathan Twining and Dr. Vannevar Bush. A soon-to-be sitting MJ-12 member, Dr. Detlev Bronk, performed autopsies on the bodies and coined the term EBE, or extraterrestrial biological entity. The Roswell team and Dr. Donald Menzel concluded the craft was of non-human origin and likely originated from a solar system far removed from our own. The report discusses forms of writing on the Roswell craft, something primary witness Jesse Marcel Sr. and Jr. would claim to witness on a small piece of metallic debris. The Roswell report led directly to the creation of Projects Sign, Grudge, and Blue Book, with very limited interaction between these official programs and the Majestic 12. And I'll draw your attention back to a whistleblower I covered, Brigadier General Stephen Lovekin, who claimed to have observed pieces of Roswell debris in a classified portion of Project Blue Book far removed from the official reports. The document then discusses the 1950 El Indio crash touched on in 2024 by Lou Elizondo and makes specific mention of the Atomic Energy Commission and Sandia National Labs. Curiously, near the end of the document is listed a contingency plan, MJ-1949-04, P/78. And just remember that contingency plan. Tireless work was done by Stanton Friedman authenticating the Eisenhower briefing document in his book Top Secret/Magic. But there are two specific investigations I want to mention. In 1989, Friedman physically traveled to the National Archives and reviewed files of the Office for the Secretary of Defense. Within these documents were numerous November 18, 1952 briefing documents for President-elect Eisenhower. None of these briefings mentioned MJ-12, but it is fact the Truman administration was indeed briefing Eisenhower on this date. Investigation 2 circles around the labeled briefing officer, Admiral Roscoe H. Hillenkoetter. Debunkers of the Majestic documents claim Hillenkoetter was sent to Korea in 1950 for 6 years. However, Friedman was able to determine Hillenkoetter was indeed present in Brooklyn, New York, in late 1952, when he was made head of the 3rd Naval District in New York. So Hillenkoetter could have indeed been present at the Washington briefings on November 1952. And many MJ-12 files with Hillenkoetter as a key individual exist, though they do require further research. Such as this February 11, 1948 Hillenkoetter to Truman Majestic Black Book Summaries document, which makes direct mention to magic. Or the September 19, 1963 CIA Director Hillenkoetter to Donald Menzel memo, which sees the director congratulating his fellow alleged MJ-12 member on his book regarding what we can assume was successful obfuscation of the UFO reality. And lastly, we have some key clues on a September 19, 1947 memo from Hillenkoetter to Joint Intelligence Committee. This Majestic document memo, allegedly dated just before Bush and Forrestal's request to create MJ-12, is titled, quote, Memorandum for the Military Assessment of the Joint Intelligence Committee, end quote, aka MAGIC. The memo requests a classified intelligence project, quote, we recovered one craft, captured one, end quote. This memo states no clear coordinated scientific examination was possible until, quote unquote, we got a clear directive from the president. The memo also states Wright Field had a new biological laboratory. The Joint Research and Development Board and the FBI, MI5, and MI6 were helping with the effort. And finally, guys, back to Mr. Wood.
The other one that's really big is the Special Operations Manual, Extraterrestrial Entities, Technology, Recovery, and Disposal. And that was leaked in 1994 to Don Berliner, who was an Aviation Week and space reporter in Washington, D.C. And it was an undeveloped film. It came in a little green box. And they went, and my father and I, and well, not me, but my father and Don went to the dark room and developed it and got all the original images. I'll just pull a couple sheets out just for fun to show you. This is it came in an Echo binder along the edge over here, and also it came with the change control page, which is difficult to see, but it says Kirkland Air Force Base, Unit KB88, Building 21, Kirkland Air Force Base, N.M.X. We found that there was a Building 21. I think it's now called Building 40 back then. And the fact that the abbreviation for the stamp, Kirkland Air Force Base, N.M.X, is the correct postal abbreviation for 1954 for New Mexico. If it said NM, that would have been a hallmark of fakery or an anachronism that would be worthy of lots of investigation.
Mr. Wood and myself will speak on the Special Operations Manual throughout this video, so we will only go into brief detail here. The manual, according to Ryan Wood, Dr. Robert Wood, and Stanton Friedman, is equally, if not more, authentic than the Eisenhower briefing document. Friedman has even stated, quote, the Majestic 12 documents problem is complex and extensive. On balance, it appears that the EBD, TFM, and CTM are almost certainly genuine. The Psalm 101 memo is very likely genuine, end quote. Debate has raged on for decades now if the document is a hoax, real, or possibly Soviet disinformation. Later in the interview, we will do an entire analysis into the Special Operations Manual, or the Psalm 101 as I'll refer to it. But for now, understand this manual, allegedly written in 1954 and initially housed in Kirtland Air Force Base, serves as a comprehensive summary of Majestic operations for quote-unquote Majestic 12 units and quote-unquote authorized personnel. The manual contains everything from MJ-12 full operational capacity and modus operandi, NHI craft and body descriptions, to MJ-12 recovery and disinformation protocols. Similar to his masterpiece, Magic Eyes Only, Ryan Wood has attributed a weighted authenticity rating to every document based on factors such as direct firsthand witnesses, forensic analysis if possible, document source, etc. The Special Operations Manual and Eisenhower briefing document are two of the few pieces Wood has rated with the highest level of authenticity. But are there others with such high confidence?
But I would also add the Interplanetary Phenomenon Unit document, because the government's acknowledged the existence of the Interplanetary Phenomenon Unit, part of the Stephen J. Chamberlain Assistant Chief of Staff for Intelligence, Technical and Scientific Directorate, Counterintelligence Group, IPU, Interplanetary Phenomenon Unit. You know, all these hierarchies down in the 40s time frame. Well, this was 47, where the IPU document. But what's interesting about the IPU document, which is on majesticdocuments.com, people can read it. And in my book, Magic Eyes Only, is details about the Roswell crash. When it crashed at 23:32 Mountain Standard Time and dropped off radar, and it had discussions of body parts inside the craft in handwritten notes, and it had discussions of autopsies of the aliens done by Detlef Bronk and Charles Ethan Ray, which, when I started to look around, I said, who's Charles Ethan Ray? And he was a medical corps expert with Leslie Groves, the head of the Manhattan Project. And I called up his daughter in Seattle and said, do you think your father could have autopsied an alien? And she didn't hesitate at all and said yes. Wow. Not that she knew that he did it, but it's clear in her mind that, oh, absolutely, this is the sort of stuff he would have been tapped to do. So, I mean, there's just more and more details, stories about the IPU and that document. And so those three, I mean, each one has its own basket of interesting facts and authenticity.
Viewers of this channel will know recently I have been discussing the Interplanetary Phenomenon Unit, the U.S. Army's in-house unofficial department in the 50s for an assistant chief of staff for intelligence to study UFOs. The IPU, initially discovered through FOIA requests after initial DoD denial, exists only through quote-unquote institutional memory. I highly recommend reading Anthony Bergalia's piece on the IPU. The existence of this division was first revealed on September 6, 1980, in a FOIA request by Richard Hall and later confirmed in a 1984 FOIA request by UFO researcher William Steinman. It took until the 1990s for the USG to state all records were destroyed, even though Hall's 1980 request oversaw the Army Director of Counterintelligence state all IPU records were surrendered to Blue Book. Anyways, as Ryan stated, on majesticdocuments.com, we can find two IPU documents within the MJ-12 documents: IPU Field Order and IPU Report. The Interplanetary Phenomenon Field Order lists a July 4th, 1947 correspondence of a situation occurring the day before the memo requesting personnel including an aeronautical engineer and medical doctor cleared for, quote, need to know, end quote. And this date should ring a bell as occurring right before the Roswell crash. The IPU report first made its way into the public on July 16, 1995, and lists astonishing information authorized by Lieutenant General John A. Samford and approved by CIA Director Alan Dulles. Some of you may remember Samford giving the famous press conference alongside Roswell General Roger Ramey post the 1952 UFOs over Washington, D.C. incident. This document explores in great detail the events of the Roswell UFO crash, including initial tracking and assessment of the two sites of the crashed disk. A very key clue in this document is the mention that some Roswell Army airfield investigators at LZ-1, the debris field seen by Brazel and Marcel, thought the wreckage may have been a Project Mogul balloon until Los Alamos personnel determined the wreckage was something quote-unquote out of this world. If you know anything about the Roswell crash, you'll know it's often explained away as a Project Mogul balloon. And this was revealed after the initial weather balloon cover story in the U.S. Air Force's 1994 report, the Roswell Report. The Roswell Report states the Mogul flight that was misidentified as a large metallic flying saucer with bodies was Mogul Flight Number 4, which allegedly launched on June 4th, 1947. However, in 2024, Project Mogul's Field Operations Director, Dr. Alan Crary, revealed with evidence Flight Number 4 never took place on this day and was indeed canceled due to weather. Anyways, the IPU report states a radiobiological team and security detail from Sandia National Labs were summoned by Colonel S.B. Housebrook. Chosen scientists consisted of AEC personnel, including J. Robert Oppenheimer, Wernher von Braun, and others. And before you say this sounds too fantastical, remember von Braun's mentor, Hermann Osberth, performed serious analysis on UFO flight characteristics. Twining, Vandenberg, and others are named within this report as aiding in the recovery effort and overall operation. And an interesting line here, quote, "It has become known to CIC that some of the recovery operation was shared with Representative John F. Kennedy," end quote. I'm not going to spend too much more time on the IPU report, but as Wood stated, Detlev Bronk is named as assisting in the autopsy. The report then discusses the NHI bodies, body parts seemingly dissected, similar to a frog scattered at the primary crash site, and the death of multiple Sandia lab techs due to a form of contamination. And I recently discussed this contamination in my 1974 Coyame, Mexico crash retrieval case. Based on the documents Ryan Wood has the most confidence are in fact legitimate, I asked him to describe robustly what exactly compromises the Majestic 12, how various named members fit into the group, and the impact such an organization had on ufology at the time of the initial MJ-12 documents being leaked.
Well, it's a top secret research and development intelligence gathering organization that was formed by executive order of the president in September 24th, 1947. 1947 was when the Atomic Energy Act was created, when the CIA was created, and sort of the OSS was transitioned, Office of Strategic Services, which was the CIA at the time, into the CIA. And they formed this top secret research and development intelligence gathering organization. And it was headed by Vannevar Bush, part of the Office of Research and Development, OSRD. And this is where Dr. Eric Walker lived, working for Vannevar Bush, and ultimately took over the organization and was widely understood to be familiar with MJ-12, leading it in that group. So the names of the people caught a lot of attention, and Stan did a lot of work and has written his book Top Secret Magic, I think, which highlights a lot of the research around the various people. He dug into Carl Sagan, which was a person that shouldn't have been on the list, sort of. He was a big debunker. But when Stan finally went to the various archives and dug around, he found lots of correspondence between other MJ-12 members, and so that was interesting and powerful for the authenticity of the document. But it was a photocopy. Actually, it was.
All right, ready for the first break? If Steve or Meanface, if you want to go on and start us off.
Yeah, sorry, I had to find my my tab. It's interesting. It didn't really go into obviously this is definitely from like a believer's quote unquote perspective. It didn't really go into the origin of the documents and how they got there. It recently, what were we talking about? The IPU I thought was interesting, but it's safe to say that there hasn't been any record whatsoever of the actual document, but it has been referenced as something that was de-established back in the 1950s, meaning that there is some anecdotal evidence that it did exist. However, I think Richard Hall wasn't able to get any of those documents or any sort of proof whatsoever. All we have really is like anecdotal stuff. But yeah, I mean, I found that pretty interesting so far. It's definitely getting into the history a bit. There are some, some mentions in the actual Majestic 12 documents about Project Sign and Project Grudge, and how about there were two liaisons that were there strictly to pass off intelligence. Even though Project Sign was established to study the phenomenon, they were kind of kept in the dark according to this document itself. So it was almost used as like a funnel for information. I thought that was pretty interesting.
All right, and real quick, one thing I want to ask. So I just want to take a vote right now. All right, so I have an alternative that we can go on and pivot from here. I have an Art Bell episode from 1998 with Glenn Pace and Linda Moulton Howe that's about Majestic 12. Audience, like, do you guys want to listen to that from now on, or I mean, is this okay? the podcast that we have playing right now, the podcast documentary. I mean, is this kind of boring to you guys, or is this okay? Thumbs up, I guess. If you guys want to keep on listening to the current podcast, thumbs up. If you want to stay the course. All right, I guess, yeah, we got 2 thumbs up. And, okay, how about thumbs up if you want to pivot to the Art Bell episode? Thumbs up if you want to do the Art Bell episode. Okay, we're going to pivot to the Art Bell episode then. Yeah, it looks like we got a majority Art Bell. Steve, what's your thoughts on the introduction to the Majestic 12 that we've heard so far?
Hey, yeah, thanks for having me. I didn't have a lot to. I pretty much agreed with UFO Mean Girls and what he said. The introduction of the documents into the community is really interesting. Just the the backstory behind it and how multiple researchers, it was kind of seeded to them, finally coming out through Corey Good in 1987. But it's just, there is a really interesting backstory to those documents. I know you're going to move on to, and I think it's great that you're taking an audience poll on what to move on to next. I don't know how much value that we're going to get from the next interview, in my own opinion, from Linda Moulton Howe and whatnot on Art Bell. Yeah, I think when we get a little more into it, I'd be glad to give a little bit of maybe counterpoints and the skeptical viewpoint, if you'd like to.
Grider, can I ask a question? Is the first mention of MJ12, isn't it in the the Aquariatelix document? Hold on, how do you pronounce that? The one that was given to Paul Benowitz by Moore.
I was just looking at my notes, and I have conflicting. I have that it was in Project Aquarius, but then I also have that it was mentioned before that during I have 1968 for some reason. I don't know, to be honest. I don't know. My notes are not they're not complete on this, so that'd be something good to ask. If there's anybody in the audience that wants to come up and speak, by the way, you guys are more than welcome to request.
I'd be happy to talk a little bit about the backstory of the documents, and yeah, anybody else would like to as well. It's been a while since I've gotten into the MJ12 stuff, but yeah. So the documents, I'm not really sure what the 1960s, reference was to there, but Project Aquarius was a book idea slash document idea that was being drummed up with Bill Moore and his co-researcher Jamie Chandere, I guess is how you pronounce it, in the early 80s. And essentially it was a lot of the same stuff as the MJ12 documents. In 2007, I just put something up in the nest. Brad Sparks and Barry Greenwood actually wrote a paper in 2007 and presented it at the MUFON Symposium that year. And it mainly was utilizing the work of researcher Bob Pratt, who had extensive meetings and conversations and phone calls with Bill Moore and Rick Doty. And essentially it showed how both Moore and Doty were discussing the MJ12 documents and related issues long before the documents were ever known publicly to even exist, before they had been seeded out into the UFO community in the early and mid 80s. Now, the very first person to get the documents was Jamie Chandere, Bill Moore's research partner. I believe in 1982 or 83, they showed up at his door from an anonymous source, and he was allegedly the first person to get them. They were, I believe, postmarked from somewhere near Albuquerque in the Kirtland area, I think was the return address, if I'm not mistaken. But no sender was listed. He didn't apparently allegedly publish them because he wasn't really sure of their veracity. And again, this is all stuff that we know mainly from Richard Doty and from Bill Moore, who aren't the most reliable of sources. But apparently, because he didn't, put them out into the community, he didn't publish them. Whoever was sending them started sending them to other researchers, including Corey Good, who ended up publishing them in his 1987 book. And that was the first time that they were really publicly exposed to the community. But again, there was other researchers, I think including Linda Moulton Howe, if I'm not mistaken, who were given the documents, sent them anonymously, but didn't publish them because they couldn't really confirm them or vet them at the time.
Sorry, I keep missing my tab when I have to come back here and speak. Do you know, Steve, if it was mentioned in the Project Aquarius document that was given to Linda Moulton Howe?
You know what? I don't remember particularly on that, so I don't want to say. I don't want to misspeak.
Okay, copy that. Also, I just wanted to go over some of the people involved, or supposedly involved in the Majestic 12 documents that are named. So, two names that stand out are General Nathan Twining and General Hoyt Vandenberg, who oversaw Project Signed in 19, I believe, like 40. I mean, unofficially 1947, but the beginning of 1948, all the way through 1949. And the reason they're interesting is because Twining was overseeing the project over at Wright-Patterson Air Force Base. So basically, everybody at Sign ultimately had to report to him. So it's interesting that he's named in this document because whoever, if they're not authentic, whoever did do this definitely did their homework. Twining would be one of the people that would be privy to this kind of information. It's also interesting to note that after he signed off on the infamous Twining memo, right, which said that there was something definitely flying around back in late 1947, he was transferred to Antarctica. A lot of people don't know that. I believe within weeks, and a lot of people say that it was kind of a demotion, but if you look at it, he was actually promoted. So I don't know if that has anything to do with that, if it's correlated at all. It's just an interesting footnote. The other person is Vandenberg, who pretty much ran the Air Force after 1948. Also has his roots at the beginning of the CIA. So two really interesting names that document does mention. Also, Vannevar Bush seems to appear more than once in this lore. Also a very interesting character that I think we'll probably go into next week. And yeah.
All right, so let me read just a paragraph or an excerpt from a book by CBD Moore. This guy was a pretty well-known journalist back during the midpoint of the 20th, the midpoint, about 1950 was his peak. This guy was a war correspondent, ex-CIA, take that for what it's worth. But here's his excerpt, what he had to say about the provenance of the Majestic 12 documents. So the story behind the MJ-12 documents is a curious one. A little after noon on December 11th, 1984, Jamie Shandera, a 45-year-old Los Angeles film producer with a background in documentaries for Time Life and RKO General, and only a limited interest in UFOs, was sitting alone in his home killing time prior to a lunch meeting when he heard the screen door open and the sound of an object being forced through the mail slot in his front door. When he got up to investigate, he discovered a bulky 8.5 by 11-inch brown envelope sealed with tape lying on his floor. Shandera's name and address were neatly typed on a label affixed to the envelope. There was no return address. When Shandera opened the large envelope, he discovered there was a small brown envelope, also sealed with tape, within it. And within the brown envelope, a white one. Within the white envelope was a canister containing a roll of exposed but underdeveloped Tri-X 35mm film. Shandera replaced the film into its canister, the canister in the largest of the envelopes, and hurried off to his lunch date. Coincidentally, the person he was meeting for lunch was Bill Moore.
The the Bill Moore connection. Can you tell us what you're thinking there? Because I'm pretty sure you're insinuating that this was no happy accident.
Mere hours before Jamie Shandera had the Majestic 12, the first batch of Majestic 12 documents, literally thrown into his house, basically, Mere hours after that, he went to have lunch with Bill Moore, who was in town, by the way. Okay, so here we go. Okay, so blah, blah, blah. Coincidentally, the person he was meeting was Bill Moore, the writer who 4 years earlier had co-authored with Charles Berlitz, author of the 1974 bestseller The Bermuda Triangle, The Roswell Incident. That was the book that he and Charles wrote, an investigation into the alleged 1947 New Mexico saucer crash, which formed the basis for the MJ-12 documents, by the way. According to Berlitz and Moore, the bodies of 4 aliens were found in the wreckage, a momentous discovery that blah, blah, blah. Here we go. Okay, so Moore was waiting at the restaurant when Shandera arrived. Moore and Shandera's connection was that they had met to discuss the possibility of together making a fictional film based on UFO investigator and nuclear physicist Stanton Friedman, continuing the research into the Roswell crash. Although the film never got beyond the discussion stage, Moore and Shandera remained friends. Furthermore, in the course of this friendship, Shandera had apparently been drawn into Moore's inner circle, blah, blah, blah. And basically, okay, so neither Moore or Shandera had any darkroom experience processing, canisters of film, but yet they managed to print up some contact sheets and hang them from one of Moore's living room curtains to dry, and that was that same day. So they literally went from the restaurant straight to Moore's house to, set up a impromptu darkroom to process this mysterious film. It's kind of, what am I thinking? I'm thinking that's kind of a coincidence. It's a big coincidence.
Yeah, I agree.
Keep in mind, keep in
Sorry,
mind too, like Bill Moore and a guy named Bob Pratt, they had authored and co-authored a book about Majestic 12 and Project Aquarius back in I think 1982 is when they finally finished it. So this is before the Majestic 12 documents came out. They had this book, but they couldn't find any publisher that would buy it. And this was a book on Majestic 12 and on Project Aquarius that used at least the Project Aquarius documents as inspiration for the stories in the book, and they couldn't sell it. And it's never seen the light of day. Like, as far as I know, not a single page has been released to the public. It's in Bill Moore's private collection or whatever, So that's kind of odd, right? Now, 2 years after you get your book turned down, your book about the Majestic 12 group, all of a sudden 2 years later, there's documents being, slid through your friend's mail slot the day that you have lunch with them. I don't know. I'm trying to maintain, kind of an unbiased position here, but I don't know. It's a question to ask, was there anything going on? Was there anything suspicious? This is suspicious to me.
Yeah, and it should be. And we should keep in mind, by Bill Moore's own admission, at this time he was already working with Richard Doty, and was, reporting back to him on the, UFO community, and essentially how disinformation was being sown within the community, and probably seeding his own disinformation through Bill Moore, most likely. Most of this stuff that has come out, these government documents. As far as I'm concerned, I feel like Richard Doty is involved, if not the creator of the documents. In my opinion, by this time he had already, brought people like Paul Benowitz and Linda Moulton Howe onto the base to try and present information to them. Again, Linda Moulton Howe was one of the people that the MJ-12 documents were first sent to. So yeah, it seems to me that Richard Doty is intimately involved with the MJ-12 documents, and they smack of things that later came up with Richard Doty, including Serpo hoax and stuff. And it's very Doty-esque. This has been kind of his MO from the beginning, especially when it comes to documents and stuff like that, in my mind.
But do you think he'd be capable of doing all that history? I saw Mike in the audience. I'm trying to look for my notes. As far as I know, there are 2 dates in the Majestic 12 documents that were, I think it was a meeting between JFK and somebody else, and then there was another one on the memo where those dates actually did not come out until that really big JFK dump, like in, I don't know, was it the last like 10 years or so? So there was no way of actually knowing that that would have happened, and those are in the documents themselves. I mean, the amount of just research and history put into these, and I'm not saying that these are real if they're not real. I just have a hard time believing that somebody like Doty would be able to, basically pull this out of his ass. I mean, this is something that's been debated in ufology for years and years and years. It's not like the Serpo stuff, which I think was pretty quickly dismissed as a hoax. This is, I think it lends itself to something bigger than Doty. I'm checking my notes. I'm looking for those 2 dates that have been corroborated since, which kind of like throw a wrench in the all of this is disinformation, at least in my eyes.
Yeah, I don't know what particular dates you're talking about. I'd be happy to discuss them or find out about them. And again, this is just speculation, obviously. But yeah, I don't know that Richard Doty, did it all on his own, and he may not have had anything to do with it. Again, it's just speculation. But no, it's not too much of a stretch. And there may be, again, I don't know the dates that you're talking about, but certainly I'd be hard pressed to make sure that coincidence and or other people having knowledge of it and or someone else having talked about it in an interview before. There's just other ways that such information could be known, particularly by somebody who's within the government and has clearances and can look at information and talks to people. And B- Bill Moore absolutely could have been involved himself. He was, among other things, he was a good researcher. I don't think that the information that he presented was good. I don't think the mark that he left on the UFO community was good, but he did know how to research. He was very good at locating and substantiating information. I'll say that.
Yeah, that's a good point. Um, I don't know. Like I'm definitely feeling the UAP GERB documentary, but it's your call, Grider.
Yeah, so I've just been looking over the transcript for the Linda Moulton Howe Art Bell episode, and it's pretty atrocious. So, guys, I'm gonna have to re-exert my executive privilege, and we're just gonna go on and continue with this UAP GERB. Sorry, but the interview is not. It's just not good between
That's a
Linda Moulton Howe,
terrible.
Glenn Pace, and Art Bell. There's not a whole lot of substance to it. It's not good.
Yeah, no, that's a terrible interview. And it sounds like this is kind of a series that you guys are doing each week. And I'd be happy to come up with, some more material. There was a lot of interviews that Bill Moore did with Greg Bishop and others where he kind of touched on this stuff in the 2000s. And there's other things that we can, even, contemporary interviews that we can listen to that would be much better than that one with Linda. But yeah, I'd be happy to have
Yeah.
you guys, drum up material next week
I'm
and the week
definitely,
after.
I always say yes to anything Greg Bishop, so that's my vote for sure.
All right, UFO Shane. I see you're up here being our panel's thumbs downer. Do you have anything to say about the Majestic 12? I mean, I know you're a believer, so try not to be too biased. With your with what you have to say. Do you have anything to say? Anything to add?
Well, before he does that, while I have the tab open really quick. All right, I had the tab open. 1 second. Here we go. I did just want to, because I was talking about Project Sign earlier. So for people who don't know, Project Sign was the um, basically the first investigation into the UFO phenomenon by the Air Force. And I just want to read this little blurb about, because there's often an argument, right? Like, well, okay, if Majestic 12 and there's this cover up at Roswell and whatnot, why wouldn't Project Sign know about that when they have basically been undertaking this um uh like this investigation in order to provide details for the government and figure out what the hell is going on. And so this is on page 5 of the documents. A need for as much additional information as possible about these craft, their performance characteristics, and their purpose led to the undertaking known as U.S. Air Force Project Sign in December 1947. In order to preserve security, liaison between Sign and Majestic 12 was limited to 2 individuals within the Intelligence Division of Air Material Command, whose role was to pass along certain types of information through channels. Sign evolved into Project Grudge in December 1948. The operation is currently being conducted under the codename Blue Book, which liaison maintained throughout the Air Force officer who is the head of the project. Now, the reason I want to bring that up is because I do kind of have a problem with that. If you look at the climate during the investigation, there was a lot of paranoia. There was a lot of pointing to the the fact that these might be Russian, or just basically eliminating everything it could be and what it couldn't be. So the idea that they were withholding information from that investigation, I find just kind of hard to believe, and for me throws a wrench into the uh, these are not authentic. By the way, Steve, I think you mentioned Corey Good. I think you mean Timothy Good as being the person when this came out in '87, I believe.
Yeah.
All right,
Sorry
Shane,
about
what's up?
that.
Shane, what's up, man? Do you have anything to say? Anything?
Oh, yeah, I just had a wild day. Grider, someone stole my dog this morning, man. They kidnapped my fucking dog. They came on my
Are you
property.
serious?
Yeah, I'm dead serious, man. Dead serious. I got her back.
That sucks, bro. Oh, you got her
Yeah,
back.
I got her back.
Scared, dude.
Okay,
Well, it turns out
we're-
they didn't actually steal my dog. They just didn't see me chasing my dog
Shane,
and thought.
Shane,
Anyway.
this isn't that space, man. Do you have anything
Anyway,
to add to the Majestic?
Anyway, my bad. Back to the alien stuff. Yeah, you guys got to quit. You Mean Girl, Steve Long, Grider. You guys got to stop. You got to stop telling people the truth.
All right, Panda, do you have anything to add?
I was just gonna say that one Bob Pratt guy.
We had a glitch. I mean, I don't know what happened. I don't know what happened to Shane. I don't know.
He's a National Enquirer guy. He wrote the Colaris book too.
Do what? Who?
Bob Pratt, the person who wrote the, I guess, a never released book with Bill Moore, who you mentioned.
Okay, cool. All right, so the next 30 minutes of the podcast, they'll be exploring the Special Operations Manual 1, which I posted up in the nest. I posted, okay, so it's Ryan Wood is the guy that we're listening to, who's being interviewed by UAP Gerb on this podcast / documentary. That's the one that is answering most of the questions. He and his father did a piece or did a lecture at the UFO Crash Retrieval Conference back in 2006. I want to say it's up in the nest, but if you guys look, that's I posted screenshots of their entire piece that they did on authenticating the Special Operations Manual. And I posted a couple of pages from the Special Operations Manual that should be a couple of entries back up in the nest if you want to see what the Special Operations Manual looks like. And it's basically a crash retrieval how-to guide for, these, special military units. So, and then it looks like, and then that'll be it. So the next 30 minutes is basically John B. Alexander and Soviet Disinfo and the Special Operations Manual. And then after the next break, we'll be getting into JFK and MJ-12. So we'll go on and start back.
It was undeveloped film, just like the Special Operations Manual that arrived. It might have been from the same source, but it certainly wasn't mailed the same way.
Pay close attention here to the name of Dr. Eric A. Walker. In my video on physicist Robert Sarbacher, I discussed how Dr. Sarbacher directly named Vannevar Bush as a key figure studying UFOs within the US government. During conversations with Stanton Friedman, Dr. Sarbacher, who was a member of Bush's Research and Development Board, mentioned Dr. Eric A. Walker as a key figure connected to UFO crash retrievals. Walker was contacted by researcher William Steinman and not only confirmed the existence of the Majestic 12, but actually admitted his own presence at the 1965 Kecksburg, Pennsylvania crash retrieval. I highly recommend revisiting my video here.
So, I mean, going to the Special Operations Manual that you mentioned with the raised Z, there's so many hallmarks of authenticity in that particular document. I could start with the fact that we took it to a retired government printing officer, not general, but McCarter in Washington, D.C. He retired from the U.S. government printing office maybe like 6 months before we visited him, and we went to his house and set it up on a card table and slid the document across, and he looked at it and said, well, by the title, Extraterrestrial Entities, Technology Recovery and Disposal, I would think it's fake. But then he flipped through the documents and saw the Z's were raised and said, oh, this is an artifact of hot lead printing press. Besides the fact that he checked it for everything. I mean, he said the fonts are right. The indentations are correct. The use of M dashes in MJ12 long dash clearance is correct. The capitalization of first aid was correct for the period. So he went through a bunch of subtleties that we didn't understand or perceive at the time to highlight the fact that it was real in his mind, and ultimately concluded that, yeah, the CIA probably printed it in a cage down on 10th Street. And that was his opinion at the time.
With Mr. Wood passionately discussing his authentication methods of the MJ12 Special Operations Manual, now is the perfect time to discuss the contents of this absolutely mind-boggling document. Psalm 1 was sent anonymously to Don Berliner in 1994 and consisted of undeveloped 35mm Tri-X film authenticated to 1954. Labeled Top Secret Magic Eyes Only, the manual details the full operational capacity and mission of the Majestic 12. As mentioned by Mr. Wood, we see the document control is regressed to a singular stamp of Kirtland Air Force Base, New Mexico. The document control page shows us MJ-12 members, MJ-01 and MJ-04, who altered the document from 1954 to 1958. Initials listed here are EWL and JRT, two names Ryan has actually tracked and we will discuss shortly. And now we get into the meat of this document. Quote, this manual has been prepared especially for Majestic 12 units, end quote. Its purpose is to present all aspects of MJ-12 so authorized personnel will have a better understanding of the goals of the group, be able to more expertly deal with UFOs, ET tech, and entities, and increase the efficiency of future operations. Section 1, Project Goals and Purposes of this document makes some startling revelations. 1. MJ-12 considers unidentified flying objects, UFOBs, to be a matter of the very highest order of national security. 2. There would be a negative impact on the public with general knowledge of the UFO situation. 3. Danger present if advanced tech falls into the hands of adversaries. And 4. MJ-12 was established on the 24th of September 1947 under recommendation by Vannevar Bush and Forrestal. The goals of MJ-12 are clearly outlined here as well. 1. Recovery for scientific study of all materials and devices of foreign or ET manufacture. Recovery by any and all means by group. This immediately reminds me of the 1974 Koyame case with the American retrieval team finding the craft in Mexico at all costs. 2. Recovery for study of all entities and remains of entities of non-terrestrial origin through independent action by those entities or by misfortune or military action.
Well, naturally, when you recover something that's either landed or crashed, sometimes you encounter dead pilots. And believe it or not, as fantastical as that sounds, it's true.
3. Establishment and administration of special teams to accomplish the above operations, which reminds me for the third video in a row of Christopher Sharp's article on the CIA, OGA, and JSOC being behind crash retrieval operations. 4. Establishment and admin of special secure facilities, located at secret locations within USA for providing receiving, processing, analysis, and study of any and all materials and entities classified as extraterrestrial. 5. Covert operations carried in collusion with the CIA both home and abroad. And 6. Establishment and absolute secrecy of all operations. As of the time of the alleged creation of this document in 1954, MJ-12 does not consider NHI to be a threat, consisting of a benign presence but with technology far beyond human science. The group had in possession several recovered dead biologics. Section 1 General begins to define the scope of the Majestic 12, determination, documentation, collection, and disposition of debris, devices, craft, and occupants. This section defines ET technology as aircraft not manufactured by human power, objects that appear as one of several shapes and configurations and exhibit extraordinary flight characteristics, consisting of materials exhibiting characteristics beyond science. And this section even describes EBEs, creatures, humanoid or otherwise, whose evolutionary process differs demonstrably from that of Homo sapiens. And now we get to my favorite part of this entire document, the description of the craft. Elliptical or disc-shaped craft appear to be metallic and dull in color, whose appearance consists of two pie pans or shallow dishes pressed together. Psalm 101 even lists some dimensions of these craft. They are 50 to 300 feet in diameter, with their thickness near 15% of the total diameter. A dome extends above the disc, about 30% of the disc diameter, and extends 4 to 6 feet above the main body. This dome may or may not include windows or ports. Lights on the craft exist on the top, bottom, and rim that only function during operation. There's no antenna or projections, but there are 3 extendable sets of landing gear. Cigar shape or tic tacs are considered very rare. They can be 2,000 feet long and 95 feet thick. They do not operate in lower atmosphere and travel at excess of 7K miles per hour. They do not engage in the rapid, erratic, or instantaneous maneuvers these smaller craft do. The ovoid, circular, or teardrop shapes look almost like an ice cream cone, round at the large end and tapering to a near point at the other. They are 30 to 40 feet long and have a diameter 20% of the length. The craft have a bright light at the endpoint, and the craft travels pointing down. And lastly, we have the airfoil or triangular shape. These were considered new tech due to rarity of recent observations. The craft appear to be an isosceles triangle, with their longest side being near 300 feet length. Little was known about the performance capabilities, but they operated appearingly similar to the disc or ovoid shape. Psalm 101 then begins to go into description of extraterrestrial biological entities, listing a Type 1 and Type 2, and thank you to Bill McDonald for the art here. EBE-1s look humanoid. They are 5 to 5 feet 4 inches tall, weighing 80 to 100 pounds. They have larger, more rounded craniums with chalky yellow, thick, slightly pebbled pale skin. They have small eyes, wide set, that are almost almond shaped, with brownish black irises and very large pupils and gray whites. Their mouths are wide, nearly lipless. They have fine hair not confined to underarm and groin. Their body is thin with no fat and good muscles. EBE-1 has small hands, 4 long digits, no thumb, but webbing. The description of the Type 2 EBE will remind you as much more of a classic gray. They are humanoid, but 3 feet 5 inches to 4 feet 2 inches tall, weighing 25 to 50 pounds. Their large, elongated head is larger proportionally to that of a human or EBE-1. Their eyes are large, slanted, and nearly wrap around their head, showing only pure black. The nose appears to be 2 small slits above a slit-like mouth with no external ears. Their skin is pale blue grayish, fine-celled, and smooth. They have no hair, leading MJ12 to believe these creatures are not mammalian. Their hands have 3 long fingers plus a long thumb. They have 4 toes jointed with a membrane. The document then gives astounding descriptions of extraterrestrial technology recovered from crash sites from 1947 to 1953. This date range includes Roswell to Kingman. Metallurgical analyses show the materials were not known to terrestrial science at the time. The material showed incredible strength and extreme resistance in proportion to weight and size, appearing similar to aluminum foil or aluminum magnesium sheeting. Identical to the claims of primary Roswell witness Jesse Marcel Sr. down to the inclusion of inscriptions on material. In the press blackout section, we find information extremely pertinent to today's age. Media denial, discrediting witnesses, deceptive statements. There are countless examples I can discuss here, but I recommend watching my UFO stigma video and paying key attention to the Robertson panel and Condon committee, and also look at the reprisals against David Grush. Secure the area, removal and transport, and cleaning the area all detail systems and protocol for crash retrieval. What is of extreme interest here is the specific mention that any specific craft or device that appears to be functional is designated to Red Team. I can't help but think back to RA and how one piece of technology he observed at the Off-World Technologies Division was designated a weapon during recovery due to an energetic discharge. But I asked Mr. Wood if he had ever come across this Red Team before.
I have to look, but I recall blue fly and blue teams as well. I think the term Red Team and Blue Team are the same teams, so to speak, in crash retrievals. But right in the front description of the Special Operations Manual, they have they mention these MJ-12 recovery teams, and I think in the at Wright-Patterson Air Force Base they call it the Blue Lab.
Now on to section 16. Special or unusual conditions has a very interesting note here. Should the need for public disclosure become necessary, the Majestic team was to issue contingency plan MJ-1949-04P/78. Remember this from the Eisenhower briefing document?
We don't have the contingency plan. It's interesting that in the back of the Special Operations Manual, there's a series of references in the back, and they weren't supplied.
That's the missing appendix too, right?
Yeah, that's the missing appendix for references. I mean, it's in the back here, but for example, the photographic references were all correct, and you can go find them. So they're correctly referenced in the back. And then there's also the another sort of authenticity point is the UFOB, unidentified flying object identification guide that is listed in the manual, but was not supplied as photocopies, original photocopies. But other FOIA documents provided a typed version of it, not typeset, but just typed. But when my father retyped it all, following the format of the manual, it perfectly matched the page numbers in the table of contents and fit like a glove right in there.
Section 17 extraterrestrial classification table is truly consequential for analyzing this document. Intact craft, damaged devices, identified and unidentified fragments, and weapons were all to go to Area 51 S4. If you say Area 51 wasn't built in 1954, we'll discuss this shortly. Media, electronic recordings, maps, charts, etc. were to go to Kirtland Air Force Base Building 21. Supplies and provisions, as well as deceased entities, were to be sent to Wright-Patterson Air Force Blue Room. If Blue Room rings a bell, besides Mr. Wood just commenting on it, remember in my UFO whistleblowers video, Senator Harry Goldwater was denied access to the contents of the Wright-Patterson Blue Room by General Curtis LeMay.
I think the government does know. I can't back that up, but I think that at Wright-Patterson Field, if you could get into certain places, you'd find out what the Air Force and the government knows about UFOs. Reportedly, a spaceship landed. It was all hushed up, quieted, and nobody have never heard about much of it. I called Curtis LeMay and I said, General, I know we have a room at Wright-Patterson where you put all this secret stuff. Could I go in there? I've never heard him get mad, but he got madder than hell at me, cussed me out, said, don't ever ask me that question again.
And speaking of General Curtis LeMay,
and we have a accommodation from Curtis LeMay to Harry B. Cooper, which is the father of Tim Cooper, where many of these Majestic documents came, and for his outstanding work at the USAF UFO program.
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean, I can supply you that document. You can put it up on the screen and let people see it. So that's another example of, why in the world would Curtis LeMay sign accommodation for somebody for their USAF program? It just makes no sense if it's not totally real. I'm just trying to find a copy of it quickly. Yeah, I mean, it's hard to read here, but this is this is their seal and accommodation. And it's to Harry B. Cooper, Master Sergeant, distinguished himself by meritorious service as a non-commissioned officer in charge of printing management branch and non-commissioned officer in charge of camera section, publishing division, Command Directorate of Administrative Services, Headquarters Air Defense Command, Int Air Force Base, Colorado, from 30 September 57 to 1 June 63. So he was at Int Air Force Base between 57 and 63, looking at photographs of UFOs and printing all sorts of classified documents. And you know, I think it's Harry's relationship to this UFO topic and the friends that he made during that time that allowed those friends to decide that I want to give stuff to Harry's son, Tim Cooper, and several of the mailbox drops that had a lot of these documents from ostensibly the Interplanetary Phenomenon Unit officer or Moondust officer came from.
Back to Section 17, living entities were to be directed solely to OPNAC BBS-01. Of course, OPNAV, not OPNAC, stands for the Office of the Chief of Naval Operations. There are some who guess this acronym stands for the Oceanic Platform for the North Atlantic and Caribbean, and that BBS stands for the Bermuda Biological Station, now called BIOS, the Bermuda Institute of Oceanic Sciences, but there's really no proof here. Psalm 101 continues with packaging and shipping protocols for EBE life and states, quote, loss of EBE life is acceptable, and also details in Figure 4 the extraterrestrial craft referenced earlier in the document. Here we observe classic saucer and triangle shapes, but also the conical shape, which closely resembles the 1976 Tehran, Iran UFO case and the Cash Landrum case.
You know, in 54, now they have the triangle shape, they have the ice cream cone shape, they got the cigar shape, the typical saucer shape. But I draw your attention to the triangles and the ice cream cone, which is, you know, famous for the Cash Landrum case, and triangles are this is some of the earliest mentions of flying triangles.
But anyways, let's circle back to the document control page and analyze the initials EWL and JRT.
Inside the control page, which is typical of every highly classified document, this was apparently 2 points above top secret, according to the document. Classifications are different now, and it's pretty much, I believe, an Air Force document. So I went to the Albuquerque phone book, pulled it up for 1954, 55, 56. I mean, the entries in the change control page span from 54 to 57, I believe. And they have the initials. And so I looked in the phone book and found all the initials, and there were two people that Jess R. Totten and Captain Lewis, I think. They both lived on Perimeter Road, like 4 or 5 houses from each other, inside Kirkland Air Force Base at the right time. And that's in the authenticity discussions on the specialoperationsmanual.com website. It's in my book. And I'm working on a new updated pamphlet that will have the whole manual and all the authenticity discussion that people can read just easily. So I found them, and then I hired a private investigator.
Wow.
To go find them. And well, I actually found one guy, one JRT, but he said he's not the right guy, despite being there at the right time.
And he was the one who lived on the street near kind of what you found from the phone book at the time near Kirtland, correct?
Well, I didn't go to. So the process is really to go to the Adjutant General's listing in government document libraries to find their their name and serial number. And when you get the serial number, you can get their National Personnel Record Center files, and then you can start digging around and try to find these people. And I found one JRT, which I thought was the right person, and went to his house. He took the meeting. I was surprised, and pulled out a FedEx envelope with this thing. You know, I'm sure he probably thought I was from the CIA or something, and opened it up, handed it to him, and said, "Is this you?"
Mm-hmm.
And he looked at it for a while, and looked at the initials and said, "No." Well, I asked him, "Well, what did you do at Kirkland Air Force Base in that time?" "Well, I was sort of a psychological counselor or officer." I mean, he basically sort of hemmed and hawed about what he did. But nevertheless, the other private investigator found the kids of EWL, or the, I think it was the, I have to look at my notes, but wife or daughter, I think it was the wife. And apparently he had passed away and was buried. I think he was buried in Florida. We have a grave marker. And we got platitudes. But, you know, when you hire private investigators, they can do things that I just find very uncomfortable. They'll just lie to your face all the time. They'll lead you on. They'll squeeze information on all these methods that, you know, I just don't have the skills to do. And so I found that a very interesting process. So we did our best to find that, but I would say the smoking gun there is that, hey, there's two initials are correct, and they were on the base perimeter road, you know, addresses. And that was just like, woo, boy, that's a really good hallmark for authenticity, that it was real. And, you know, I know you mentioned John Alexander and his comments. Maybe you want to set that up and I'll respond.
Some of you may be familiar with Colonel John B. Alexander, a former U.S. Army colonel whose name has been deeply entwined with ufology and government psionic programs like remote viewing. Not only has Alexander made some outward comments on the MJ-12.
Okay, we haven't got time to cover all that. MJ-12 was real, had absolutely nothing to do with UFOs. And if you understand what it was designed for, it was the right get of people. You don't have to make explanations as how certain people got in. But the people who did know, I mean, in fact, what the thing was, at one time I had got rumors of the program. And it was one time that I went to Stubblebine and said, well, what about this thing? And he says, we're not going to discuss that. And it was super, super secret, and parts of it still are and need to stay that way.
In his book, UFOs, Myths, Conspiracies, and Reality, Alexander claimed Dr. Bob Wood told Alexander he believed the Psalm 101 manual to have been created in 1954 with the expressed intention to be leaked to Soviet spies as part of a disinformation campaign. The intent would be to get the Soviets to commit resources to UAP crash recoveries. Well, what does Ryan have to say?
Yeah, I mean, I wish I knew what he's up to. I guess I've known John for many, many years, and so is my father. And he's always wanted to push the envelope and try to squeeze information out of people or trade information. So he has, I mean, he was in Vietnam. He was a special forces colonel operating in Cambodia illegally, you know, maybe on orders, maybe not. So he's had a long history of trying to skirt the edge of legitimacy, in my opinion. And, you know, why did he say this, that it's Russian, Soviet, you know, spycraft? I think it was to curry favor with somebody else, because it just makes no sense. I mean, why would you expose the fact that you've got alien technology that is going to Wright-Patterson Air Force Base and Area 51 S4, and you got bodies and parts and a whole retrieval program, and Why do so much and then leak it? Why wouldn't you just, you could put it with one of your assets in the Soviet Union and leak it in a much more responsible, less visible way. And so from a psychological warfare point of view, or PSYOP, it doesn't work. It's like you're exposing too much information. There's no need to create such a fancy document with such high credibility to try to scare the Soviets. They have their own crashes.
Mm-hmm.
They know ETs are real. I mean, or China, they penetrated the Manhattan Project, within a year to get the atomic bomb, and I'm sure that they were right on top of the whole, UFO crash UFO thing. So it doesn't really make much sense in my mind. And the same thing is true with the entire swath of Majestic documents. Is that why in the world would you try to do something over 19 years with so many documents of so many different quality aspects? Some are really just photocopies, other are original documents. So if you're trying to scare the living daylights out of some, foreign intelligence agency, it's probably better to do something else.
With all this talk of the Psalm 101, let's spend some time authenticating the document and spend some time analyzing arguments against the document. Now, there is
All right, so we're going to take our next break now, and we're going to go on and skip over the authenticating the Special Operations Manual, because up in the nest, I posted Mr. Woods, or I think it's Dr. Wood, actually. The guy who's being interviewed right now in this podcast, he at the Crash Retrieval Conference, in the publication he posted, or he had, God, I'm sorry, I'm like really under the weather right now, like I'm coming down with the flu, but if you want to know more about the Special Operations Manual, it's up in the nest, the entire portion of the publication from that conference where they go over the authentication work that they did, and it's extensive. I think it's like 20 pages. So, Meanface?
Yeah. So, all right. So I got some of my notes together. I'm going to start with the Aquarius telex, or quote unquote the Aquarius document, right? Which was given to Benowitz by Bill Moore. And according to Moore, like he himself admits that the document was altered or retyped from another source, but it basically has a bunch of uh, out there stuff, genetic. Anyway, whatever. All you really need to know, right, is that Project Aquarius does mention MJ12. So there's a line in there that says the results of Project Aquarius is still classified top secret with no dissemination outside official intelligence channels with restricted access to MJ12. So this was dated October 29th, 1980, and I think it was passed from Bill Moore to Paul Benowitz in 81, right? And I think what they were trying to do was to get Benowitz to basically, bring that document into the lore, bring it in front of UFO researchers, and start spreading that story. Now, where it gets interesting is the timeline of the actual Majestic 12 documents, which back then were called the Eisenhower briefing documents. So between December 8th and 11th, 1984, the manila envelope arrives at Jamie Chandray's house, right? Postmarked from Albuquerque, New Mexico, and in it is a canister of undeveloped Kodak film. So there's two versions of this story. One, Chandray contacts Bill Moore, right? And he goes to meet him at lunch, tells him about him, and then together they develop the film. And another one, I believe, Chandray, let me just double check this really quick. Chandray developed, it's right here, one second. Oh, can't find it. Anyway, there's two versions of that story. One where they developed it together. One was already developed, and he brought it to him. Then they contact Friedman, and they decide that okay, well, we can't. We don't know if this is real, so we can't disseminate it anyway. We can't talk about this just yet. We have to do more, work on it, right? So they withhold the documents for further investigation. What's really interesting. So this is the end of '84, December 11th, 1984. Bill Moore had prior knowledge of some of the things in these documents, right? And I believe he was talking about this to Lee Graham at the time. I'm not 100% sure it's Lee Graham, but Moore claimed to have received information from government informants about 4 alien bodies recovered at Roswell, which we see in the Eisenhower briefing documents, right? It also mentions decomposed aliens 2 miles from the crash site, something also echoed in the Eisenhower briefing document / MJ-12. So that's really interesting, and that kind of plays into Grider's theory that, well, maybe Moore had something to do with this, right? Because he was speaking with Doty at the time. The Aquarius document also 4 years prior was a bunch of misinformation, not only given to Benowitz, but also they brought in Linda Moulton Howell, right, into like a skiff-like setting, and they watched her read it from a two-way mirror, right, where she starts reading about, all this stuff about how we were genetically engineered from, hominids and whatnot. Basically, the secrets of the UFO universe, right? So there's a link there, whether people like it or not. Now in '85, the documents begin circulating, and I think Lee Graham starts entering the picture and starts inquiring into Majestic 12 after stating he himself getting hints from Moore, right? So again, Bill Moore seems to be the guy that is basically telling everybody about these documents, right? And saying that there's something to this, either showing them or also displaying prior knowledge, which I think is a little suspect. So I think Steve and Grider like have a pretty good point there. Um, Lee Graham also makes a connection to Project Aquarius, right, which spreads this narrative now because I think Project Aquarius was disseminated into the UFO community through Linda Moulton Howe. Barry Greenwood notes that Graham's research aligns with Moore's, and '87 there's a public leak of the Eisenhower briefing documents because this was all done within the UFO community, but it was like very hush hush. Like today, now you have like these, these Zoom calls and like these back channels where like, oh, such and such document is here or so and so is coming out. Please, keep it hush. Back then, it was more like I have a piece of information or I have a document. We need to research. We need to research this and go into this and find out like whether this is true or not. So like the it's different, but it's also similar in a sense where there seems to be an insider circle of people getting insider information through connections to somebody like Bill Moore, who has connections to AFOSI and all this other stuff, or whatever. So Timothy Good then publishes the Majestic 12 documents, right? And he claims that the document came from a CIA source, right? And he wrote that in his book Above Top Secret. But it's interesting because there's also another story to that. I believe, and I could be wrong, but I think Barry Greenwood says that Good claims that his source was Bill Moore, right? So it wasn't until later that Timothy Good claimed that he got it from a CIA source. So either they were lying or there were two people spreading these documents in like this like little inner circle, right? We don't know. The story spreads in '87 and it kind of explodes from there. Then we start having an actual investigation in '87, '88, where here's the link to Barry Greenwood finds evidence that the copies used by Timothy Good. So Timothy Good leaks, basically leaks these documents, right? He publishes them, and claims that he is a CIA source. But Barry Greenwood finds evidence that the copies used by Timothy Good matches Bill Moore's copy machine markings. Because when they made when they made copies of this document, like the machine left like this kind of like imprint, almost like a thumbprint, right? Like where you can tell that it came from this machine. So for Barry, at least, it was a telltale sign that he got these documents from, again, Bill Moore. So, I mean, it sucks, but it seems like, I mean, it really depends on where you stand with Bill Moore. Because, again, I don't think Bill Moore wrote these documents at all, right? But he was involved in the Aquarius Telex fiasco. Linda Moulton Howell got it from Doty. He also, Linda Moulton got it from Doty, and Benowitz got it from Moore, right? And that's the first mention of MJ12, at least that I know. So, and Moore seems to have prior information of, again, the alien bodies and the decomposing alien bodies 2 miles away from the crash that are echoed in these documents. I don't know what you make of that, but that seems to me like, okay, something's not right here, right? Bill Moore is professing innocence the entire time. Meanwhile, telling everybody about these documents, also somehow has information about it the year before, at least quote unquote corroborating information. And then he's involved with Telex, with the Aquarius Telex, and again, what Grider was mentioning earlier, with the name of the book. What was it? I forget the name, the book that you mentioned, but it did kind of have these elements of Majestic 12 in there. So either way, Bill
That's what it
Moore
was
seems
all
at the
about.
center of
Yeah.
this. So it is an interesting chain of custody that we have going on. I don't know if you want to continue with that, or like if you want to touch on what it says in the actual documents themselves. But like that's kind of like a brief overview of like how this got into the UFO community, who was researching it, who was kind of spreading it around, and who was talking to who. And I know Friedman was one of the first people that they contacted, and he, I believe, to like the last of his days, would argue for the fact that these were real, despite or had elements of truth in there. But despite there seems to be a bunch of either misspellings, or the typeface that was used wasn't really the one that was supposed to be used at the time, which we can go into next week because that's going to be a whole discussion. But yeah, very brief overview, but very interesting chain of custody.
Well, I mean, think about it. It's like the Majestic 12 documents. A pillar of those documents is that Roswell was real, and everything, it's corroborating Roswell. And like Bill Moore is one of, I mean, he built his career, or at least he started his career with a book about Roswell. So, I mean, I don't know, man. Like, and then also one thing to keep in mind, guys, just to add some context. All right, the Majestic 12 documents. Well, have you ever heard the story about John Lear walking into the Las Vegas news office, where George Knapp worked in '87, and he had a stack of documents. The story is that he had a stack of documents. He came in, tried to pitch the documents to Ned Day, and Ned Day, who was like the head of the newsroom, declined to, go with like whatever story he was trying to tell. And then George Knapp overheard this, exchange, and he said, "Oh, well, I'll take a look at those documents, and I'll hear your story out." And then George Knapp had him as a guest interview on his like public access show that I'm sure many of you have seen. I forgot what it was called. I think it's called Eyewitness News of the World or something. But John Lear, those documents were Majestic 12 documents. Those were the documents that he went in and tried to sell to the Las Vegas newsroom back in '87. And that's kind of what, yeah. So like, that's something to keep in mind too, that these documents were getting around.
What would you think? Okay, let's say it is disinformation. What would you think is the point of these? Like, if Bill Moore is at the center of this controversy, right? Like, what do you think is the point of this? Knowing that when Benowitz was targeted, it was basically to stop looking or stop pointing the finger at some of the things happening at Kirkland Air Force Base. It wasn't actually to really disinform the money. But then, I mean,
money,
okay, but
money, power.
There's no way Bill Moore is the only one behind these documents, though. That's the problem.
I never said that.
No, I know. All right. No, I mean, I'm not arguing. I'm just saying that, like, if it's money, I don't know. I'd have to assume that this was a much bigger operation beyond Bill Moore. And so, like, maybe for him and maybe for some other people, it might have been money. But the research, like, into some of the stuff, into the historical aspects of these documents, like, it's pretty on point. And like I said, I can't see it just being a purely we need to sell this book and turn it into a movie or whatever, type of deal. It was disseminated amongst the UFO culture for years and years before.
You know why it was, right? because in 1987, like the whole reason that Bill Moore and Jamie Chandray, came out with the documents was because they got scooped by the Above Top Secret author, which I think was Timothy Good, right? Right. Yeah, Good's the author. So that's the only reason that they came out with the documents like they did all of a sudden, was because, the book had been released by Timothy Good, Above Top Secret, which is a famous book. I'm sure many of you have heard about it, or you've at least heard of the forum, online that was inspired by the name of the book. But yeah, that's the only reason that Bill Moore and them came out. Like, they were going to trickle breadcrumb a la Jeremy Corbell, 6 frames at a time style. Sorry, Jeremy, but I mean, it's like just kind of breadcrumb the documents out for, they'd probably still be doing it right now if they didn't get scooped, but they weren't aware that these documents, were sent to, or at least they claimed that they weren't aware that these documents were sent to other people. Now, how that happened, I don't know. That's something that hopefully we'll hear some theories on, or maybe people up here have theories on it. But yeah, that's my understanding.
If I could just interject, I mean, that's a great question. Why were these first seeded? And we don't know, obviously. Certainly, people like Bill Moore and Chandray had profit motives. The original motive for the person that made them or leaked them or whatever is a great question. Just to go back to Richard Doty and like his wide connection to this. Grider was just speaking, and so was UFO Meanface about the the Aquarius document that we were talking about before. And in 1981, Doty met with Moore and he showed him, that teletype, that document. And apparently Moore also claims that later Doty gave him a revised version that had more additional material that hadn't been in the original teletype, about ETs. And it just these documents, kind of became MJ12 and were also passed along to other people. But when Doty first gave that, document, the Aquarius document, to Moore in 81, he did it with the explicit direction that he wanted him to give it to Paul Benowitz, disinformation. Moore didn't do that. He never really said why. He claims that he couldn't really vet the information or whatever. But he obviously took that and started making an idea for a film and a book and other things instead of leaking it to Benowitz, apparently. So there's definitely profit motives involved here, and Richard Doty was involved from the ground floor, and we have him trying to show Linda Moulton Howe these documents again. Like, there's just so many things that connect Doty to the MJ12 documents and just the story, its origins, the people that were kind of first presented with the information.
Well, does Doty want to come up from the anonymous section and answer any questions? Maybe tell us, the truth behind what happened? Maybe? No? One thing to keep in mind is that Jamie Chandray, he worked for the CIA during Vietnam. Not many people know that. And also John Lear, of course, ex-CIA pilot. Let's go to Kent, and then we'll go to Chad Young.
Yeah, thanks, Grider. Yeah, I have absolutely no doubt that there is a quasi-global organization dealing with UAP, certain phenomenon events. No, I have absolutely no doubt. I'll go as far as to say that a friend of mine, I'll call her a friend, who works for an Eastern European government, her brother was in charge of a science project to investigate a vortex, a non-intermittent vortex in a cave. This involved Americans, it involved other countries. Machinery was built, probes were built, people were sent, and it was all kept quiet. And this was organized by an organization that has no limitations as to geography, politics, belief systems. These people have access to anything, anywhere, anytime they want.
Yeah, there's powers everywhere, man. I don't think anybody's. I mean, Meanface, are we disputing the existence of like the Majestic 12 group at all? Like, is that something that's up for debate?
Well, no, I mean, I personally, if there is a core secret like this within the United States government, there has to be some sort of continuity of government, measures taken place in case something does happen, a nuclear holocaust or whatever cataclysm. If you're into that, but either way, if this is one of the core secrets, the people that get ushered into whatever the bases are when that happens, the selected few have to know what this is about, right? If you're going to carry on the American government. So the idea of a Majestic 12 group, I don't think is too far. You can apply that to almost any like really like big state secret you have, right? There's like a group of people that will know the full picture, and if case anything happens, they're the ones ushered into it. Hold on, one second. And also, I just wanted to mention. So, Mike did mention this in a back channel, and so like I didn't find the actual document itself, but I have it bookmarked somewhere. I just couldn't find it. Timothy Cooper, in '95, I believe, got some additional "quote unquote" MJ12 documents, which the consensus was that these were completely bogus. Right? There's too many errors in them to actually take them seriously. But there are some things that kind of like popped up. So there is a meeting that, or in the document itself, it says that Allen Dulles met with John Kennedy twice on June 28th, 1961, right? So that is a date nobody could have had until the CIA released, I believe, the files in the late 90s. No, it was the early 2000s. I'm sorry, where on a memo, JFK's meeting with Allen Dulles twice, right? So the people making these documents, right? And you can argue like, oh, well, that means that these are real. But then why are they so riddled with all these other errors, right? They have this critical date of this meeting that nobody knew. Like you would have to have some sort of access to the CIA files in order to have this date on there. So if you're going to argue that these are fake, which I believe the Timothy Cooper ones are largely believed to be fake, someone has access or someone is privy to some sort of information that we are not, and it is just making these documents, right? I don't understand why they'd be filled with all these errors then if you're that close to the source, but that is something to note, and it is kind of like something people should bookmark and people should look into, because again, whoever made those documents, at least the later ones in the 90s, right, they had access to CIA files that were not yet unclassified, right, specifically relating to JFK and his meetings with Allen Dulles that day on 1961. So it is an interesting footnote. I don't know, maybe if it was done to possibly confirm MJ12 to see, like, oh well, look, this has to be real now. But that would take years of planning, because again, that date itself was not declassified till way later. And then if
So
that's
you're
the case,
saying, sorry, I just want to be clear. You're saying that the documents basically said that Kennedy met with Dulles on a certain date, and it later came out that he did meet with Dulles on that date.
yes,
Okay,
it's in one of his like presidential memos.
And I just want to point out that I don't know what the date was, but it's possible that the president literally met with Dulles on a daily basis. So there could have been very few days that he didn't meet with Dulles, and it could just be a coincidence.
It could be.
Yeah, that's the next portion of the podcast, or of the show that we're listening to. That's like the very next thing that we're going to be hearing about. Chad Young, what's up?
Hey, how you guys doing?
Good. How are you?
I'm good. I think the most basic of our intellectual pursuits should be to define what is and what is not parenthetical, because what it seems to be is one big message that's cut up into different sections.
Chad. We appreciate your philosophy, but we're talking about the Majestic 12 documents. Do you know what that is?
I do know what it is. I was just leading into something here. The Majestic 12,
okay, all right, cool. Just making sure.
the Majestic 12 documents were likely false, like based on the information that I've just heard, that it was probably CIA mind control operation, or, you know, part of Operation Dove, some mass hypnosis. I mean, and all of this is backed up by the several camps of people that have been competing for the attention of investigators for decades. The Aviary, Greer, Elizondo and his camp, they all have different versions of the same story, but they all seem to have the same source as far as their originating, you know, wherever they come from, the government. I think it would be wrong to call it any one thing until you set up a timeline to find out when all of this stuff began, because at some point the government found out something that was so like devastating that I think they set up, like, I'm sorry, the CIA mind control part, MK Ultra, like there was stories I read where they were like, we have to start figuring out ways to slightly influence the behavior and thinking of the American people. And I don't think continuity of government is going to be possible after this truth comes out. And I think that they've been doing everything in their power to alleviate our concerns and to guide us into these little dark corners, none of which seem to bear any fruit or light whatsoever. So when I say that our intellectual pursuit should be, find out what is and what is not parenthetical, I mean that. I mean, I really think that we should start looking a little harder at the truth rather than all these other little camps trying to compete for our attention. That's all I have to say.
Yeah, man, I think that's what we're doing. Like, we're doing it right now, I hope. Elections, and then Tony, and then Kent, and then we'll get back into the podcast.
Sup, Grider? How is everybody tonight? Good space. UFO, you did a superb job on analyzing the provenance of the MJ12 documents. I really, really enjoyed, and I didn't take issue with anything you said there. Really thought that was well done. And also implicit in that was the circularity of information and conspiracy in particular. Yeah, I mean, something gets passed on, then it goes to 3 people, and then it's 12, and then it's echoing back and forth. And this is a problem of the modern age too. Regarding MJ12 and continuity of government, they're the same thing, basically, same group. They may have some differentiation. Obviously, staff is a little bit different, and COG is more regular staff, but it's the same thing. Started in 47, and likely the guy that coordinated it for Truman was Gordon Gray. And all the Dulles stuff that was referenced herein, all those meetings with JFK are verified. That's for real. Last point on this whole thing. A friend of mine shared with me recently, kind of stunned at this. They had the opportunity to do some work at Mount Weather. I don't know if anybody else heard me say this. I said this one time before. And he saw point blank the doors of the continuity of government facilities, and on the doors, front and center, A spot was Kissinger, B spot was Dick Cheney, and C spot was Donald Rumsfeld. And he saw that with his own eyes. So that stuff is real as well. Hope everybody had a good
lead.
weekend.
Thanks, Election. That's a good lead for if there is some sort of, again, people who are privy to the core secrets of the United States government and, the UFO topic, I'm sure is one of them. Those 3 names that you just listed, I think are pretty big contenders for any sort of Majestic 12 like group. And yeah, that's a really cool piece of information.
Cheney is completely in charge right now.
Majestic 12. I was staying with the we don't want to get into Cheney, man. That'll unleash a whole new can of worms. I could go on about Cheney for days, man. I'm not looking to get my blood pressure up. I mean, I'm already sick. Tony.
So I had just a general question, and I think it is related to MJ12. It was for you, Grider. When actual documents are, when I say actual, when secret documents are released, and what is the protocol by the CIA or whoever, NSA, whatever, intelligence community, if those are actual like documents they don't want leaked? I mean, it would be, I guess what I'm trying to say is it would be nice to study or hear about how many times documents have been leaked and then what the actions were taken by the intelligence community afterwards. In other words, did they want those documents leaked or not? Does that mean, can you get to the bottom of that?
They aren't sent through the mail. They aren't sent through the mail, and they're not left,
Yeah. And what are
on the other side of like a mail slot, all right, and they're not just allowed to exist. Like if there's a leak, then there's a big investigation. They tend to, the first step in a investigation into a leak of classified information is to gain control of the classified information and prevent any further leakage. So like it's just, yeah.
I appreciate that. I just wanted to just mention really quickly that these were not these. It was a negative, right? It was a film canister of a negative of pictures of these documents, which, I mean, still you're right, but I just want to make that distinction.
And yeah, I guess my question is,
yeah, but
what
it would still be considered a leak, though. Like it would still be considered a leak once word got out that that these exist. Like it doesn't matter. Like if you take a picture of a classified document or if you take a copy of a classified document, it's the same thing. But that is a good point. It's like, so somebody had to have, if these are real though, then that means, yeah, somebody like had to have got a camera into a secured facility, which they tend to, you're not allowed to bring cameras into, a secured facility and start taking pictures.
Also,
I don't know if they had skiffs back then, but I know skiffs nowadays, if you try to go into a skiff with a camera and use it, I mean, it's not going to happen. You're not going to make it out of the skiff. So,
well,
at least with the camera.
Just a quick follow up to that is that nobody's immune. Like journalists or people like George Knapp can't just take classified information and leak it, right? Just because they don't have immunity on something that's classified as national security, right?
I mean, it depends.
Yes.
I mean, there's.
Yes, they do.
It depends. It just depends.
Yeah, I would kind of doubt that.
Tell that to Julian Assange,
Yeah, that's what.
But then look at like
Yeah.
But then take a look at Glenn Greenwald, who was a part of The Intercept and who published the Snowden documents, and he didn't get charged. So it depends on whether the government wants to classify you as a journalist or a terrorist. But that's a whole new can of worms. Yeah, like that's a discussion that needs its own space, kind of, because that's really complicated.
Yeah, I know it seems like it's kind of at the root of all of these documents, UFO documents, though, that are claimed to be, leaks. That's all. That's the reason I was asking.
Yeah, no, and I mean, Grider's right. Obviously, it depends on if they want to classify you as a terrorist or what. But generally speaking, legally, journalists have immunity from being prosecuted for leaking classified information. Now, the person that leaked it to them does not have any type of immunity, but the journalists themselves are often, they do. They are not held responsible for leaking classified info.
They have strict reserve to not reveal their sources, but in the questions of national security, they can be compelled either to withhold or to actually disgorge.
I mean, if a journalist had one of our most top secret weapons plans, I mean, I'm pretty sure they wouldn't be allowed to continue.
The defining point is public interest. If the journalist can prove that their disclosure was in the public interest, they can get out of getting in trouble.
So if someone had leaked Oppenheimer's project during the Manhattan,
All right, Tony.
what?
Like,
I'm just
let's not get into this
okay.
because I mean, like,
He goes
this
to
could
the
be a
roof.
really, I mean, this conversation
Yeah.
could go on for 45 minutes.
Yeah.
I feel like we reached kind of a good spot as far as that question. I mean, that's a good question. It's just we could keep going on posing hypotheticals, forever. So, Kent, do you want to go on and close us out for this one break, and then we'll start back with the podcast?
Yeah, I think what we're getting hung up on is names. I think there is, this is one thing. You guys think it's all within the American government. I just want to run this past you. 1561, Nuremberg, Germany. The leaders of Germany are related to all of Europe. All I'm saying is that we have had recovery programs for hundreds of years. These things are endemic in the governments before they were even governments. That's why it's so easy to hide. It's not the American government. It's a combination of all of the governments that are hiding this, not just the American government.
Yeah. All right. So, Mean Face, do you have anything before we get started back with the
No, I was going to
podcast?
read an excerpt from Project Beta about Linda Moulton Howe reading the Aquarius document. But I
Yeah,
think,
go on.
all right. Yeah. Hold on one second. So this is part of the Aquarius telex that Bill Moore gave to Benowitz, or tried to pass off to Benowitz. Doty also gave a version of this to Linda Moulton Howe. They called her in to I'm not sure if it's Kirkland, but it was a skip life setting, and this is what ensued. So Doty pulled an envelope from a drawer, took out several sheets of paper, and handed them to Howe. My superiors have asked me to show this to you, he said. You can read these and ask me questions, but you can't take any notes. The top page was titled Briefing Paper for the President of the United States. As she leafed through the sheaf of material, her eyes scanned other things like crashes of silver discs, quote unquote alien bodies, and quote unquote extraterrestrial biological entities, EBEs, again, something that we see echoed later on. Doty asked her to move from the chair she was in to a large green one in the middle of the room. Eyes can see through windows, he said. The windows that Howe was facing were now at her back, and the mirrors that covered part of the wall now faced her. Doty later revealed that there were Air Force employees behind the mirrors filming Howe's reaction and recording the conversation on tape. Howe continued reading the papers, trying to remain calm as she absorbed the flood of information. The stories continued. UFO crashes at Roswell. In 1949, no less, not in 1947, as legend has had it, Kingman, Arizona, and one in Mexico just over the border. This was heavy stuff to shove in front of an eager UFO chaser. Why did you choose me for this? Why not the New York Times, she asked. Because independent reporters like you are much easier to control. Doty added that certain people in the Air Force and other places in government wanted to help her with her HBO documentary by providing her with film, blah, 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 blah. So it's just, again, part of the dissemination process. Linda Moulton Howe, you put yourself in her shoes, gets pretty much, VIP access to this room and these documents that she's not allowed to take notes of, not allowed to take pictures of, not allowed to take back. She's being recorded as not just watched, she's actually being recorded as she reads these documents. And then she's told to go tell people about it. Right. So it's an interesting footnote. And I think something that we should keep in mind when we are talking about the Majestic 12 documents, especially since Bill Moore seems to be at the center of all of this.
One last thing that I'll say, just kind of a little tidbit of trivia, is that there is a security clearance called Cosmic, and that's the highest top secret clearance in NATO. So there is actually something kind of that sounds a little bit like Majestic. That's Cosmic, and that's top secret Cosmic. It's the absolute highest level of security clearance in NATO, which is the North Atlantic Treaty Organization, which is like the the Allied forces around the world. So just something of interest. And I guess we're going to get started back with, looks like coming up. Hold on. Oh, all right. So coming up, we have JFK and MJ12, and then we'll get into, and then it'll get into kind of looking at the documents, why the leaks occurred, Thomas Cantwell, MJ12 and 1954 Atomic Energy Agreement, overlooked names, and Forrestal's death. MJ, okay, and then we'll close out that'll be the end of the podcast. So this last 30 minutes is it. And then we'll have one final discussion. Please, if you guys want to come up at the end of this, feel free. And don't forget to check the documents up in the nest. So this will be it.
Dale Bailey, who alleges he saw the Psalm 101 manual when he was assisting in the destruction of classified UFO material for an admiral in 1976. Mr. Wood is currently in the process of locating files on this witness from his father's archive, so I may have some testimony from this individual soon. Within the words of the document, the Woods have noticed many minute details that speak to the manual's authenticity. These include the mention of craft tape when discussing packaging NHI materials, not duct tape, which is accurate to 1954 shipping methods, as well as some spelling mechanisms, such as screwdriver being 2 words, which was customary in 1954, the capitalization of first aid, which was changed to lowercase in the late 50s, the abbreviation of New Mexico as N.MEX, not N.M, which was altered for zip codes, as well as the solo typo in the document in the word desiccant. And there is, of course, the point we touched on earlier, the raising of the letter Z, which indicated the usage of a hot lead press. Many detractors to the document like to point to the cover page and usage of variable fonts and drop shadow font, but we can find other Army field manuals from this time period using the same styling. Odd fonts had also been used in various documents, like this October 24, 1952 memo initiating the NSA under the Truman administration. Blocked epistemology has theorized the usage of fonts was actually experiments done by Dr. Vannevar Bush, who actually experimented with fonts, such as pictured here in a Popular Mechanics magazine, where we can see Bush operating a novel photo typesetting machine out of EG&G in 1950. Bush even led the design of the cryptographic machinery used by the NSA's predecessor, OP-20-G. Skeptics of the memo additionally like to point out a restricted classification on the memo's cover page and how the memo cannot be both top secret and restricted, since restricted classification falls below confidential and top secret. This is a misunderstood point. According to the 1947 Atomic Energy Act, information on atomic energy is born classified even if not created by USG elements. In situations such as these, restricted data is not a level of classification. A document containing restricted data can also be classified as secret or top secret. The Psalm 1 was also written during the time that the restricted classification level was phased out of USG to confidential, so we can find articles during this time about an extended changeover period due to some issues. Additionally, skeptics point out the fact that Area 51S4, as highlighted in the classification table, did not exist in 1954, and this is a very important point to address.
Yeah, well, and we found a newspaper article in 51. Basically, contractors are pissed off that there was this huge government contract awarded to a competitor for hundreds of millions of dollars for concrete out in Area 51, and they're fighting back and forth in the newspaper in 51. And the other thing is, it was Groom Lake. There was a mine, the Groom Lake mine, which was a borax mine there already that could have been exploited to be enhanced for an underground facility as well. That could still be researched further to find out from the mining department and the historical records of, well, how big was this underground borax mine? How many millions of square feet is it, or was it? Where precisely is it? So you could dig further to provide further evidence there. But yeah, clearly it was started in 51, and it's, I'm sure, started small.
I strongly recommend reading Jan Aldrich's 1996 criticism of the Special Operations Manual. Aldrich's primary criticisms of the manual revolve around what it doesn't include, such as instructions to tell recovery teams to set up a grid, photograph the scene, and tag each item for future reference. Aldrich also criticizes the use of down satellites, which in 1954 was before the time of Sputnik. The use of the word satellite has been utilized commonly during this time period in literature to discuss space debris. I find much of his criticisms to be fluff, such as problems with interchanging the phrases MJ-12, Magic 12, and Majestic 12 throughout the document, and can't help but to feel that Aldrich cherry-picked his arguments surrounding what is not instructed of the recovery teams. However, I do think his criticisms are important to understand when reading the document. If you want to read more, Ryan and Dr. Bob have a massive section on their website, specialoperationsmanual.com, authenticating the Psalm 101. I highly recommend reading this for more of a deep dive into authenticating the manual. The article explores more into the provenance of the document, including analyzing the anonymous store in Wisconsin where the film was mailed. With all of this discussion around the Psalm 101, I found it important to touch on the legitimacy of other Majestic documents, especially those that have been found in avenues such as the National Archives. Ryan had many more to reference.
There was the Cutler-Twining memo. This is Bob Cutler, Robert Cutler to the National Security Council, and it says NSC MJ-12 Special Studies Group in 1954. So it doesn't say Majestic, but it says MJ-12 Special Studies Group. It's an original onion skin. It's in the Library of Congress Manuscript Division in downtown Washington. So there's other documents too. There's one at College Park in Maryland from the Joint Intelligence Objectives Agency, which is sort of part of Paperclip, that says CIA MJ-12 on the bottom of a memo for Project Paperclip, Project 63, I think. So, but anyway, there's a couple of examples, and then there's acknowledgement, as I mentioned earlier, that the Interplanetary Phenomenon Unit exists as well. So it's not like there's no evidence from the National Archives, let alone all the other stuff, all the other UFOs, Project Sign, Project Grudge, and all that research.
Of course, with Ross Coulthart's new reality check program, interest in JFK and the Majestic documents is at an all-time high, and I was super keen to explore this avenue.
I think it's in the Interplanetary Phenomenon Unit one where they say that Kennedy was given some information, or believed to have gotten information from somebody in Congress while he was before he was elected president. So Kennedy was aware of it, according to the documents, of this topic and its importance. There's also national security action memorandums like a week before he's assassinated, where he says to James Webb, the head of NASA, I want you to share with the Russians the knowns and the unknowns. And by implication, that means, open the kimono and tell the Soviets all about UFOs. And there's lots of reasons why Kennedy would be assassinated. But here's another one reason, is that he might have told the truth or pushed harder on cooperation with the Soviets. I mean, particularly after his, Bay of Pigs, showdown. He didn't want that to happen again.
The connection with JFK and MJ-12 does not stop here. Within the Majestic documents lies a retyped NSA intercept of JFK's hotline, talking to the premier about the UFO situation and national security implications. JFK is also mentioned within another set of documents Wood considers to have the highest authenticity rating, the Burned Memo. In June of 1999, UFO researcher Tim Cooper received an anonymous letter from a source claiming to be a CIA counterintelligence officer with documents that would connect MJ-12 to JFK's murder. The source commended Cooper on his decision to have worked with Dr. Bob on the Majestic files. The files included by the source claimed to have been some of the last surviving paper MJ-12 documents, After a special classified executive order from Nixon ordered all MJ-12 documents to be destroyed and moved onto computers. The burned memo was allegedly snatched from a fire before being destroyed and is, unlike most documents, original paper. This memo is from MJ-1, aka the Director of Central Intelligence. The memo is directed to MJs 2 through 7, in reference to Project Majestic in Jehovah, a Vero parasite in Parhelion. Quote, "As you must know, Lancer, codeword for JFK, has made some inquiries regarding our activities which we cannot allow." End quote. We can also find a 1961 document allegedly sent by JFK to the director of the CIA requesting an update on the psychological warfare plans related to the Majestic 12. And here is a very interesting additional point. In 2023, President Biden ordered some documents from the JFK investigation be released. One name of note within these documents was CIA agent Reuben Efron, who was intercepting Lee Harvey Oswald's mail in the months before his assassination. I do find it a bit strange. The October 15th, 1955 Central Intelligence Bulletin listed operative Reuben Efron as well as 3 other USG or U.S. military personnel as witnessing disc-like UFOs when traveling via train in the Caspian Sea. There are hundreds of Majestic documents, and the Woods have implemented a really quality scale to gauge the authenticity of these documents. So of course, with so many documents from so many sources over so many years, I was encouraged to ask Mr. Wood if there were any documents he suspects are forgeries.
Yeah, that's a good comment. At this point, I don't have any information that any document that's listed on the website is fake. I have no credible evidence that it's genuinely faked. I mean, so to fake something, you have to have really, what's the specific, why did you fake it? Mm-hmm. Did you launch it against a specific target in intelligence? Are you trying to mess with the UFO community? Why bother? The general attitude of the intelligence community, or the people that control this secret, is to ignore everything and provide no additional confirmation or evidence. They just try to manage leaks and discredit people. So that's the methodology for managing leaks. So I would say at this time, I have no evidence that anything has been faked. Now, I've got lots of documents where you can't do anything more, like the Aquarius document that came out in the Carter, was allegedly signed by Carter.
Yeah, I wanted to bring that up. That was brought forth by UFO researcher Lee Graham, the Aquarius document package. Can you talk about that and describe it a little bit along with kind of your feelings on it?
Yeah, I mean, it's sort of fluff in my mind. I mean, it's informed fluff, but there's nothing to check. There's not enough specifics to validate or check anything. And it just seems odd that a document like this would be devoid of specifics. Maybe they wanted to ensure that there weren't any specifics that were checkable. But that's the part that's troubling, and you can't check it, so you don't know what to do with it. So that's why it's in, as Stan Friedman calls, the gray basket, or I call the neutral basket, where I need more evidence to push it down or up.
As we know, the Majestic documents were leaked during the 1984 to 1999 era. This time was post-Robertson panel and Condon Committee, where public interest in UFOs were at a relative low. Only behind the scenes in the 70s were researchers like Leonard Stringfield doing serious research on crash retrievals. With the majority of the documents dating back to the 40s and 50s, I asked Mr. Wood why he thought the leaks occurred when they did.
But it was really about Vannevar Bush writing to Eisenhower saying, we have all these celestial gifts of crashed UFOs, and we really ought to do something about it. And he said, be quiet, go win the war, and come back to me later. And when Roswell happened, they actually pushed at it and started this organization. So who leaked it and why? Well, again, there's multiple sources, and we don't really know, but we know that there was 2 film drops in 84 and 94. Those may have been the same people, but maybe not, two different people. The certain method of delivery in undeveloped film was the same. And then there was several mailings from Sacramento, California. There was several mailbox drops, some physically put in Tim Cooper's mailbox without postage. It's like somebody went into the mail room or was a member of the post office and put it in his mailbox, or cracked his code at the top and stuck it in. And then there was some mailings, for example, from the Freedom of Information Act office at Fort Meade, Maryland, that came physically mailed, the Encyclopedia of Flying Saucers, which is original onion skin. And then there was a couple of different documents that they had this -1 and -2 in the upper corner on every page. And ultimately, Thomas Cantwell wrote a letter at the time of his death, or near the time of his death, to Tim Cooper. It basically said, "Dear Tim, by the time you get this letter reaches you, I will left this world." So he's dying of cancer. And he goes on to describe, his relationship with Stringfield and Friedman and intelligence contacts at Fort Meade, Maryland, Roswell, and then has a sketch of a craft that he sort of drew as the Roswell craft. And then we also had another letter from Salina, which is allegedly the daughter of Thomas Cantwell, or Cantwell, which is a pseudonym. It's not his real name.
Right.
But he worked allegedly at the Interplanetary Phenomenon Unit, and probably was an OSS officer in that time frame. And you don't know what he died of other than cancer. But so that's sort of the broad brush of the sources of materials. And there's so many names. I mean, on the majesticdocuments.com website, you dig around, there's a personnel,
the master list, right?
Master personnel data list. And I'd urge everybody to file off your Freedom of Information Act requests to the CIA and the NSA and the Air Force and Air Force Office of Special Investigations, and try to dig up more information and more FBI files on those people and individuals, or go to the National Archives. So there's loads of research to be done. It's just you got to pay people to do it.
Right.
There's just a limited bandwidth. Everybody in ufology sort of has this, peak of enthusiasm, and then it wanes, and then you sort of have the trough of disillusionment, and then if you keep going, you keep learning more. It's a complicated world.
The mention of Cantwell, sometimes mistaken as Cantwell here, gives us a great opportunity to analyze what we know about the Majestic document leaks and their sources. There are three major sources of document leaks. 1. Cantwell, who supplied much of the material we've covered today to Tim Cooper, such as the IPU report and field order, Hillenkotter Magic Memo, First Annual Report, and the JFK to Director of the CIA documents. Salina, the alleged daughter of Cantwell, supplied Cooper with 10 short memos alongside documents like the Twining White-Hot Report, Eisenhower to Oppenheimer Memo, and Directive from Twining to Truman. And lastly, we have Source 1, who supplied the burned memo we spoke about earlier. In his letter to Cooper, Thomas Cantwell took ownership for many of the mailbox Majestic document drops starting in 1992. Timothy Cooper investigated Mr. Cantwell and legally bound his findings in a 5-page affidavit distributed to Stanton Friedman and Dr. Bob Wood that can be found on majesticdocuments.com. Information obtained by Cooper and shared with Stanton and Bob include claims of Cantwell's background. Cantwell himself stated to be part of the, quote, Counterintelligence Corps, CIC, Scientific and Technical Branch Interplanetary Phenomenon Unit from 1942 to 1958. According to Cantwell, he served in the CIC until 1980 and worked for CIA covert operations in the 60s and had contacts with the FBI, KGB, and GRU. He claimed to have retired as lieutenant colonel and been involved with the Majestic community, MAGCOM, and the super-secret 5412 group, end quote. Well-respected Reddit user Harry is White Hot has spearheaded an investigation into identifying this mysterious Cantwell, so credit for his amazing work. Harry has proposed the idea for why CIA operative Boris Dmitry Tarasov is the man behind the enigmatic Thomas Cantwell. Tarasov's CIA career spanned between 1956 and 1968 after immigrating to the US from Russia, where his Russian language abilities proved invaluable to US intelligence agencies. His U.S. Army records from the Counterintelligence Corps range from 1942 to 1945, where Tarasov then left the CIC to work for the Red Cross in Cleveland, Ohio. Harry wisely points out this Red Cross work likely is a cover story for work on the IPU, stationed out of Wright Field, which is located in northern Ohio near Cleveland. Wright Field also housed the Army Air Materiel Command, where General Nathan Twining, alleged Majestic 12 member, was stationed. It's worth mentioning during his time at the American National Red Cross, Tarasov was employed for building maintenance engineering under a social agency. One must ask why a counterintelligence operator tasked with, quote, detailed composition of the foreign armies and their intelligence services approach and interrogation of the enemy military personnel and civilian detection and prevention of the acts of sabotage, end quote, would leave for a social agency 4 years into their career before rejoining the CIA. Interesting connection here as well. In Cooper's description of Cantwell, he states while Cantwell was part of the CIA and CIC, he interrogated agents in West Germany. We can see on Tarasov's official record in 1945, the agent attended the advanced CIC school in Ober-Urself, Germany, where he was tasked with, quote, extracting the necessary information from the enemy population, military, and members of the Nazi Party, end quote. In his analysis of Cantwell, Cooper also states Cantwell served as U.S. Army intelligence in Washington, D.C. from 42 to 45. Well, we can find Tarasov attended the Military Intelligence Training Center and performed CIC work at Camp Ritchie, Maryland, a mere 70 miles from D.C. in the year of 1945. What's up, guys? Thank you so much for joining me into this investigation and documentary on the Majestic 12 and Majestic documents. Before I get into my usual ramblings at the end of every video, I need to say a couple things. One, thank you, Mr. Ryan S. Wood. Thank you for sitting down with me, doing this interview, answering hours of questions and emails in the Majestic documents, the Majestic 12, me requesting additional files, me requesting images, and so forth. This man is truly of incredible character, and I am so thankful one of my biggest inspirations in the field of ufology agreed to sit down with me and cover the Majestic documents. For anybody who has watched a single one of my videos, you know I reference this book, Magic Eyes Only, as the greatest book I have ever read on UFO crash retrievals by Ryan S. Wood. I highly encourage anybody to purchase this book because it also covers much of the Majestic 12, including the authenticating of the Special Operations Manual. It also includes a full copy of the Special Operations Manual. Third, Ryan S. Wood has a beautiful tool I don't see referenced much. This is a website called UFO Dex, UFODEX.com. What this is, Ryan S. Wood trained a ChatGPT model and scanned in between 500 and 800 UFO books. You can submit a question on any topic in ufology and receive an answer from Mr. Wood. I myself have used this tool dozens of times, and I've used it in a lot of my past research, such as referencing the 19... See every document we covered today, which is over 30. You'll find the exact name. Go to majesticdocuments.com, punch that in, copy and paste it. Review the document while watching the video. I think that's really important. when we're discussing a document, you can have it on another monitor on part of your screen, kind of read through what we're going through. You know me, I like to cite my work. So all of these documents will be available for you to read super easily. Okay, on to my ramblings. The Majestic 12 has consumed my life for the past couple of weeks, to the point where I have not even touched this. And this is going to be my next reading. I cannot wait to dive in. But
he's holding
I
up
highly
Elizondo's
recommend
book.
anybody get the Majestic or Magic Eyes Only book, and a book I referenced multiple times in the video, Top Secret Magic by Stanton Friedman. If you want to learn more into the authentication of the Eisenhower briefing document, Cutler Twining memo, Truman Forrestal memo, this is the book for you. It was written in the 90s, but this is a beautiful piece that's so useful to investigate more into what we've been talking about today. Stanton Friedman is a legend amongst Ryan Wood, Robert Wood. So please check out this book if you want to learn more. It's fantastic. So now we can get on to some of my thoughts. Anybody who's watched my videos knows more and more over time I've been referencing the Majestic documents. A perfect example is my last video, the 1974 Koyame crash retrieval. I referenced the first annual Majestic report as well as the IPU report. Before that, in my 1955 crash video near Del Rio, Texas, I referenced the Eisenhower briefing document and the 1950 crash listed there, also touched on by Lou Elizondo, to have occurred near El Indio in Guerrero. I made some statements public that I thought that the Majestic 12 was likely a real organization, and the Majestic files had probably been a mix of information and disinformation. At that time, I had not spent the amount of time I have now pouring through the documents, looking at connections, looking at research, and just immersing myself in so much time. I think the Majestic 12 encompasses so much more than what I initially suspected. What really took me by surprise was the amount of length behind authenticating the Eisenhower briefing document and Special Operations Manual. Those, of course, are two of the big heavy hitters. We talk about this in this video. But towards the end of the video, you'll remember the Bowen manuscript. And you'll remember how the author, Bowen, I can't remember his first name, sent this in to the Department of Defense in 1960 to get it reviewed. He never got a copy back. It wasn't until 1999 Timothy Cooper got this from a FOIA designation, Fort Meade, with comments all over it from Vannevar Bush and stamped Top Secret Magic. Now, of course, we discussed how this referenced moon dust, that Vannevar Bush made comments on anti-gravity vehicles. But the discussion of moon dust and insect-like beings reminded me so much of Dr. Sarbacher. And of course, I discussed that video, Dr. Sarbacher, multiple times, but we have to remember that within the Majestic files, one, if not the key player, is Dr. Vannevar Bush. Of course, the beginning of the Majestic leaks occurred in 1980, but the thing is, we can trace Dr. Robert Sarbacher discussing Vannevar Bush directing UFO study in the US government as far back as 1950, around the time of the alleged MJ-12 connection. So I never thought the Sarbacher connections would go so deep here. Remember, Dr. Sarbacher, even when talking to Stanton Friedman, name-dropped Dr. Eric Walker. Dr. Eric Walker himself confirmed to know of the MJ-12's existence and to say it's real, along with a really interesting quote that reminded me of Don Quixote chasing at windmills. Perhaps what he meant by this is you might have the Majestic documents, because I believe this interview came out in the mid to late 80s. So we didn't have all the Majestic documents. I think that he may have meant you might have these Majestic documents, you may be able to read them, but you will never get to the bottom of it. It's futile to try and fully grasp the extent of the Majestic files. And
all right, I was hoping that he would kind of have a summary, but it looks like he's just rambling kind of. I mean, I don't know what this guy's doing. So we're just going to go on and cut it right there. So I guess like one thing that I'll say in summary before we go on to the speakers, and please guys come up and speak. If you, I mean, just, it doesn't matter what you want to talk about. If you have any loosely associated comments, we're at the end now of the space. So not really in a time constraint. If you have, I mean, if you want to come up and compare the Majestic 12 to modern day, if you want to talk about basically anything, just feel free to come up. There's no restrictions now that we're at the end. One thing I will say is that this was a heavily biased towards believing that the documents are authentic. I don't know if you guys picked up on that Dr. Ryan Wood and his son, I don't know. his son, who's still active within the community occasionally, but is still alive at least. Dr. Wood, who we just heard being interviewed, I think is passed away. I think he passed away. Or maybe I have it flip flopped. I don't know. My bad. But the point is that this was a heavily biased towards believing that the documents are real type of interview. The guy believes that the documents are authentic, as you can, as you heard at the end. He still believes that there isn't a single document that has been proven to be fake or a forgery. And I would personally disagree. And I think that's what we'll get into next week is more of, it's going to be kind of a bias towards, I mean, I hate to say bias, but we're going to go over a lot of the disproofs, a lot of the debunks, and a lot of the work that's been done that's proven that that shows that these documents are more than likely, at least a majority of them are fake. So that'll be next week. But yeah, so you just heard basically one side of it, kind of the, kind of the believer side. And yeah, so go on to Mean Girls, and then we'll go around to the other speakers.
Yeah, so this is gonna be a little bit long-winded, so like I just hope I can get like 5 minutes before we start taking any panelists. What's interesting here is
you can have as long as you want, man. Yeah, just go for as long as you want.
So what's interesting here is UAP GERB seems to completely avoid the association with Bill Moore and Chandray, right? And I think this is why learning about Bill Moore, Chandray, and Doty is so pivotal to understanding ufology and its history, and to sift through what's garbage and what's not, right? And by the way, Doty, I know you have me blocked, and I know you're in the anonymous listener section on the burner. So I urge you to unblock and come back up and have a conversation. It's all good here. No one's gonna attack you or press you. But right. So he completely avoids UAP group completely avoids the associations that these people have with these documents, and there's stories within stories that like people don't know. A really good point too is that this was a heavily contested release. This was not, I mean, obviously this lit the UFO community on fire, spawned television shows, movies, etc., and a lot of people were in the believer camp, but a lot of researchers who were not debunkers, right? People like Kevin Randall, Barry Greenwood, Jan Aldrich was mentioned in the documentary that we just heard. Jan Aldrich is 100% a believer and a huge heavy hitter. A lot of these people are behind the I think is one of the best books on UFOs, and what inspired me to get back into the subject was UFOs and Government, where they go through the historical um, the historical perspective of the United States government dealing with the UFO phenomenon, right? Based off of documentation and all these other things. So this was kind of like a hot topic for a while, and it was interesting because Stanton Friedman was on, was defending these documents, but I don't think it ever got ugly, right? And that's something that everyone should take note of. These people were allowed to talk about these documents, whether they were real or not, defend their position. And not only did they defend their position, they would bring points as to why they believed in the position that they did, right? So it was, I think, a little bit more academically inclined back then. Now, back to the associations with Bill Moore. So uh, there was a document called the Cutler Twining Memo that was found in 1985 that also mentioned Majestic 12. Right now, let me just pull that up really quick. Here we go. So the classification of no, sorry, this is the wrong thing. Let me just pull that really quick. So this was a memo that was found in National Archives box, right? That seem to have been planted by Moore and Chandray, right? And this is something that I think even Stanton Friedman doesn't contest, right? The document was folded and it was put in a box, and it was magically found by them, right, in a place where it shouldn't have been. And the reason that this document is interesting is because it does mention Majestic 12, so it would give credence to the actual document itself, but again, heavily contested with whether that is actually real or not. And again, interesting that Chandray and Moore again are at the center of this at another document that seems to prove that whatever they have is real, right? So something to definitely take note of. Now, there was a UFO researcher named Barry Greenwood, right, who is probably one of the best. I do want to read some excerpts of what he had to say about all of about the Majestic 12 documents and their connections to Bill Moore and James Shandaray, right? So, speaking about when Timothy Good released those documents back in '87, the discussion was about whether, okay, well, what was the point? Was Moore trying to make money off of this? Why? Why is the question? We had learned that Moore had an agreement to do a simultaneous release of the Majestic 12 documents with Timothy Good upon the European publication of Good's new book, Above Top Secret. But Good's book was to be released early, trumping the simultaneous release. Moore had to scramble to get his end of the deal together so Good wouldn't have sole publicity. An issue of Moore's newsletter, Focus, was prepared in a hasty effort with copies of the Majestic 12 documents printed from the film. It was the first time I would see these papers that had any substance in the rumor mill. So also something to take note of, researchers were allowed to peek at these documents. They weren't allowed to take pictures. They weren't allowed to take any notes, right? Further feeding the rumor mill. That's just an anecdote I want to throw in there. For the first time I would see these papers, I was grossly disappointed. Everything about the appearance of the documents screamed fake. Security markings were applied inaccurately. Language sometimes bordered on the ridiculous. An emblem was hand-drawn instead of printed. It looked amateurish. And I was not someone who had not seen UFO documents before. I'd seen thousands already in hard copy and microfilm, right? Then we go on to the bit of censorship that Bill Moore and Shandaray had when they decided to release the source, like the actual envelope where they got the documents, right? Much has been said from the Majestic 12 film coming from an anonymous source, but was it really anonymous? The film mail to Shandaray came in the mail. It had to come in a large envelope. In fact, a copy of the front of it appears in the 1988 MUFON Symposium proceedings with a paper by Moore and Stanton Friedman titled Majestic 12 and Phil Class, What Are the Facts? There was one problem. The whole purpose of showing the envelope was to see what the postmark was, to give a hint as to where it came from. You would think that that's important information. But Moore and Friedman performed a careful bit of censorship and made sure the copy didn't include the entire postmark, with it being cut off at the top. Why? Because if it had been included, it would show that it came from Albuquerque, New Mexico, home of Kirtland Air Force Base and AFOSI Special Agent you know who, right? So that's interesting. Again, another lead to Doty, our favorite, AFOSI agent, who also seems to be behind many of the things that we think are true in the beginning. Here's another piece. The only piece of paperwork to mention Majestic 12 not found in mysterious acquisition is a Cutler Twining memo. I inspected the box which was allegedly found. It contained little paperwork with many empty folders. The memo was said to have found in between folders that otherwise had nothing to do with Majestic 12 or UFOs. Stanton Friedman has admitted that he felt the document was planted in the box to be found after Moore being alerted by previous messages said to have been received by him pointing the way. So that's very interesting, right? Again, another just chink in the armor. Now we talk about something else. We're talking about the actual formatting and the type font of the documents. I discussed this in the original reporting on Majestic 12, but it bears repeating. In the Eisenhower briefing is a list of unattached attachments. Attachment A, quote unquote, is called a quote unquote special classified executive order 092447. It implies the presidential executive orders are classified under a certain numbering system. Real executive orders are numbered sequentially from the first one at the dawn of the Republic. This can be classified but still retain the sequential numbering throughout the presidential terms. However, in this case, a number that is applied that is not sequential, but is merely the date of the document, September 4th, 1947, so 092447. This number doesn't mesh with the real numbering of executive orders for the 1947 timeframe. There's no such thing as special classified executive order. It has been made up for the special occasion of Majestic 12, which is the only place you will ever find it. It is a hardcore, nuts and bolts example of how even unsophisticated fakery can grab hold of public attention and seem outwardly impressive when it is merely a puff of smoke. So this is from Barry Greenwood. again, I urge everybody to look into him as a UFO researcher. These are his thoughts on the Majestic 12 documents. And I got to say, they do echo pretty much everybody else's that I respect, it's like Jan Aldrich, Kevin Randall. So I just want to throw that in there. The Cutler Twining document that was, again, found magically by Moore and Chandray, another red flag for me in terms of what was going on. So it's starting to feel for me, at least now, that Moore had some sort of financial incentive to keep perpetrating this. And I have to, I've been singing Bill Moore's praises for a while now, as Grider will tell you. But after going through the Majestic 12 stuff and his involvement in it and his possible motivations for it, I'm starting to think that this guy was not all he was cracked up to be, and possibly that his speech at 1989 was a little bit of a revisionist speech in order to maybe clear up his reputation, right? So these are interesting footnotes that I think everybody should know.
All right, Lana or Kent?
If Lana wants to go, she can go. If not, I'll just say, let's say that the Majestic 12 documents aren't real. You've got to also consider, one, have a look at the volume of data, have a look at the amount of trouble that had to be gone to. I mean, I'm not trying to be disingenuous here, mean face, but I just find it hard to believe that these obvious, ridiculous deficiencies that this one guy pointing out was missed by a nuclear physicist. I just find that hard to believe. But in my opinion, what I would find more ridiculous is that they're fake, because if they're fake, someone went to a hell of a lot of trouble to produce a load of fake documents that drew a lot of attention to a lot of government programs. That seems like a ridiculous scenario to me. I don't mean disrespectfully, I just mean logically. Why would I want to bring so much attention to the subject by creating volumes and volumes of fake documents about something that's not real? Makes no sense to me at all.
Well, as a rebuttal, I'll just say it was 8 pages or so, right? It wasn't specifically volumes and volumes of documents. And the as far as a comment about Stanton Friedman missing these
Yeah,
things,
but
I actually
you realize how difficult it is to fake documents. Do you realize how difficult it is to fake documents to that level?
well, here's a problem though.
Explain it to us.
Well, hold on. Here's the issue with that. It wasn't actually documents. It was pictures of documents on microfilm, and it seems to be the chain of custody always seems to go back to Bill Moore. Even when Timothy Good says, "Oh, I got this from a CIA informant," you look at the document itself, right, or the printout. It has the same markings as Bill Moore's copier, right? So, like, no, hold on. Let me just. I just want to finish my point here. Is that like you have a chain of custody that comes back to Bill Moore and Chandray, right? No matter what, even preceding the Timothy Good documents, it all seems to come back to Bill Moore, who's disseminating this within the UFO community. And now people are lying about where they get it from. They're saying, "Oh, it's from CIA." No, it's very clearly Bill Moore. Now, on the topic of the formatting errors that Stanton Friedman might have missed, I have to admit, I don't know Stanton Friedman's position. We were saving that for next week as far as to like why he vehemently believes that these documents might be real. I don't know the full story about that. But the errors on the documents themselves, that's not contested at all. That is verified by multiple researchers across the field. And frankly, it's what caused people to basically say, "Hey, this is a red flag. These look legit if you don't know what you're looking at. But upon further scrutiny, if you look at it a little bit closer, these are clear forgeries," right? There's even a signature that is a clear forgery from another document back in 47. I believe it was Truman's signature, copy and paste, right? With evidence of it being copied and pasted. So I'm not going to argue with, why Stanton Friedman believed this or that, but I do know the general consensus is that there are plenty of things wrong with these documents. Now, the idea of Majestic 12 existing, or a core group of people who have an idea of what the core secret is about the UFO phenomenon, whether you think it's real or not, or whether it is real or not, that I will agree with you. I do think that exists, and we had elections come up here tell us he saw 3 names on Mount Weather, people that are in continuity of government that would know this thing, but the actual documents themselves, like it doesn't it it does not make sense that Bill Moore and Chandray are always at the center of this. And then you look at their ties to Doty, and you look at the fact that it even came from New Mexico, Albuquerque. Why is it always coming back to our favorite AFOSI agent? You have to ask yourself this question.
Yeah, my point is that we have no justification for either position. I'll tell you this much. One story that I know is real. When I started discussing it with, shall we say, a reporter or a journalist, because see, I come from the point of I found out about the story, nearly 17 years ago, 18 years ago, sorry, and then I discussed it with a reporter about 3 years ago. And what really shocked me was that I was sent a story, a fiction story, that was literally word for word exactly what this true story was about. And I had to ask myself a question. I had to say, okay, I know the story's real because I know, people that were actually involved. And then I see this supposed fiction story. And I ask myself, okay, this happens nearly 18 years ago. And I'm getting a fiction story that's telling the true story in a fiction sense. And I'm getting it from a reporter that I'm trying to give the story to about the case. Really strange.
All right,
And the same
let's go to Big Tony.
MJ12, they might have had the real document,
Or not.
and there might have been deliberate alterations made so that the validity of the document would always remain in question. Is that a possibility?
No, that is definitely a possibility. I do always question when it comes back to Bill Moore and Richard Doty somehow. I do have to question the authenticity of that.
Moore was working with the government. He had accepted that position. His job was to infiltrate the community and to release certain bits. He was working for the government. We know that. So where's the question there? If you're working for the government, then anyone who needs to get you anything that they want out to the public just gives it to you, and you accidentally find it in a box,
Well, that's the problem. Everything he was given was pretty much garbage. I think that
But see, it doesn't work when it's like that, mean face. If they just give you a load of bullshit, no, Bill Moore's not stupid. He would have seen straight through it. They had to give him enough real stuff to keep him interested. You're assuming he was an idiot. He was no
No,
idiot.
no. I don't assume he's an idiot. The story behind Bill Moore is that he was supposed to do this stuff for Richard Doty and Falcon, right? And part of it was, keeping tabs on Benowitz and feeding him information. One, to distract, to stop Benowitz from pointing to what was going on over at Kirtland Air Force Base. And two, they wanted to see what Russian assets would pick up these stories and try to trace, the funnel of information. What he was promised in return were exclusive UFO documents that no one has ever seen. Now, he was never told that these would be true. He said, look, they might be true, they might not be true. It's up to you to find out. What Bill Moore, by his own admission, has said is that everything that he was given was garbage. None of it panned out. It was all garbage. So he got the shit end of the deal there. So, like, I don't, and I'm not trying to, I'm not trying to be right here. I'm not trying to insult you, Ken, but like, I personally don't see why these documents, when they come back to Bill Moore and possibly Richard Doty and AFOSI, why there would be any sort of authenticity to them, except maybe the idea of a continuity of government, like group of people who, again, have the secret. They know the core secrets of the United States government and are counted on to continue it in case anything happens. They would know. So the idea of a Majestic 12 group is not without the realm. It's not impossible for me to believe that. But these documents themselves and Bill Moore's association, for me personally, it's just too tainted. It really is.
Here's one thing to keep in mind too. Hold on. like, here's one thing to keep in mind too. All right, so I'm going to read a section from a Phil Class newsletter from 1991. All right, and this kind of clears up. I mean, this should tell you a lot. All right, so barely 1 month later, on April 9th, 1983, Linda Moulton Howe, a TV producer whose interest focuses on claims that UFOs kill and mutilate cattle, met with Sergeant Doty in his office at Kirtland Air Force Base to discuss a UFO documentary she hoped to produce. According to Miss Howe, Doty handed me some typed pages which were titled simply "Briefing Paper for the President of the United States about the subject of unidentified flying vehicles." Agent Doty said he had been asked by his superiors to show me the briefing paper. Howe's account was published in the December 1987 issue of Just Cause newsletter. Howe remembered some of the classified project names, including Aquarius, Sigma, Snowbird, and Pounce. In 1987, Moore and Shandera made public 3 of the 11 sheets of the President Carter briefing notes. Project names included Aquarius, Sigma, Snowbird, and Pounce. So if we're to believe that Linda Moulton Howe is an honest person and that she has a functioning long-term memory, and there's no issue there with her credibility, then we're to believe that in 1983, April 9th, 1983, 1 year before Shandera and Bill Moore took possession of the Majestic 12 documents, that's 1 year before, we're to believe that the same names of these classified operations, were given to Linda Moulton Howe. Now, is she like recalling them correctly? Is she kind of piecing stuff together after the fact and like maybe getting it wrong? Maybe, but I don't know.
Yeah, but brother,
If we're to take her at face value that she's telling the truth, then how did Doty, like, how were these names mentioned, in the same documents were given, although it was a different president? It just doesn't make any sense.
Isn't it also a fact, though, that Philip Klass tried to pay the youngest members of Travis Walton's crew $10,000 to change his story and say it was a hoax? That's a fact.
I don't know, Kent. We're just talking about. I mean,
Philip Klass tried to pay the youngest member of Travis Walton's logging crew $10,000 to change his story and say that Travis's story was a hoax. That's a fact. So, when you take information from Philip Klass, keep that in mind.
I mean, Philip Klass was like the Mick West. Think of like Mick West, but like think of like the Philip Klass was like the earlier evolution of Mick West, but a little bit more militant with the way that he conducted his debunking. Not the same type of person, but he was like Mick West, but like an angrier Mick West is what Philip Klass was. At least that's my understanding.
Yeah, but paying someone to change their story isn't debunking; it's fraud.
Yeah, I feel like I don't know that story.
I mean, did the guy change his story?
I don't know that story personally, but I have to agree that Philip Klass definitely had an agenda and was not in any way open to anything to do with you. Like, he was, like you said, very militant as far as I understand, and clearly came from only one angle, which to me is kind of a red flag in a sense where not that like he's a disinformation agent or anything like that, though, that could be the case. Who knows? It's more of that I can't trust somebody who is that militant with his point of view. But that's just me.
What it tells me though is that's all that he reported. It's stuff that was what it tells me is that he only reported stuff that confirmed his bias. It doesn't mean that the information that he reported was necessarily biased. You see what I'm saying? Like, there's a difference. There's a big difference. I think people kind of lose sight of that. That's how I think of things. It's like when somebody's,
He's the same guy that when someone filmed a UFO taking 3 laser shots at one of your missiles being filmed in its trajectory, he was also the guy that tried to tell that guy to shut his mouth and change the story. So he's the guy that came on and said Philip Klass.
I don't know. I mean, do you have documentation that says this, Kent? Like, I mean, I'm not doubting you. I just we don't have anything to go off of.
Right, and not only that,
to go off
Grider presented you know, we're attacking Phil Klass, who I'm not going to die on no hill for, because I have problems with him too. I think that he was very biased, but he presented verifiable research, right? Although he very much had a very biased, skeptical viewpoint that he was coming from. But Grider just touched on specific points of issue, right? Verifiable points of issue that call credibility into question. And instead of addressing those points, Ken automatically said, well, what about what Phil Klass did to these
No, I
guys in
agree.
this case? And it was not even related. Secondly, there's no proof that Klass ever offered money for Stephen Pierce to change his story. He offered money if someone would come forth and tell the truth, right? And that was a across the board offer. Now, Stephen Pierce in later interviews tried to say, well, he offered me money to change my story and I never took it. There's no proof of that. You know, this is Phil Klass. He often put, you know, multi-$1,000 offers out there. If people could, you know, prove aliens or prove evidence for a case. But, you know, this is all stuff that's just sidelining instead of talking about the actual evidence and issues that have to do with Bill Moore and, you know, the MJ12 documents. We're sidelining about talking about, you know, Phil Klass and stuff. And it's just a total deflection from the conversation. And I
What
don't
I
have a
said
whole
was,
lot to add. I think that UFO Mean Face really knocked it out of the park with the things that he had to say afterwards. And, you know, people are free to believe what they want and think what they want, but there's a host of substantiated red flags, issues of credibility that are connected to these documents and the people that have presented them. And that just is an undeniable fact.
what I said to Meanface was, could those documents have been altered deliberately to create a credibility issue when they were photographed? And he agreed. So I did deal with that issue. I didn't deflect, mate.
That was prior. That was
Well,
prior. He literally talked about issues having to do with credibility, and the very first thing you said was, "Well, Phil
And
Klass
I was
offered
saying Phil
Steve
Klass
Pierce
has
ten
no
thousand
credibility.
dollars."
And I was saying Phil Klass has no credibility, in my opinion.
Right. Again, just an opinion. We were talking about verifiable, substantiated issues
As
of,
we
you
do,
know,
my
red
friend.
flags.
They're all opinions. There's like assholes. Everyone has one.
hmm Like I said, nothing else to add. I thought that that Mean Face really knocked it out of the park. And thanks for doing this tonight, guys. I think it's important that we you know, look at these and address them as part of the UFO history. There's a lot of lines that can be drawn to the topic today, and people who are presenting us with you know, alleged insider information today that we're supposed to accept and give the benefit of the doubt to.
Well,
Mr. Whitmore, thank you for joining us, sir. Oh, no, I mean, actually, Meanface, you have something to add before we go to Thomas?
no, sorry, I'm gonna be able to. I would just say like thanks for the kind words and like you know I like these conversations. They do get heated. You know what I mean? And it's kind of like what this is here for. We can do that. It can be heated. And yeah, I'm really enjoying these spaces so far, and it's because of the people that are coming in and contributing.
Thomas, how you doing?
Good, thank you. How are you?
Good, man. We just got done listening to an entire interview with Ryan Wood, which is the son or the father of the Wood duo. But we listened to an entire kind of an intro to Majestic 12 with, of course, his bias a little bit, you know, tinged in, tainted, tinted, whatever. You get my point. So that's where we're at right now.
Well, the Woods did a lot of good research. Bob Wood was the dad, and Ryan is the son. And Bob Wood just passed away a few weeks ago, and I considered him a dear friend. He and I were friends on the MUFON board, and I visited at his lovely home in Southern California, and met his wife, and we had a great time. The Woods are very pro MJ12 in terms of interpreting the documents themselves, but at the same time they did a great deal of research, some of it very, very good. They went to the National Archives after Joe Firmage gave them a whole lot of money to do research on the MJ12 documents, and they pulled hundreds of pages out of the National Archives. The problem is none of them confirm the existence of MJ12.
Thomas, are you still talking? I know you are. You've done a wealth of research into the MJ12 documents. Can you give us an overview? I know next week we're gonna go into the authenticity versus the inauthenticity, but for those that know, Thomas Whitmore has an incredible blog having to do with the UFO phenomenon. Not just the MJ12 stuff, but he is one of the premier guys, I think, in my opinion, on Majestic 12 documents.
I couldn't hear Tom, by the way.
Yeah, go on and recycle yourself, elections, if you haven't already. And one thing I will say is that I had planned on, linking the entire Majestic 12 document collection that is on archive.org. It's like 900 something pages. I don't know if those are authentic. Thomas can probably tell us, but unfortunately, archive.org got hacked, and I had started downloading them at one time, and then I didn't finish. So, Thomas, do you know how many pages of the Majestic 12 documents are a part of the collection? And do you have a collection like digital that you can share with us?
Well, you have the what I call the Carter briefing document that you guys were just talking about, that Linda House saw and that Bill Moore saw too. That's maybe 10, 12 pages, something like that. And then the Aquarius Telex is just one page. But then you take the Eisenhower briefing document and the Truman Forrestal memo, and the Cutler Twining memo, you got maybe another 15, 16 pages or so. Then when you get to the Timothy Cooper documents, you're talking about hundreds of pages of stuff. Even over 1,000, maybe 2,000 pages. Some of it is not directly MJ12 related. Then you have the Psalm 101 manual, which you all were talking about. And I don't know exactly how many pages it is off the top of my head. And then, you have the Serpo material, which was a bunch of emails, and that was consolidated into a book by Lynn Caston. And then we have the book Exempt from Disclosure by Robert Collins. And I think that Timothy Cooper had something to do with it too. Richard Doty disavows that book. But that's a book. And then we have what I call the ultra top secret document. I'm not sure how many pages it is, maybe 20, 30 pages. And then finally, I'm including the Charles whistleblower material in all this. For one thing, because Richard Doty, rightly or wrongly, and I'm sure he's telling the truth as he knows it, but he says that this Charles person is on a couple of DoD databases as an informant or as an asset or something. And Charles' testimony also includes the term MJ12. So, right or wrong, believable, not believable, fraudulent, whatever, I included in the total MJ12 collection.
Oh, Tom, stabbing me in the heart here, man. Oh my God, got to get my chest. Oh,
Tom, can you give us an overview of your thoughts on the original, the Carter briefing documents, and where you stand on them? I know you tend to believe that there's some level of authenticity to be gained there.
I don't think that the Carter briefing document is authentic per se. Now, there have been rumors that Carter was briefed, and now those are on the rumor level. But there was a ditty in the U.S. News and World Report around that time that he was supposedly briefed, that was saying that the White House is going to come out with unsettling information about UFOs. So, and then there's been talk that the briefers wrote down, the briefing was given verbally apparently, and then the briefers went back and wrote down their recollections of what they said, because there are two versions of the Carter briefing document. So now the actual document that Linda House saw and that Bill Moore saw is probably not authentic, but it may contain. See, the thing about these documents is very few, if any, are authentic, but they may contain some true information because disinformation is a mixture of truth and fiction.
Can I ask a question?
Yeah, that's yeah. I mean, it's like, how true is that though? It's like, I mean, heck, I mean, I say the same saying. Like I have frequently said. In fact, I said it like twice yesterday. But maybe some disinformation is all disinformation. You know, like I don't know.
Well,
like how can we ever know?
Let me give you an example. Many years ago, I read an article in the Wall Street Journal, and God, I wish I knew which edition it was, but it was an article about disinformation, and that term was coming into parlance in the late 80s and early 90s. And they gave an example of Soviet disinformation, and it went like this. The Soviets planted a story in Middle Eastern Arabic newspapers, and the story goes like this. An American astronaut traveled to the moon, and in walking on the moon, he saw the Earth from the moon, and he heard the call of Allah. When he got back to Earth, he converted to Islam, and as a result was fired from the astronaut corps. Okay, that's disinformation. You can imagine how infuriated the Muslims in the Middle East upon reading that story would be. Okay, and that's the whole point, because the Soviets were trying to stir up anti-American sentiment in the Middle East. And the disinformation comes in. Yes, there's an astronaut corps. Yes, we go to the moon. Yes, they walk on the moon. Yes, they can see the Earth from the moon. And yes, one or more of them have had life-changing experiences because of that, which is understandable. And yes, they returned to Earth. But no, so he didn't hear the call of Allah. He didn't convert to Islam, and he didn't get kicked out of the officer corps. So that's an example of disinformation. It's a mixture of truth and falsehood.
I do think that next week, of course. Okay, so yeah, I think next week, if archive.org comes back up, or if we're able to get a complete collection of the Majestic documents, then I think we're going to go on and devote the whole space to kind of analyzing the documents. I don't know what format we're going to be able to. I mean, like we're going to have to work something out as far as the format, so that everybody feels like it's more interactive and, people get something out of it, as opposed to us just, talking about it and people can't see the documents, as we're going over it. So we're going to have to figure something out. But also doing a space on just disinformation, because like I'm pretty well versed in the actual theory behind disinformation, and there's tons of documentation out there, and I think that would be good too, and have a space on how kind of the systemic versus like personal defenses that people can kind of put up, like to protect themselves from being disinformed, and kind of how it works as far as spreading disinformation, why it's so easy for us to spread disinformation and misinformation, why we do it so easily, kind of the psychology behind it. And I just think that could be an entire space and could be really beneficial. And you know what, that may be a space that may be good to, ask somebody like Doty to come in and be like, hey man, can you tell us, like, can you give us some tips on how to defend ourselves from disinformation, and then maybe, I mean, hey, but if there's anybody better to do it, right, Steve, who else knows better than like the king of disinformation, right?
Well, I do, but I
just
don't
saying.
know why you don't understand why there's not anything else out there in the world besides you. Are you that self-centered that you think that you're the only one, or we're the only people?
Can I ask a quick question, Grota?
Okay, I don't know how you broke the mute, Kent. Yeah, that guy is he is not well, and he should not be let up. That's kind of his shtick. We can dedicate. I know I want to dedicate some time to the Psalm manual next week as well. I know Thomas has a lot of experience in that. But that could be a good segue. So like next week we can do some sort of hybrid. We'll figure it out. But I do want to announce that I think we've talked about doing possibly Roswell right in time for Halloween, because that is a case that is extremely dense, and at least to me, it's clear something did happen. But what did happen is where it gets murky, and that might be I don't know, a two-parter as well. But that's gonna take at least like 2 weeks for me to dive in, and that just throwing that out there, Grider. I don't know if you're convinced on Roswell as a topic just yet, but I think it'll be pretty cool for Halloween.
Oh, I mean, I never said, yeah, no. I mean, I express interest in the Roswell case is huge. Yeah, I think we should absolutely devote a space to it. But, so we have a space analyzing the documents more in depth, which we can get into like Michael Heiser's work. Dr. Michael Heiser did some fantastic work with stylometrics and linguistic analysis. Maybe, that'd be fun next week. And I don't think he analyzed the special operations manual, but he analyzed, I think, most of the other documents. I think 17 total is what he analyzed during his 1993 paper, I think. And then he did a lecture at a conference. And then we've got the space on Roswell, and then a space on maybe disinformation. So, I mean, that's like the next 3 spaces, but if there's anything that anybody in the audience wants to hear desperately, or that you guys think would be a good topic, for us to discuss, then please, by all means, DM us, DM myself or Meanface or Tom, and we would love to hear what your recommendations are. And yeah, let's go to Kent.
Yeah, just a question, Tom. Because I've met you, I have a lot of respect for you. So, if we go along the concept that the MJ documents are fake, how much work have you done on who would have done the fakery and why, and what the genesis was? Because for me, the whole MJ12 thing, as such, when it broke news, it attracted so much attention to the most nefarious parts of our community. I would have thought that would be something that no one would want to do. Certainly not to do deliberately with a fake. You know what I mean, mate? I just wondered what your thoughts on that were.
There are a number of theories about, who created the documents, and that's one of the fundamental questions: who created the MJ12 documents and why? And then also, does MJ12 exist, or did it ever exist? And if it did it have anything to do with UFOs, or did it exist and not have anything to do with UFOs, or did MJ12 never exist at all? Those are all questions that we've never
Well,
really.
mate,
I'm sorry.
oh, sorry, I didn't mean to jump in. I was just going to say,
Kent, man, let him finish. Let him finish, dude. Come on, just calm down, take a breather, and you'll have all the time in the world to respond. Thomas, you can finish, or
Yeah,
if you were
yeah.
finished already, but
So as for who created them, I mean, the simple hoax theory is that Bill Moore forged the MJ12 documents mainly to achieve fame and fortune by being the big hero who broke open, the UFO cover up. Okay. That's one theory. Another theory is that maybe the Soviets were trying to disinform the US. I doubt that personally, because I think the English and the structure of the Eisenhower briefing document is too correct for it to be from the Soviets, even though the Soviets can do a very good job. And then the other side of that is, was U.S. intelligence trying to disinform the Soviets? And you put a document into circulation, you see where it goes. Maybe you can smoke out spies that way. Another possibility is it was created by U.S. intelligence somewhere to distract the UFO community, to keep it away from other more conventional classified projects. And then there's also the possibility that when Moore and Friedman first investigated the Roswell case, and when they came out with the Roswell book, maybe they got too close to the truth. And so, uh, like Deception 101 is if your adversary gets too close to the truth, then you flood the information channel with disinformation and misinformation and a lot of junk. So those are all.
Yeah, that's kind of a form of like forum sliding, you know, where if you want like a forum post to kind of disappear, you just flood it with other posts.
Yeah, and then another possibility is that there could have been a faction somewhere in U.S. intelligence that wanted to get some of the truth out into the public, that they were aware that the U.S. government had recovered UFOs and bodies, and they wanted to get the truth out, but they had to do it in such a way that they didn't disclose any classified information, and they had to do it in such a way that provided plausible deniability. And so if you forge a fake document, you have plausible deniability because it has some obvious things wrong with it. And the critics of especially the Eisenhower briefing document have come out, with 10, 15, 20 things wrong with the Eisenhower briefing document. So that's still another possibility.
See, I love that. I love covering all the angles like that because I think it's very important to kind of see every single possibility. And, this panel, again, it's representative of people with different opinions and different points of views. So, yeah, I thought that was just like a really wonderful way to summarize every single possibility.
Well, thank you. And here's another possibility that I've thought of is that Moore and Chandray had developed this group of sources that we now know as the Aviary. And Moore said in his 1989 address that an inside contact told him that there was a small group in the U.S. government that wanted to get the truth out to the public, but to do it without breaking any laws. And that could have been a group within U.S. intelligence itself, or it could have been several members of the Aviary who put that together. Now, then you get into the fact, well, are they fantasizing? They're not on the inside and all this, but maybe they knew enough or felt that they knew enough about the truth that they put something together like that. Now, I'm not saying they did. I'm just saying it's a possibility.
Yeah.
All right, Kent, what's up?
Yeah. No, I just wanted my first inclination that this stuff exists was actually back in 1996. I've always worked in the health, safety, security, environment, quality field. And as a director of that sort of stuff, you have to have access to all of the company operations. When we were doing work for the government in Australia, I had to be made aware that in every capital city, we had 6, shall we say, 4-wheel drive based units that were kept on a constant ready situation. And that didn't matter whether who was in government. It didn't matter whether there were budgets or no budgets. These vehicles and these crews were maintained 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year in every capital city. So when I became aware of that level of organization at a non-governmental level, and then when I started working for other governments in other countries, I started to realize that exactly the same thing was everywhere. I just think we call it MJ12 as just one subsection of it.
Well, another possibility is that MJ12 could be some kind of umbrella designator, analogous to MK Ultra. You get the connection there? It sounds kind of like the same.
Yeah, it's funny though. I've been on a panel on this MK Ultra series, and I've never heard Hal Puthoff's name or Kit Green's name come up. They talk about a lot of other scientists. It's quite interesting, folks, that we know that Hal and Kit were using our MK Ultra program derivatives, and yet they've never come up. There was 149 MK Ultra programs, and I've never heard their name mentioned once in any of the panels.
Yeah, that's interesting.
Yeah. So
here's something interesting. All right. So, actually go on and then by the time that you're finished, I'll be able to speak on this. Yeah.
No, I was just about to start wrapping it up just because I have work tomorrow, but I've got a few minutes, so I'll stay.
Yeah, just give me like a minute. Can you BS for like a minute or so?
Oh God, can I BS? Well, all right, I can show my shit. So there's like a bunch of stuff going on right now, and the people in this room chose to spend your time with us. So I am grateful for that. This is not a topic that really we get to talk about with other people, specifically diving out into the nitty gritty of the history and the personalities involved with either disseminating some of this stuff or having a part in rolling it out or whatnot. Kind of often gets overlooked, unfortunately, in favor of, well, does it exist or does it not exist? And I tend to believe that, while disinformation can be rampant, and like, in my opinion, something like the Majestic 12 documents are presumably forged for whatever reason, that does not mean that the phenomenon does not exist in one way, shape, or form. And I think that's part of the mystery there. But as far as shilling any of the panelists' stuff, Grider hosts a space every week. We're doing Sundays 7 Eastern, right? Thomas Whitmore has an incredible blog everyone should check out. I run the graphic novel of the situation, which if you like history but want it a little bit more of a visual to go along with it, I think it's right up your alley. And again, this couldn't be done without the people contributing, including elections, who did come up here for like a minute. But yeah, I don't know. It's hard for me to bullshit much longer than that. My vocabulary isn't as extended as some of the other people on this panel.
Yeah. So one thing I will say is that I found kind of interesting is that well, I mean, no, actually, you know what? I'm going to save that for next week once I do some more research on this. Oh, well, we do have Mr. Rick Doty in the space. Do you guys want to hold off? And I mean, Meanface, you want to stick around and see? Yeah, do you want to answer some questions?
He
Guess we're going to go on and keep the space open.
Rick,
Rick, how you doing? All right, everybody, calm down. Rick, how you doing?
Good, good. I just saw you. I just came back from a dinner date and thought I'd jump on and say hi. If I get, but you're getting ready to close down?
Not at all. Not anymore. No, we're going to hold it open. So basically what we've done is we've been looking over the Ryan Wood, or we just listened to it was a Ryan Wood podcast interview that he did, basically going over the entire Majestic 12 document as far as like an introductory type of thing. I didn't really dive too deep into it. And of course, Ryan Wood, is a believer in the authenticity, but we were just kind of introducing, and trying to determine the provenance of the Majestic 12 documents as far as Bill Moore and Shandera and the way that they received the documents, that day in 1984, where allegedly Bill Moore had a date with him for lunch, and then like 2 hours before the lunch date, Shandera received the canisters of film. Do you know anything about the provenance and if that story is true, or just whatever you can tell us about Majestic 12 in general?
Well, that goes back a few years. We do have an expert of that on MJ12 in the room. Tom Whitmore is he's done a lot of research in that. But going back to those days when Jamie and Bill were involved in the documents, I didn't realize what Bill Moore had until he called me and told me that he'd had some documents that he had gotten from Jamie. And then eventually the three of us, I think it was sometime later, it wasn't probably weeks later, that Jamie, Bill and I met, and then Jamie told us the sequence of events leading up to his acquisition of the documents. Now, when I saw the documents for the first time, I was somewhat perplexed by what was contained in it. Now, remember, at that time, I was still an intelligence officer, and I had an obligation to look into something like that since they were classified. And I told Jamie and Bill that I can't just let these documents float around here if they are in fact classified. And Jamie assured me that he got the documents. He got the documents and he looked into the documents himself, made contact with some people, and I don't remember his sequence of events over these years, but that they were authentic. Well, I had some questions as to whether they were authentic or not, but Bill then said that he would take responsibility, and at the meeting we had, Bill took those documents away from Jamie. Now, remember, during this time frame, Bill Moore was an agent of the United States government. He was what we call an asset. He was providing us with information regarding a number of different issues. He was, of course, spying. We all know how he spied on UFO groups for the U.S. intelligence. But he also was involved in a real sensitive operation because he had contacts with scientists inside the then Soviet Union. So Bill felt obligated, I think, to take the documents from Jamie. So that's what I remember about that particular sequence of events back in the 80s.
Do you know why Bill Moore would have had prior knowledge of the 4 alien bodies in that document in 83 before receiving it from Chandray in 84?
Well, remember, Bill wrote the first Roswell book and with Berlitz, and Stan Friedman assisted him in the research for that book. And so Bill had interviewed a number of people, and he had a lot of information that he never put into that book pertaining to bodies, recoveries, and so forth. So I think that's how Bill had some knowledge about recovery of extraterrestrials before. And that was because of his research into the first Roswell book.
Follow-up question then. Do you know why Timothy Good claimed at first it was Moore who was his source, and then later went on to claim it was someone from the CIA?
No, although I've spoken to Wood, I don't know where he would have gotten that from. I knew he had contacts within the intelligence community. I don't know exactly whether they were DIA, CIA, or military, but I wouldn't know his sources, and I don't know why he would have said that.
Okay, so just for
Can you speak on?
Sorry, I was just trying to
okay, no,
summarize
go
my
on.
timeline. So
Because
Moore took the documents from Chandray and basically starts whispering to other UFO researchers about these documents in 85 or so. I just wanted to make that clear for everybody.
can you speak on Shandera's connection, or Jamie Chandray's connection to the CIA? My understanding is that during Vietnam, he did some type of work for them. Do you have any idea about that, Rick?
Yeah, he did. Jamie was a photographer, and he worked with various companies in and around the LA area, filming everything from football games at the LA Coliseum to commercials. And he was hired to do some work on a film operation that the U.S. intelligence was involved with. And that's how he became involved with the U.S. intelligence service. He worked for him for, I think, several years. in one way or another. I mean, he wasn't permanently working for him, but he would do odd jobs for him when they needed something, photography or somebody to handle a camera in a professional manner, or making some type of or doing an interview with a sensitive source. In and around that time frame, U.S. intelligence had a safe houses in the Southern California area, primarily out towards Riverside Air Force Base, or near Norton Air Force Base, which was a base near Riverside. And they would bring in sources, defectors or other people, and they would need to film them. So Jamie would be involved in doing that. He had a clearance. He was sworn to secrecy, and so that's how. Now he did other things that I'm not going to go into because I don't really have firsthand knowledge of it. I heard rumors, and I don't want to go into that. But I had firsthand knowledge of the information that I've just gave you. So that's how he was involved with U.S. intelligence.
Cool. And then just let me get one more question in. Then Kent, I think, has his hand. But do you know who Harry Rositzky is? And have you ever met him in real life?
I know who he is or was. No, I never met him in real life.
Oh, so he was okay. So,
my understanding is that
no, you take it.
My understanding is that he was kind of like a legendary, he was kind of like a James Bond type figure, right? Kind of a Cold War era Soviet, fighter type of like mythical character within the intelligence community. Is that like a correct? I mean, because, it's kind of rumored that that he was Falcon, that he was Falcon, the contact that Bill Moore had, along with, other people alleged, and that he was, so that's where Harry Rositzky comes in, is that Bill Moore apparently told somebody else during the 90s that's who Falcon was. And that's where the name Harry Rositzky came into the picture. So that's interesting. I guess if you haven't met him, then he probably wasn't part of the aviary.
No, he wasn't. But his name came up a few times. Yeah, he was a CIA. He worked for the Central Intelligence Agency, and he did some extraordinary work for him. He ran. One of the really extraordinary things he did. He was running spies out of North Vietnam, and there's actually, if you go to the Central Intelligence Agency, if you go into CIA. Look to the wall. There's a star on the wall. And one particular star is of a legendary, probably the closest we would ever have to James Bond. And Rositzky ran this guy, and this guy went in and out of North Vietnam during the Vietnam War, about 60, 66, 67 time frame up until 70, 71. And he went into there, and he actually got this particular guy got close to the Hanoi Hilton, where American POWs were being held. And there's a long story about how he actually communicated with some. He actually recruited a prison guard. So we knew a lot about what was going on in Hanoi Hilton. It was based on what Harry was running out of.
Cool, thanks. Thank you. And Meanface, and then we'll go to Kent, and then it'll be Steve, and then Tony.
Yeah.
So Meanface.
Cool. So obviously, I don't want this to feel hostile, or these are definitely not gotcha questions. I do understand that you did just unblock me, so I do want to respect that and respect the fact that you came in here to talk. Just one point of I guess like kind of a mystery is the Aquarius Telex document, right? Like, as far as I understand, there's two versions of it, right? One shown to William Moore and one shown to Linda Moulton Howe, and I could be wrong there, but I was just wondering if you can walk us through that, how that was given to both of them, and why you would think that like, I guess the question I would have about that is, why is Majestic 12 mentioned in those documents a full year before the actual stuff? And again, if you don't have an answer for that, I would just appreciate us walking through again how Linda Moulton Howe and William Moore came in possession of those and what it was meant for.
Well, uh, the teletype that you're talking about was something that another Air Force agent sent. He sent a teletype to Washington D.C. or to Air Force headquarters and also NSA, requesting certain information, analysis of some photographs that Paul Benowitz had given us, and then the document that Bill Moore had originally received was the answer from to the original teletype that was sent up, and it wasn't sent up by me. It was sent up by another agent, but last name was Adset, and because there was a number of other people involved in the Benowitz case, not just me, and so Bill Moore obtained a copy of the original telex teletype message. Now, how he got that is, is another story. But anyways, and so I believe, and I don't know this for a fact, but I'm pretty sure the DIA then, because a document was released that was classified, because that was a classified document, they created another document that was unclassified. And I think that's how the two, Linda Howe got one. Well, Linda Howe had a lot of sources in Washington, D.C. I mean, she had people within the DIA, within the Air Force, but within Pentagon. That was one of the operations we had against her, was trying to find out where her sources, because a lot of information she was relaying back in those days was actual factual information that the government didn't want released. But anyways, Linda Howe got the unclassified one, so I believe that's how that happened. And although I don't know if that's the exact sequence or chronological order.
Is that the one that she read in front of a two-way mirror, and like her reaction to the recording?
No,
Okay.
no,
Okay.
no. That was an entirely different document, and that was one that we wanted her to read in order to recruit her into being an asset for U.S. intelligence. And I've told this story many times. Is I was to contact her and to bring her in and try to recruit her, and the document that she read came to OSI through Armed Forces Courier just a few hours before she got there. So I had a chance to look through the document, and I'd never seen it before. So I didn't know at the time whether it was, whether it was 100% factual or half disinformation and half factual or what. But so I was told to let her read it, and gave her a lot of gave her parameters regarding what she could that she could take notes or photographs or anything. And this was all recorded because she was sitting in front of a two-way mirror, and so she did. So the document had nothing to do with the telex. That was something entirely different.
Well, I appreciate the answer there and the clarification. That's really cool. I wonder if there's any way to get those recordings. If there's any way to FOIA them, because I think they'd be very interesting to see.
Well, good luck. Linda Howell's tried, and 1,000 other people tried probably over the years, and the government says that they can neither confirm, deny the existence or non-existence of such tapes, and that I think the wording actually is in accordance with section something of the executive order. I can't remember what executive order. The U.S. intelligence can neither confirm or deny the existence or non-existence of records responsive to your request. The fact that the existence or non-existence of such record is itself currently and properly classified. So that's what I mean. When I submitted it years ago, that's exactly what I got. And I know Phil Klass and Linda and many other George Knapp, many other people tried to get those tapes and the videotapes, and that's what they got. So I think they're probably destroyed now after 25 years.
Yeah, right. I doubt they would even. Yeah, I mean, I'm pretty sure that they could probably lost by now if they still exist. Kent, what's up?
Yeah, hi, Rick. Nice to have you on the panel again. Yeah, I just mentioned this to Tom a few minutes before you jumped in, but I just wanted to ask your opinion. For me, Stanton said he thought they were authentic, and I'm on that belief system as well. But my question would be, if they're not authentic, because yourself, you've worked in operations for information dissemination. Do you really think that they would have faked these documents? Because all it seemed to me, if you go back historically, all it did was bring attention to something that before that was just very, very much a whisper in the room. And I just wonder if it was a disinformation dissemination, event, why would they have done that to draw attention to something that really had no attention at the time? Just wonder what you thought about it.
Are you talking about the Linda Howell document? The documents showing Linda Howell?
Well, document release thing and the whole thing. If it was a false flag, if it was bullshit, then why would it have come out at all? Why would you want to release false information that draws so much attention? You know what I mean?
think Kent's referencing the Majestic
Rick,
12 stuff.
I think he's asking about the Majestic 12. Yeah, I think he's asking about all the Majestic 12 documents.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. It's a good question. We know now who created the MJ12 documents. They were created by the Special Means Committee. I think Tom can talk in great lengths about this. And they did it for a particular reason, part of a counterintelligence operation. Now, I was just a small a part of U.S. intelligence, and I didn't know everything that was occurring in headquarters within a DIA or a CIA or the director of counterintelligence or director of intelligence. I just was operating down at a lower level, so I don't know everything they were doing or what they were creating and why they were creating it, but I can just surmise that it was to draw out something. Now, a lot of us know that there's very accurate information within the MJ12 documents. And some of us know that there's probably disinformation also placed in those documents. And that's the part of how U.S. intelligence works. For instance, if you're running a counter-espionage operation, which I've run, and you're trying to dangle a person up against the Soviets, so the Soviets would recruit them, that the Soviets going to want some good information, and we don't know everything that Soviets had, so we would have to give our asset real information, so the Soviets would think, well, he's on our side. So there would have to be real information in any type of documents that was created by the Special Means Committee, and so I'd say that a lot of what the MJ12 document stated was in fact truth.
Oh, thank you, man. I appreciate the honor. Yeah, that's interesting. I'll be brief. I promise, right? The thing that I've done for the last 20 years is analyze how MJ12 type operations could exist in the real world. And I've sort of found in my own personal world a way that they can operate. So yeah, it just makes sense to me that there is a quasi-operational organization. I just don't think it's limited to one government. I think it's global.
That's super fascinating, Rick. Kent, what an amazing question, and the answer that you got, that was yeah, I don't think that's ever been talked about before, at least not to my knowledge. Steve, did you have your hand up? Guess not.
Yeah,
Steve?
no, I did, but Meanface already covered it. I was going to ask about the Aquarius document. Actually, Meanface has been asking a lot of good questions, so I'd like to cede my time to him if he has any more, if that's all right.
Meanface, do you have any questions? If not, we'll go to Tony.
No. Well, I think we didn't really touch on why Majestic 12 was referenced in like Majestic 12 was referenced in the Aquarius document. Do you have any idea why that might be the case? It was like I think a full year or two before, no, 3 years before that the Majestic 12 stuff came out.
No, I wouldn't know why.
Well, I have the document up in the. I actually put it up in the nest so you can read it. Like, what's the context of when Majestic 12 was mentioned and like how was it? Yeah, just check up in the nest and then we can maybe circle back around. But Tony,
Rick,
Big Tony.
if I may, just real quick, while we're on it, real quick, I wanted to know if Rick did in fact meet with Bill Moore, I guess in 1981, a few years before the MJ12 docs first surfaced. Did you meet with Bill Moore and give him some type of official looking teletype concerning a secret government program codenamed Aquarius that was supposed to be passed on to Paul Benowitz? Is it? Do you confirm that?
No, that I met with Bill Moore in 1980 to recruit him into U.S. intelligence. I didn't give him any documents then. We had the very first time I met him was in Albuquerque when he was on a radio station promoting the Roswell book, and I'd had contact at the radio station, and the person who was interviewing him knew me, and then suggested to Bill that I meet up, and I did, and we met at a restaurant right across from the University of New Mexico, and that was the very first time I met him, and nothing was exchanged then. It was then I met him over probably 10 times over a 6-month period, and so that's kind of.
So did you ever?
But there was no documents. Now there was another Asian involved with this who passed away a long time ago, who actually was the espionage side of this operation, and I know he gave Bill a lot of different things, and I don't exactly know what because I did give Bill those documents. So Bill did receive documents, but not directly from me.
Okay. And thank you for your response. And I just want to be clear because, Moore did claim that event had happened, that you had passed along to him a document that had Aquarius on it early on that you wanted him to pass on to Paul Benowitz, which I think he said he didn't do at first. He did maybe a number of months later, 6 months later. But he also said that you later had shown him that same document, but it was expanded with some extra stuff added on there about, ET related things. You're saying none of that happened as far as you recall?
Well, no, you're mixing up, facts. Bill Moore did make contact with Paul Benowitz at our request, and there was a technical document that we didn't want to give to Paul. We wanted somebody else to give to him, and so Bill, Paul already knew Bill because they were both in the MUFON APRO circles. So we gave documents to Bill to give to Paul Benowitz, and of course, over the years, people confused the stories and saying, "Well, we gave Paul this through Bill." No, it was a technical document. I don't remember exactly. Had something because Paul was a scientist too, a physicist. So we wanted. But we didn't want to give it to Paul, and there was a reason for that. And so Bill Moore gave, at our request, Paul several different documents. Yes, but not the MJ12 or the Aquarius teletype. At least I didn't give it, and I don't think any of the agents that were working the operation did.
Okay, thank you for your reply, Rick.
All right, Big Tony.
Hey, Rick. My question is related just to general, handling of classified information. How does the how does the intelligence community decide what information is important enough to like go after and retrieve and clear it from the public domain versus, you have to ask yourself, well, if this information remains in the public domain, it must not be, is it legitimate or not, or how important is it to, and what's the process, the intelligence community would use to go after people or the information, just kind of, you know what I mean?
You mean if somebody got their hands on classified information, how would we retrieve it? Is that your question?
Yeah, I mean, I guess there's a go or no go, right, as to whether they're gonna like snag somebody and waterboard them or whatever. I mean, I don't mean to joke about that. I'm just saying,
Yeah.
At some
There would be an operational plan, and to get the documents or to discredit the documents or discredit the person that's peddling the documents. So that's how the government would
I
do
guess
it.
my point is that with all of the information that seems to be released over the past, I don't know, 80 years. I mean, the secret is big enough to keep, right? I mean, that they haven't released anything except for what we see, the Nimitz, the Tic Tac, the Splash, all of this information that's seemingly, seemingly been released, and they haven't tried to erase it from the public domain. Is that because they don't care or they want the information released, or?
Could be they want it released. It was a form of disclosure. And I know about there were people trying to disclose. Well, our group tried to disclose things. We tried to set up plans for disclosure back in the 80s, late 70s, 80s. So it could very well be some sort of a plan to condition the public or release something and watch how the public would react to it. I mean, that could also be a way to do it. But if it's an actual document that could be detrimental to national security, I'm sure the government would figure out a way to get that document back.
I know this is kind of off subject, but you have like a short example of where they did go after, information that they felt like was critical not to be released, or is that secret itself?
Yeah, there was a within the military, there was an Air Force colonel who had a document pertaining to U.S. involvement with extraterrestrials, and the U.S. intelligence, and I was partly involved in the operation. It wasn't my operation. It was the conglomerate of intelligence people from the FBI down. But we the U.S. intelligence, when I say we, went after that colonel in a way that would scare him into thinking that document was going to be used against him personally, and there were a lot of other parts to this, and so that's the only example I could give you. And he ended up not. He hid the document, and we needed to know where it was, and he ended up through interrogation, not waterboarding or anything, giving us the location of where he hid that in a safety deposit box at a bank or a credit union, I believe it was. And so that's how that thing went.
Okay, well, thanks, and thanks for coming into Spaces and answering questions.
You're welcome.
All right, Thomas.
Yeah, I want to clarify the Aquarius situation. Of the documents that are known, there are two that mention Project Aquarius. Now, if you go on majesticdocuments.com and look at documents from 1970 forward, there are two documents in there. The first is the Aquarius teletype, which I refer to as the Aquarius telex. And that is one that it mentions MJ12 and Project Aquarius. The other document on the Majestic Documents site is called the Aquarius Briefing Document, which I think commonly is referred to as the Carter Briefing Document. And that was the one that was shown to Linda Howe by Richard Doty on Kirtland Air Force Base, and that was shown to Bill Moore under somewhat cloak and dagger circumstances. So those are the two. Now, when Bill Moore became aware of this Project Aquarius designation, he started researching that, and he had a contact with the Navy. I believe it was Bruce Maccabee, and there was a Project Aquarius that involved an over-the-horizon radar project. And I think that's about as far as Moore got with that.
Yeah, you see that I knew Thomas would have all the answers that I didn't have.
Well, I wasn't trying to correct you. It's just
Rick.
People are getting things mixed up. They're mixing it together.
Exactly. Yeah. And
So just to clarify, if I can,
Wait, hold on.
Rick Doty did show a document that had Aquarius on it to, William Moore, which allegedly was supposed to be given to Paul Benowitz. That's a secondary part, but you did show him a document that had Aquarius on it in some fashion before the MJ12 documents came out.
No, I didn't.
The Carter
I didn't
briefing document.
The Carter briefing documents I showed to Linda Howe,
but not to William Moore at any time.
No,
because that's what Tom just said. I'm just trying to clarify stuff here. I don't mean to be confrontational.
No. The Carter briefing documents is the one that Linda Howe saw in April of 1983.
And it was also shown to Bill Moore under different circumstances. He was told to go here and then go there, and he as the story.
That was later. Yes, you're absolutely right. But that was
and as the story goes, he ended
that was
up
in 1985, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
So you did show the Carter briefing document to William Moore.
He just told you that he didn't. William Moore was shown the Carter briefing document by a different party at a motel on the East Coast.
Okay. Thank you.
Now, Richard Doty showed the Carter briefing document to Linda Howe.
Okay, thank you.
Right.
Again, just trying to clarify because it's hard to read through a lot of the information here.
All right. Hey, Rick. So I have a quote from you. It says, absolutely, I read things even today that we fed to Paul Benowitz or to Linda Howe or to Bill Moore that I fed to them. And I see that today, and it's surprising that the stuff is still there, but information is still out there. Can you give us one example of like one of these bits of information that you see in the modern, day UFO ufology landscape that has its origins with the disinformation campaign that you ran in the early 80s or that you were a part of? Can you just tell us like one single piece of information that is still alive today?
Well, the Paul Benowitz case, the whole case is still alive and kicking today after it was closed in 1985 or 86. It ran from 1979 up until 86, and there's a lot of elements into it that people still are bringing up. That what we did and what we showed him, we did show. I can't remember every single thing and I say we because there were 16 other agents involved in this operation, not just Rick Doty. And some of these other agents did things that I don't remember exactly what they did and what they showed him, but there were information about UFOs, about extraterrestrial landings, and about crash sites and things like that we wanted to reinforce Paul's belief of what he was seeing. And so those things were shown to him, and it wasn't, and sometimes we didn't do it. Like, for instance, what we wanted Paul to get that we didn't want to give him, we gave to Bill Moore to give to him. So Bill Moore would give him this technical document, which was a real document. I mean, it was, I don't recall exactly what it pertained to, but something to do with UFOs, but it was a technical document. And I believe it was a study done by Los Alamos, but I don't remember everything into it. But or we had other people make contact with Paul. Now, the fact that Hynek and Leo Sprinkle were involved in Paul Benoit's operation, we didn't ask them to do anything, but when they did, we took advantage of Hynek. I remember myself and an FBI agent confronting them after they had already made contact with Paul, and we were upset with them because they were interfering with a government operation, and it was in a hotel room in Albuquerque, and we read them the riot act. But Leo Sprinkle wasn't as concerning to us as Hynek was. So we ended up having Alan then work for us and giving some things to Paul that because Paul and Alan Hynek were friends. Now, I'm not sure about Leo, whether Paul knew Leo Sprinkle or not, but so that's how we ran things. And as far as the information, it's still out there today. I mean, people were writing stories about what I allegedly did, or making wild accusations about us drugging him and breaking into his home. Like on the Sean Ryan show, Admiral Claudette made a statement about us, U.S. intelligence, or me being involved in this, breaking into Paul's home. Well, after he said that, I made contact with him and set the story straight about what happened. It wasn't, we didn't break into Paul's house. Paul gave us the keys to his house. We had a contract with Paul. We listed everything we wanted to do, and Paul signed the contract. So, a lot of these people make up stories or saying we showed him all these other documents, which 90% of that stuff is false.
Hey, I just want to touch on sorry, something that like.
Well, I mean, hold on.
Okay,
I'm not. Yeah, I mean, I'm not done. And then just a couple of personal questions. One,
Wait, Ryder,
have you ever been a part of
about specific info other than misinfo about Mr. Doty? You had asked about what information that he had put out there.
All right, Steve, you can go on and go ahead,
No,
Steve.
I just wanted to really press your question a little more. Other than information that's out there about Mr. Doty, that's not true. That's still being propagated throughout the community. Further to your question, where you had asked, what information that he had been putting out at that time is still circulating in the community today that is false. And I just wanted to see if he could follow up with a response to that. Thank you.
I mean, he just kind of gave a response to that, right?
Yeah. Well, yeah, no, but he said that the information that's out there is stuff about him and things that he did that's not true. And I can understand, him being upset with that. But I was just wondering if we could get a response to maybe about some of the direct information.
Yeah. So, Rick, like you said, crash retrievals and stuff like that. Are there any specific crash retrievals that were part of the disinformation campaign that are not real, that are still being talked about today? Kelly, can you mention any specific crash retrievals or operations or anything like that?
That involve Paul Benoit? Are you talking about that? Or
that were okay? So like fake. Okay, so like.
No, I don't know of any.
I guess
I don't know of any. I never gave Paul Benowitz any kind of fake crash retrieval information. What we did do, Paul had some information, and he actually had photographs that somebody gave to him regarding the Kingman crash in 1953, I believe it was. And one of the things Paul gave, and I didn't know anything at that time, during the briefing I had in 1979, the Kingman crash was mentioned, but no details. When Paul gave me some from photographs, I had no idea what they were, and so I had to try to verify that they were real or not. And so we did share some information about the Kingman crash with Paul Benowitz, and he turned around and without our knowledge, without our approval, I should say, and told Hynek about that. Now, that's the only crash retrieval I can remember that I had discussed with Paul Benowitz.
Okay. All right. Then I have two kind of personal questions. Have you ever worked with the X-File, or did you do any work for the X-Files consulting? Because I had seen that rumor talked about. And then the second part is, can you kind of talk about, if you're okay with it, talking about the deal with the book that you are co-authored, or that you're at least on the cover as co-authoring with Robert Collins, and just how that, the true story behind that, because there's a lot of, controversy about that, and then what you think about the contents of that book specifically.
Yeah, sure. That, as far as the X-Files goes, the rumors that a number of people spread out there about me writing scripts for the X-Files, I never wrote any scripts. In fact, back in the 90s, I wouldn't even know what a script was. What I did was I provided ideas, storylines. I wrote a number of storylines for people, writers that were writing about the X-Files, but writing episodes. So that's how I contributed to the X-Files. Yes, I was on set a number of times, just as an advisor or an observer. But as far as scripts goes, I never wrote any scripts or for any episodes.
Did you?
But I did. I write stories.
Did you have any personal
ideas.
correspondence with Chris Carter then on the set?
Like what?
Well, I mean, if you were on set and
say that again.
Did you meet Chris Carter face to face?
Yeah, I met him. Yeah, I met him. I think it was Seattle. I was on set once in Seattle,
and he knew you were an
and then
advisor?
once in Vancouver. I see you're putting words in there. I was a contributor of ideas. That's what I would consider myself. Advisor, paid advisor, no.
Okay, no, I was just confused because I would assume, I think Chris Carter directed the majority of the episodes. I know there were he wasn't the only one, I don't think, but
no, there were many others.
Yeah, there were a bunch of directors. There were a bunch.
Yeah, and they were, you did a scene. They did scenes, and sometimes there were only a handful of people at that scene doing that scene because it was a 3-minute scene. Because I'd never been on a set before, so I didn't know how things went. And sometimes, it was late at night or early in the morning, and not that everyone was there. So that's how the few that I were on, that's the way I saw it. Yes.
Cool. Now, thanks. And can you go into the book?
Yeah, the book. Yeah, the book, exempt from disclosure. I was friends with Robert Collins. Now, I'm not sure if you know that Robert died in May of this year. But I was friends with Robert. He was part of a scientific group studying the subject of UFOs while I was at Kirtland Air Force Base. Robert Collins was not an OSI agent, never worked for the OSI, but he was with the Air Force Research and Scientific Lab at Kirtland Air Force Base. And he was in a particular section or branch, I think they call them, that involved a form of reverse engineering or analyzing things that we got from crash retrieval. And so that's how I knew Robert. And he was on a scientific committee on the base where they would meet, and I was a counterintelligence officer for this, so we would have contact. Now, jump ahead, Robert would, him and I would attend UFO conventions together, a number of them over the years. And in the early 2000s, Robert said, let's write a book. And I said, yeah, okay, yeah, that's a good idea, but I got to be careful of what we put in it. So I gave Robert a lot of information, not documents, but just I think we were exchanging emails or attachments to emails or even letters. Back then, I wasn't as email savvy as I am today. But this, like the 2001 and 2, I would write things and send them to him in the mail. A lot of information. Anyways, he said, well, let me put this together and try to get a book out of it. Well, I never heard from him about the book until he published it. And there was information in that book that didn't come from me. And that created a hornet's nest because there's something there was information he put in that book that was currently and properly classified as a special access program. And so when that book was published, I got a visit by the FBI when they took my hard drive and my of my laptop and off my tabletop, and then one of my laptops, and I was investigated. But I knew where that information came from, and so therefore I didn't want to end up in prison someplace. So I told the FBI where I think that those documents came from, and they came from somebody out of Los Alamos. And they were good friends with Bill. And we had met, the three of us, the guy from Los Alamos, myself, and Bob had met in Albuquerque. Or not, actually, it was in Santa Fe in New Mexico, months before he ever put the book out. So anyways, the FBI went after that guy and did their thing with him. And when Bob published the book, I called him and said, what the hell are you doing? I didn't authorize that, and I didn't even clear that information. He said, I knew you wouldn't, so that I just went ahead and published it the way I thought I would. I said, you realize you're getting people in trouble? He said, well, no, because the FBI came to me and I told them that you gave a lot of that stuff to me or other people. I'm not going to name them. And I said, well, I already named them, Bob. And so they're going to go after those people. And I said, I didn't authorize my name on there. So I tried to go through legal means to get in the book. That was already published. So there wasn't anything I could do about, it's already out there. He self-published the book, or he had a woman, that Jeanette, whatever her name is, used to.
Yeah. I mean, it was pretty poorly put together, to be honest.
Yes,
it seemed like a PDF. Yeah. It seemed like some internet PDF put together, but we have a kind of a special guest, Mr. Stankovic. I think you're the director, the national director of MUFON in Australia, correct? Do you have any questions?
Can you hear me?
We can. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you. No, I accidentally pressed the microphone, so sorry. I'm just listening in, but it's interesting to hear Rick comment on MJ12, and I actually sent the Eisenhower briefing document to Wright-Patterson Air Force Base in 1987 about MJ12 and about the Roswell incident, and I got a reply almost straight away. But I'm interested in just hearing the conversation. So just let Rick keep on talking if you like.
Do we have anybody that has questions? I mean, heck, Mr. Roger, we'd like to, it sounds like you're in a position to have the knowledge to ask some really good questions. Do you have anything or maybe anything you can tell us?
What was the reply?
Sorry?
Roger said he got a reply. What was the reply?
What was the reply? They sent me a standard reply back but I felt like I sort of like hit a raw nerve because it was so early on. I actually photocopied the Eisenhower briefing document from Timothy Good's book, which was just released, and I think it was the first time that the actual documents relating to MJ12 were released to the general public. So it was, they just sort of like did a standard reply, which the Air Force does with one of those like the standard things that they send out to people about the fact that they're no longer looking at that they don't look at UFOs anymore, etc. So it wasn't sort of like there was a letter. I've lost the letter because it was so long ago, but I did send a FOIA into Wright-Patterson to find it again, but they couldn't find it, and I've lost it. But they sent a letter back with a letterhead and just a standard flyer from what I can remember, saying that they don't no longer look into UFOs, and that was it. So it wasn't specific about where did you get this document, we don't know anything about it, etc., etc.
Mate, can I jump in, Ryder?
I have a quick question. Were you when you were I don't know what like you would call it for the X-Files, either consultant or whatever, but presumably like you were on set. Were you paid for this by the production team?
On the X, sorry,
Is somebody talking?
Are you referring this question to me? Sorry.
No, to Rick.
To Rick, right.
Rick, can you hear my co-host UFO Meme Face?
No, I can't. I knew somebody was talking. I can't hear anybody. Maybe
Yeah, can you
go down and come
can
back?
you back out of the can you back out of the space and then come back in?
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
I will, because I can't hear anybody. Yeah.
I'm pretty sure the answer is, well, I mean, I'll just let him answer, but yeah, just check the DMs, Meme Face.
Yeah, no, the reason I asked.
So, I mean, if anybody wants to come up, please feel free to come up, guys. We got a full room here. We got almost 90 people. This is 92. I mean, if you have a question for anybody up on this panel, now's a really great opportunity to come up, and as long as we keep things respectful, you can ask any question that you want, anything of anybody. So there's no restriction, no censorship, just whatever you want to ask.
I think Kent's got his hand up.
Oh, thanks, mate. Yeah, hi, Roger. How you going, mate? It's been a while. I hope you're okay. No elevator fears.
Yeah, I'm not too bad, thanks, Kent.
Just a quick one, to anyone. We've been talking about the MJ12 documents. I sort of mentioned to Rick, I think it's interesting that if they're a fabrication, I think that would be worse than if they're real. But the question I actually had, it goes back a bit, Rick, but I think it's pertinent. Is there, the best way I can describe it is there a level of interest alert within the UAP side of the investigatory side of the OF, the OSI and those sort of groups that is international, where they would initiate a covert investigation and or monitoring of a person that's not related to weapons and known tech, but known to UAP, like sort of a general alert system that says, okay, there's someone having this experience in this country, we need to monitor that. Do you think there would be a system like that in place?
Oh yeah, definitely. There would definitely be programs in place to monitor people that are that the government wants to watch and monitor. Yes, I agree. I think it definitely would be.
Do you think it would go to the point of direct engagement?
Oh yeah, somebody has something that the government wants to know more about. We would recruit somebody to go talk to them or become friends with them and see what information that they would provide or we would, I mean, the government can bug your phone, use a PIN register, put what they call a circle lock on your cell phone. And I mean, yeah, they could do any of that.
Yeah, no, I appreciate it, mate. No, I appreciate the candor. No, I just think a lot of people don't realize that there are things that they take seriously enough that don't really require borders and agreements. And it's sort of, it adds a little bit of weight to that theory that, there is a level of organization out there that deals with this subject, no matter where it is. I just think people don't really consider how much that means,
Well, the
Thanks,
National
Ken.
Security Agency, I'm not going to give away any secrets, but I think most people realize that the National Security Agency has a worldwide hook, so to speak. If they want to monitor somebody in Brisbane or in Melbourne, there's a way to do it. If they want to monitor somebody in Leeds, UK, they can do it, and they don't have to worry about warrants or anything to do that. Yeah, but they could do it.
Rick, can you talk about what type of work did you do with Hal Puthoff in the Advanced Studies? I think it's Advanced Studies Institute. My understanding is that you worked for him for like over a decade. Can you just describe some of it? Because that's fascinating work, I assume. Can you kind of just give us an overview of what you did?
Yeah, Hal hired me in 1994. It's called the Institute for Advanced Studies at Austin. He created that company down there. It's a research company, but he owned a company called Earth Tech International. And I went to work initially for Earth Tech International. And I was a technical advisor. I was a field operator. I'd go out and obtain things for Hal. And eventually I moved over to the Institute for Advanced Studies in, I believe, 96. And I worked for him up until 2007. Yeah, just fascinating. Dr. Puthoff had a number of DARPA contracts, so I had to get a security clearance. And since I had one before, it was easy for me to get another one. He worked in different programs, special access programs. And I can't go into any of those because they're all proprietary. But I did a lot of things for Hal. I traveled all over the world for him, contacting people, obtaining things that Hal wanted or needed at the Institute, and meeting people, bringing people into the Institute for research, R&D, research and development. So that was my job at the Institute for Advanced Studies, Dr. Puthoff's organization.
Do you Puthoff and Kit Green?
Cool.
Are you guys do you still maintain a close relationship?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. We are in contact frequently. I'm not going to say daily. Sometimes, 2, 3, 4, or 5 times a month, and sometimes twice a month. Hal, Kit and I are closer because Kit comes to New Mexico a lot to do things at the University of New Mexico in the spinal cord research. And so I'm always entertaining him or picking him up at the airport or just talking to him and discussing different things. But yeah, we maintain good, close friendship.
Because no, the reason I asked is Hal Puthoff, not so much Kit Green, but Kit Green in the background. And again, these aren't gotcha questions. These are just, I think the panel here is a little more rigorous in what they want to study. Hal Puthoff is often considered the architect of the current disclosure movement, going all the way back to the 80s. And I know you said that the aviary back then had a plan for disclosure. Is that accurate to say that he's behind the scenes one of the more prominent players behind what we're seeing today?
I would say that that Hal was involved in the movement. Yes, I would say that.
Okay, cool. Yeah, that that works for me. I appreciate the answer.
Rick, did you by chance attend the first World UFO Conference in Tucson in 1991? I mean, that would have been a couple of years after you retired. Like, did you attend that one specifically? And if not, what was like the first UFO Congress or first UFO conference that you attended post Air Force?
I post 89, the one where that was actually the first one post government service that I attended, where Bill Moore made his dramatic, earth-shattering speech. So it would have been 89.
So, did you attend the 1991 in Tucson? Do you know, or do you remember?
Yes, I did. I did.
You did with I think it was Wendell Stevens, who was the organizer.
Yeah, right. Wendell, Robert Dean was there. Yeah. Yes.
It's a fascinating time. Yeah, it's just a fascinating time period in ufology. Thanks for answering that. Let's go to Logan. Logan.
Hello. Yeah, I wanted to ask about this. We talked about this like a couple days ago. I think it was like in the morning. We were saying that like about Doty. Like, why did he choose to like well, there's so many Dotys out there, right? But we only have our Doty, and he's like the only Doty that's like willing to talk with us, right? But why? Like, what was the motivation to talk with us? And I guess that was a question we kind of were debating a bit. But I wonder like what the answer was to that. You probably answered that like a million times, Richard. But beyond that, I wanted to ask you about like continuity of government stuff. Like, do you know about any of the government's plans for like what to do if like aliens show up and we're just like, what do we do now? Like, do you know of any of their plans? I guess that was it. And what's up? How's it going?
Wait, so the first question was you're asking like why Doty comes around and speaks in spaces in general, or why he first started? Because I mean, it sounded like I don't know.
I know why he in spaces, but I mean, like originally, like why did he decide to like come out and like talk to us? Like when he had no like reason to, like, and he knew he'd probably like get like a ton of shit from us for talking to us at all, you know.
Well, I started. Actually, I came out, so to speak, and most of my NDAs expired in 2002, and so I thought I'm going to come out. I'm going to try to preach the gospel, so to speak. I'm trying to inform the people what we did, U.S. intelligence did during the days I was in the 70s and 80s, and try to help in disclosure. But I found that most people said, well, you were disinformation. They didn't know the whole story, and so I had to fight through that for a number of years. But my goal is to get disclosure out there. I tried to facilitate it in every manner I can. And I have a good circle of friends now. I've done over 100 episodes on Gaia. I've done 20 episodes on the Doty Chronicles, trying to promote what I knew or what I did during my time in. So I'm just as involved with disclosure or the movement of disclosure as anyone else. And so that's why I don't have any problems coming on these spaces. And I've done it for a number of years. And the second question that Logan had was, what was it?
Well, yeah. So it's like, it's like if UFOs, like what's the government's plan? Like,
okay, yeah. Okay, let me tell you this. The United States government has a plan for virtually everything you can think of. It's in a operational plan. The name changes. It's a a plan created mostly by the military, and then each faction of the government departments put their annex, they call annexes, in it, and it answers or tries to answer every possible scenario that we could think of. And is there one for the invasion of Earth by extraterrestrials? Absolutely, there is. And what you would, I mean, I don't have access to it. I mean, it's a highly classified, one of these above top secrets. But at one time back in the 80s, I knew about it, and I knew that I can guarantee you that if, in fact, an extraterrestrial race was to invade Earth or attack Earth, every single secret weapon that we had, you would see. If we had the secret Space Force, you would see it. If we had these space-based weapon systems that a lot of people are talking about, like Randy Kramer and others, you would see it. So that's what I know about a plan or any kind of government plan on future events against Earth.
Nice.
Could I mention,
Nice.
folks, if you want to understand how those plans are developed, there's an Australian standard that you can buy for about $5 called HB221, and it's Business Continuity Principles and Development, and it teaches you how to basically build a business continuity plan that ensures your business can sustain any type of impact. And these global contingency plans are built on the same principles. So it's HB221 Australian standards. It'll give you a guideline as to how these things are developed.
I guess I was curious about like
All right,
like on the night of the Phoenix Lights, the president was on a golf course, and he was seen like being like rushed away, and like the excuse that people gave was that like he had to be rushed away for like something unrelated, but that he got injured, and like the rush to get him off the golf course and put him into like a chopper or something, he got like injured, and it was like a whole thing. But they claimed it was about something.
What's the source for that, Logan? Do you know?
It's like some newspaper. I think I saw it in when I first talked about it like some time ago. I have to double check where it came from.
That's the thing, guys. Every company, every business should have an emergency response plan. Every government has an emergency response plan, and it's designed to cover contingencies for all types of emergencies. I mean, they should actually be public record because they should actually be conducting drills on them with the public in each town.
All right, cool. Mello, what's up?
Hey everyone, Rick, great to see you. I'm not sure if it's a contentious topic or not. I was not involved in previous conversations about it, so I'm just curious to be educated. So I'm curious to learn about Project Serpo to the extent anyone wishes to share its origins and how that guy Charles got involved. Rick, could you educate me about that, please?
Yeah, Project Serpo. That started back in 2005. There's a guy by the name of Victor Martinez that had an email stream that he would send out. He had probably 400 or 500 people on that. Actually goes back to May of 2005 when a person by the name of Joseph Yeager addressed a private group of people in Washington, D.C. There was a guy that a high-ranking military person who had passed away, and they had his funeral, and then they had a reception afterwards. And Joseph Yeager made this speech about what this high-ranking military general did during his time in. And one of the things that Joseph talked about was this project Crystal Night, and which is people call it Project Serpo. And so that's how it started. And then a number of people started responding to Victor Martinez's emails when Victor mentioned that. It supposedly was they say 2 books out about this now. But it was supposedly an exchange program between the United States government and the aliens that landed at Roswell, which we call the Ebens, and that we were going to, they were going to come to Earth, and they were going to leave one of theirs here, an astronaut or a representative, and we were going to send 12 astronauts back to their planet, which we called Serpal. And so that was in like the early 60s. And supposedly, and there was they landed in 65. We sent 12 astronauts to Serpal. They left somebody here. And then it was supposedly a 10-year mission. But because of the time period involved, I mean, the time of that their planet Serpal, I had to 43 hours or something different than Earth. The astronauts came back 13 years later in 1978. And so that's the story. Now there's this Joseph Yeager has spoken before about what he did and how he was involved in it. He presented a guy by the name of Colonel McKeever to a bunch of people at a UFO convention years ago. McKeever was supposedly the commander of that crew that went out there and came back. He recorded. He had a recording device with the cassette tapes, and he recorded supposedly over 1,000 cassette tapes regarding what he, during his time on Serpal. So that's the Serpal story in a nutshell.
Cool. Just a follow up too, and also like I want to just make sure that like we're not just doing story time. I know a lot of people here ask very general questions, but like up until 10 minutes ago, we're able to be very specific, especially concerning the history and some of the players revolving around ufology, which I think was kind of the focus of the space. So Rick, I know you and I have had our disagreements about this Serpo stuff. I'm not here to hammer that point home. I do just want to get your point of view on can you walk us through what Stephen Broadbent and Ryan Dubé thought they had and how they came to that conclusion? Because they assume that you were the one behind the Serpo stuff, and they claim that they pretty much nailed your IP address. Well, no, that's a shame. I was really interested. I know.
Oh, he left.
Yeah, he mentioned the
Yeah.
conference, and I just want to know what was said in that conference where he apparently was absolved of that, and that's his side of the story. I was willing to hear it out. I wasn't trying to press him.
Yeah. I mean, I wasn't trying to get into anything too controversial. I just was trying to get caught up on it. But
well, I mean, like, yeah, okay.
He interviewed one of those.
Yeah. Well,
did he leave? God damn it.
Huh? If you guys want to know more about the other part of Melo's question, there's plenty of spaces out there that you can listen to the recording of. I'm not going to discuss that specific person because it's verified 100% disinformation. The one story that was the other part of Melo's questions.
Oh yeah, never mind. On to other topics. Yes.
I think that's something to take note too. Like when we have a chance like this, it's if it can be less story time and not rehash of the same. And I know Melo, you're not familiar with it, so I get why the question's there. But just for everybody else, when we do have another chance like this, like there are certain parts of UFO history that people like Rick are privy to, and if you can get specific with the question, the answer holds a lot more value than repeating the same kind of lore that I guess we've all heard 100 times over. But
Yeah.
I just
Well, I mean,
hope.
the idea was to get into the. Oh, here he is. Okay, great.
Yeah, I was going to say, I thought today went really well, though, mate. I thought they were good questions. I thought we really had a good talk.
For the
We're
most
still
part, it was
talking.
pretty good. Again, I really want to hear his side of the story without like uh me yelling or someone butting in. Or I know like there's two sides to every story, and I would like to hear what he thinks of Ryan Dubé and Stephen Broadbent in particular. I think it's something not a lot of people know about, and something he has a lot of insight to.
He left, so we can't ask him.
Oh, I think he's back. Hey, Rick, you back?
I see him as a speaker. Can you speak, Rick?
I don't see him as a speaker.
Yeah, he's gone. Yeah, the space just kind of crashed. I just had to recycle myself. Yeah. So
Every time it gets to be fun.
Yeah, but
okay,
it was conducted
Ursula.
civilly, and I do think that. Sorry, Grider. I'd say for the most part, it was pretty civil, and I do appreciate that, even though there's a lot of hot topics and personalities involved.
Well, if people are curious about the Broadbent angle, about the IP address story, I know that Stephen Cambion had a really pointed exchange. Really, I thought well done. Talking about this with Rick, I'll post a link to it in the nest. But if you guys want to know, I mean, that was, I think, about as well as both he and Rick, Cambion and Rick, could have handled that conversation. And I think you can get all the information out of it that you need. And then, yeah. So I'll post that link up in the nest. But Ursula.
Hey, is Rick back in here? I can't see him, but
No, he's gone.
oh, I was supposed to ask questions to him, but I guess
I
I'll
show him here in the space. He's in the
No, he's not in
space.
the space.
He's not in the space. He's gone. You guys should really
He's
update the
not in the
apps
space at
regularly,
all.
especially this one. Even though updating it doesn't do shit because Elon's such a piece of shit that he can't make anything work.
I
Sorry,
know.
go ahead.
Oh,
No, I mean he's
hold on.
just
We have. Hold on.
building
Hold on. We
rockets
got.
that can go backwards. No big deal.
Yeah, Kamala.
Hey,
all right. There's Rick.
Okay.
All right. All right. Let's
Cool.
circle back around to the. All right. So, Mean Face, you want to ask your question?
Yes.
Again?
Yeah. I was afraid.
I thought you asked it very, very well. Yeah.
Okay. Cool. Yeah, I was afraid that I don't know. We have both had PTSD from our previous exchange, so I know like we've had disagreements with this, and I'm not here to hammer any of that. I do want to hear though your side of the story regarding Stephen Broadbent and Ryan Dubé, specifically from your point of view and how that unfolded, along with I believe so it was Broadbent that got into Victor Martinez's well, he convinced Victor Martinez to add him to a list in an email chain, and they claimed that they found your IP address behind the anonymous stuff. And I know you reference a convention where all of that is dispelled, but as far as I know, I can't find that anywhere online, and I am very interested in that side of the story as well. But if you just give us a general overview of Broadbent and Dubé and what you think they were trying to do and what you think they actually did.
Well, this didn't start until years later. I don't remember which one, but somebody posted something accusing me of being Mr. Anonymous, and they said that they had traced my emails from that were given to them by Victor Martinez to an IP address, and that IP address that was mentioned in the headers of Anonymous was in fact my IP address, and that's how it started. And so I responded back to somebody, and anyway, we got we all got together and hashed this thing out. And at the time, the IP address, and I remember, when you send out an email, there's a header, and it's a tracing header, but it's changed over the years from 2005. If you look at the headers now, right today, the routing system is different. Back in the old days, most back in the pre 2000s, they go through a telephone exchange, because a lot of people are using dial-up to get on the internet. And so it would go through an exchange, a telephone exchange, inside plant, they call them, and where you could trace who and how it went from one email to another email. And so anyways, the IP address that they were claiming was my IP address was in fact somebody else's IP address. But the way I don't have all the stuff in front of me now. I actually hired an attorney some years ago to sort through all this stuff. And he was actually an attorney that was specialized in this. This is back in, I don't remember now what year it was. And so at a UFO convention some years later, 2009, 10, I don't remember which one it was. We debated it. I think only Doobie was there. Brabant, I don't think he wasn't there. And we went through how they created false headers. And they deny it, 100% denied it. But I'm almost positive they created those headers. But the headers weren't included in the emails that I was sending out. So, anyways, we hashed that out for a while, but then the real guy comes up, Joseph Yeager, and now you can go to John Stewart, you can go to Windows, of course, Wendell Stevens.
Oh, damn, did he cut out?
I know the feeling, Rick, when the blood pressure starts getting up in spaces. Like, that's why I have my nitrogen pills right by my monitor, in case I got to pop one real quick.
Do you practice meditation, Grider?
Yeah, no, definitely not.
Dude, we have to hear about.
All right, Rick. You're kind of breaking up. Rick, can we hear you? Yeah. Did you move somewhere?
Hear me now?
Like farther away from you? Okay. Yeah. We can hear you now. So the last part we heard was we can. Yeah. The last thing we heard was you were going into talking about Yeager and how he, how he did what he did.
Well, Yeager spoke at a UFO convention and talked about Serpo. Well, limitedly, he didn't go into great details about it, but he admitted being anonymous. And so, of course, then Doobie and these other people, it wasn't just Doobie, there was a long list of people accusing me of everything but killing Jimmy Hoffa. And so I think that pretty much put it to rest. So
that's cool. I just have one follow-up question after that that's unrelated, but like,
I guess that's all I'm going to. I mean, I could talk hours and hours on it, but
yeah,
that's a good summary.
Is that available online anywhere that we can watch for ourselves?
Can you hear me?
Now, yeah.
Yeah, Rick, can you hear the co-host? All right, so Mean Face. Okay, so what my co-host was asking is if there's anywhere online that we can watch that that you just talked about. Is there anywhere, like, is there any video that you know of?
Of the 2010 convention or whatever it was.
Yes, sir. Yeah.
It was on Wendell Stevens' site, because that doesn't exist anymore. I think Bob Brown has all those videos, the recordings of the conventions now. You could contact Bob Brown and ask him if he could somehow send you a zip file with that I don't remember, it was 2009 or 10.
Awesome. No, that's
convention
cool. That's
where
great.
Joseph Yeager
Tell
spoke.
him
I mean, that's Joseph Yeager. We didn't, the information, the conversations I had with Doobie and these others, they weren't recorded. We were in person. We were talking. So that wouldn't have been recorded.
Tell him I
awesome. And then I have a question from the audience, Rick. And then after I ask this question from the audience, we're going to go to Ursula, and then we'll go to Logan after that. But Rick, are you aware of the Blue Planet Project? It's a question from the audience.
Yeah, I know of that. I know of the what was put out. I mean, personally, the only thing I knew about the Blue Planet was what I read on the internet.
Okay. Are you familiar with who was the author of Blue Planet Project? Because there's a debate between whether it was Gil Carlson or a guy named Jefferson Souza. Do you have any idea about what the word around the campfire may be?
I think it's Gil Carlson.
Gil Carlson. Okay, thank you. Let's go to Ursula.
Hey everyone. I'm asking. My first two questions are gonna be from J Just. She said she wasn't let up, so she wanted to know.
Yeah, she wasn't let up because she censored myself and another member, Craft Beard, from coming up in her space. When she had Doty in a space, she prevented us from coming up for some reason. So it was only fair. I'm not really, but go on and ask, I guess, since you're already up here. But yeah. I mean, yeah, it's like you censor somebody, you get what you deserve. It's what's fair. You get the respect you put out there. And she wasn't respecting myself and Craft Beard for some reason, so I guess, but go on. I mean, go on. She found a way around it. So.
But yeah, she wanted me to ask Rick if she said the Pentagon recently made a press release about foreign drones in U.S. Army airspace, and she wanted to know if it was foreign or NHI, and she also asked if you were testifying at the Senate. And my question was, I once heard you speak about a crash in northern Arizona. What part of northern Arizona was that? Thank you.
Rick, can you not hear Ursula?
Yeah. I'm sorry. As far as what the Pentagon put out about the drones, I wouldn't have any idea. I'm no longer working there, so I wouldn't know why they would put something like that out. And the second question about a crash in northern Arizona, I think, are they talking about Kingman, the Kingman crash? That was in 1953. I guess that's what she was asking.
Oh, okay. I thought there was one you said it was further further up north. I remember in a space, but I guess if maybe you were talking about Kingman crash and I didn't hear the rest of it. Thank you.
All right, Logan. Logan? No? What about Hollywood or Fred? And then probably going to be closing out the space here pretty soon.
Can you hear me?
Okay, Logan, what's up? Yeah, we can. Yeah, you're kind of breaking up a little bit.
Yeah, it's a bad connection. Real quick about this, because that Steve Cambion interview, he says that he actually talked to one of the guys that went to Serpo, and I wonder if he ever said who that guy was, and how was that interview, and what did he say exactly about it, versus what the.
If Logan's talking, I can't hear him.
Yeah, just ask him if
I mean, you just probably ask Steve Cambion, right? You're asking me to ask. Wait, hold on, Logan. Can you repeat the question?
Yeah, did he actually interview the guy that went to Serpo? And if so, then what did he say?
Hey, Rick. So the question from Logan is: did you interview the guy that went to Serpo when he came back? Have you ever had any contact with the guy that supposedly did an interview with you, or any of the Serpo people?
The only one, I was in a room when they interviewed James McKeever. He's Colonel McKeever. He's supposedly or allegedly the commander that led the crew to Serpil. There were a whole group of people privately invited down to Sun City, Arizona, where McKeever lived in a special home, like a retirement home for military. And I never interviewed him personally, no, but I was there while other people were talking to him.
Cool. Yeah. Also, in that same breath that he was talking to Cameron about that, he also said something about Wendell Stevens had this top secret, like highly classified videotape. I wondered if he ever saw that released.
Rick, did you ever see the Wendell Stevens highly classified videotape? That was, yeah. Do you know?
At UFO during UFO conventions, Wendell would rent a room and would invite certain people into the room to watch different presentations that Wendell had. Some of the times Robert Dean was there too, but and he had several videos of things, military video, well, there were videos of old military films pertaining to crash retrieval or other things. So yes, I did see some of those.
Cool. All right. Thanks. So Rick, do you have any, I don't know, Rick, do you have any closing comments? And then estimate of the situation, we'll go on and give the final closeout. So Rick, if you have any closing comments about anything Majestic 12 related, anything like that, I don't know, a message to like people, whatever. And then, we'll go to estimate. And then after that, we'll end the space.
Oh, I just want to try to facilitate disclosure, just like everyone else. Yes. One of the questions somebody asked about, would I testify? Yes. There were several intelligence officers, retired or former, that were invited up to the Senate probably next month. We don't know when. And I'll go, and I'm more than happy to testify to what I did and what I knew during my time in all the years. Well, the exception of some of them are too old to travel, but the ones that can travel, I told them I'd travel on my own dime to come up there to talk to the senator or to Congress. So I just hope that disclosure will occur in the very near future. I think it's moving. I think we have to thank Lou Elizondo and others who have come out and talked about it, acknowledging things that I have said for years, and eventually hoping that a clean bill will be presented in the Senate that will force civilian contractors involving DARPA to admit to what they've been doing. That's it. Thank you for having me.
Can I quickly?
Yeah, thanks for coming.
Rick, could you just?
Yeah, sure.
That is, so many people want to disingenuize the conversation by saying everyone's driven by finances. Would you agree, just to save the debate, would you agree that the vast majority of genuine people in this field are not driven by financial motives?
I mean, that's like a loaded question.
I mean, yeah, like we're playing
I mean, come on,
Socrates
kid.
here.
Like
what? Like,
so many.
What is this, like politics? Like, what is this, like the town hall?
Well, no, so many people want to say, well, this person attended a conference and got paid as a speaker, so they're a grifter, so don't listen to them. I just don't think that's real. I just don't think it's fair,
Oh, I mean, that's going to be, I mean, I don't know. Hollywood, what's your question?
Yeah, I just wanted to say, first of all, it's good to see you, Rick, out here on the interwebs, man. Good to see you. Hey, 1953 date and stuff. Isn't that Majestic 12 territory there, and then the DOE thing and all that, right? the ties to Kingman.
Hey, Hollywood, we really can't understand you right now. Can you get closer? It sounds like you're standing at the edge, like at the end of a hallway, speaking through like a piece of PVC or something. We can't understand you. Can you get closer to your mic? And
I was just wondering if the MJ-12 in 1953 and Eisenhower and Edwards were all linked together and stuff with like maybe a 75-year NDA with ET.
Rick, did you catch that? He asked if there was a 75-year NDA with ET and involving like Edwards Air Force Base. What were the other things, Hollywood?
Kingman and Kingman.
Kingman.
Edwards Air Force Base at 53 with Eisenhower, all linked to MJ-12.
Yeah, I can't hear
All
him.
right, so,
I can only hear you. But no, I don't know of any,
okay, so
any 75-year.
No 75-year NDAs involving like Majestic 12. And okay, yeah, Hollywood. It looks like that answer is a no.
Okay, yeah, I'm just saying because it's so weird that our time's coming up right now. 75 years from 1952 or 3, right?
Put the Pringles can down.
Yeah, again, I feel like these are general like lore questions, right? So I do have a specific and then a follow-up, and I guess we'll close out the space.
No, actually, hey, so I just literally got like I don't know, 22 DMs asking me not to close the space out. So I'm gonna not close the space out, I guess. Yeah, so we'll just keep going. Mean Face, can you take over for a little bit? I got to go take care of something for like 10 minutes.
Yeah, okay, I got it for 10 minutes. Can you talk about your involvement in UFO
I'm
Cover
not
Up
sure
Live?
Mean Face is still with us, Griner.
Wait, can you guys not hear me on either account?
Oh, I can hear you now. Mean Face.
Okay.
What about estimates of the situation? Estimate had a question.
Yeah, we're the same person. So my question, Rick, if you can hear me, is can you go into detail about your involvement with UFO Cover Up Live and the supposed Holloman footage that was never delivered? As I understand, you were part of that production. You were featured in it, in a sense, and I was wondering how that came to be, what your involvement was, and what ended up happening to the Holloman footage where it shows the supposedly the craft coming down the land and beings coming out, which was promised to the team, but it was never materialized.
Just to let you know, I can't hear anyone.
God
Hey
damn
Rick,
it.
can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Oh, cool. I'm gonna jump
Hey,
into
guys,
more
we're just
Serpo stuff while we're waiting. Okay. Okay. So Serpo stuff, and I know what people want really specific things, but this is kind of specific in my own kind of framing. A question, to what extent do you consider Serpo to be an authentic narrative, and if you consider it to be not authentic, what would be the motivations of creating a false narrative of that kind?
One of the things the U.S. government would do is to try to fool the Soviet Union. This is back in the 60s. And so I think that the United States government would create this fictitious program called Serpo to make the Soviets believe that we are in contact with extraterrestrials and put the Soviets on the defensive. That's one reason. That's one possibility. And now, if it's true, then it's the biggest story of the century. And I know there's many people, including myself, that have submitted FOIA requests for Project Crystal Night, and what you get back is an operation involving the protection of Alaska from Soviet invasion, and so I don't know. I think maybe some of it's true, but I question whether the entire story is. And again, I wasn't around back in those days, so I can just go with what other people have said. And there are people still around that will talk about it if it's true. So I'll just leave it at that.
Can everybody hear me now? Rick, can you hear me?
Yeah, I hear you loud and clear.
Okay, cool. So it's working. I have to go on this account. Can you go into detail about your involvement with UFO Cover Up Live, the presentation, I believe, in I forget what year. Was it the 80s? But you were featured in it in a sense, but also the entire show or documentary was built around the promise of the Holloman Air Force, or the landing footage that never materialized, and they claimed that at the very last second, the Air Force took all the UFO videos that they were providing them without warning, and again didn't provide the prize, the Holloman footage. Uh, can you just go into detail around your involvement with that? Was that an operation, part of a AFOSI thing, or how did that work? Because I think you were in there as Falcon, which we know you're not Falcon, so it's not a gotcha. But um, it is a very important chapter of UFO history that I think you have a very unique insight to.
Yeah, UFO Live, that was filmed live in October of 1988. And I was supposedly masked behind a camera to be Falcon. And I've spoke many times about this, but I wasn't on the program. That wasn't me. That was Robert Collins. He readily admitted it a number of times over the years. And the program was in fact created because you're right. There's a person that was a government person, intelligence officer who was involved in this making of this, and he was supposed to obtain the Holloman Air Force Base landing in 1964, and that was supposed to be shown on this program live. I mean, the recording of it. And at the very last minute, this intelligence officer, not only did he not produce the film, he never showed up at the studios. So that's what I know about it. Bob Collins was on it. Stan Friedman was on it. A number of other people were on it, but I wasn't on it. The person that was supposedly be Falcon was Robert Collins, because they didn't have the other guy that they were going to put in his place. So that's what I know about it.
Okay,
and I don't know of it ever being any kind of government operation other than this intelligence officer who I knew at the time. He's dead, died long time ago. But and why the government did this, or why the producer, well, I don't know. I'm just guessing. So, but that's what I know about it.
Copy that. And just a follow up to something a little unrelated. I know that you're often, accused of doing everything under the sun, as you mentioned, everything except for possibly killing Jimmy Hoffa. So this question comes from a place of genuine curiosity. There was a video going around of two phone calls, I believe, to a MUFON. It was some sort of UFO hotline where you can provide a tip of a sighting. And in these phone calls, it was someone pretending to be a pilot or claiming to be a pilot, having an encounter with a triangular UFO in the 80s. Now, the person in the video swears it's you,
And I'm not saying it's you, but he does swear it's you, and he provides some sort of analysis to to prove that this is you. Um, was that you? And if not, like, was there any sort of operation, do you know of, where uh, OSI agents or any sort of agents would call into these UFO tip lines, right, by MUFON or whatever organization, and leave false information? Do you know of anything like that occurring?
Well, first of all, I've never heard of this. It's the first time I ever heard of somebody claiming I called into the MUFON, or I don't think MUFON. Are you talking about back in the 80s? You said back in the
It was
80s
back
this
in the 80s. It
happened?
might have not been MUFON. It might have been another organization. I wish I had the video in front of me, but this is just what I'm, getting from memory.
Yeah.
I saw it, I think, 2 years ago.
No, I never did that, and I don't know of any operation that would do that. Maybe if it was a particular, we were targeting something or somebody to come out, maybe that we would do that. But I've never done it, and I've never heard of anyone else doing it. So no, it definitely wasn't me. And I don't know. I've never heard of anybody. Normally, my friends would send me. I mean, I get all sorts of. Every time my name's mentioned, I get some of my friends that watches it sends me it. But I haven't heard of this one.
Copy that. I appreciate the answer. I believe Steve Long had his hand up.
Yeah, thanks. I just wanted to get Rick's opinion because you guys were talking about the alleged Holloman footage that was promised to the producers of UFO Cover Up Live and never materialized. As I'm sure Rick is aware, about 15 years before, there was a UFO film that was being produced by the creator of The Twilight Zone. It was UFOs Are Real, and I think it was repackaged a few years later as something else, UFOs It Has Begun or something. But that was kind of a big deal with Robert Ebenegger involved, and they also promised that footage for that film. It was kind of like the main instigator that kind of got them to get the okay to go ahead and get it done, apparently. And again, just at the last moment, that footage was never provided. They claimed that a small portion of it was provided, but they ended up, going with like a cartoon representation in the film. But I just wanted to know what Rick's thoughts are on that? You know, how those that footage was kind of promised twice in the course of 15 years to two different productions by members of the government, allegedly, and never materialized. I just wanted to know his thoughts on that.
Well, yeah, that's a good question. Because I actually promised Linda Howell that, if you can remember back, she talked about me promising her a film of that landing, and Linda had a lot of information about the Emenegger promise and the Emenegger film, and I think she did an Earth Files show 5-7 years ago about it. But there are times when the government would promise something in order to get a response from the target or whoever we're targeting, maybe giving us more information than they would give the U.S. intelligence. So that's probably why. Now, to the best of my knowledge, and I'm only basing this on what others have said. Wendell Stevens is, he talks in minute detailed. Well, he did, of course, he passed away, but he talked, and anybody that knew him or listened to him, he would talk in minute details about the Holloman landing, giving specific and details about it, even the frequencies that were used to contact the extraterrestrial ship, the fact that the one ship landed in Socorro first. If you go back and check the dates, April 24th, 1964, the Alani Zamora case happened. April 24th, 1964, the Holloman landing occurred. And he explained why the extraterrestrial ship landed in Socorro, because the coordinates were off. And I mean, he went in all great details about that. So I believe that I actually believe there was a landing, and I believe that we did it for some particular reason. I think probably to get back the bodies of the extraterrestrials we found in the Roswell crash and the Kelowna crash in that we found in 1949, to get the bodies back to the Ebens. That's what my belief is.
Rick, could you describe what the bodies looked like exactly? Like, what did the bodies of the Ebens look like? Can you describe like their facial features, like everything? Like, what did they look like?
Well, I wasn't there. I'd never seen them. I saw pictures, and you see pictures of, they're about 3.5 to 4 foot tall, round heads a little larger than proportionally to their body, no ears, no nose, very large eyes with, I think, 5 or 6 different eyelids, a small protrusion for a mouth, gray in color. I'm not sure if that gray is caused by a suit that they wore or some kind of uniform, or whether that was the color of their body. Very, very, very small feet, just 4 fingers, no thumbs, suction devices on their fingers. That's what I remember of reading and about them.
Cool, thanks.
Just a quick insert there. Did these beings ever have those red goggle-like mechanical eyes?
I think there are. I don't know if the Ebens did, but I know that there was allegedly another species that did have those red beady eyes. But I don't remember which one it was.
If I could just ask a follow-up question real quick before we get too far from the Holloman thing. Rick, did you ever talk with Emmenegger by any chance? Did you guys ever have a conversation, particularly about that footage in that incident?
No, I never spoke with the guy.
Thank you.
So Fred has had his hand up patiently. Before you get to speak, Rick, have you read Estimate of the Situation?
Okay, could you repeat that?
I was making a joke. Have you read Estimate of the Situation?
Is that a document?
Yeah, no, it's the joke. The joke didn't land. It's okay. Fred, you had your hand up. Go for it.
Hey, Rick, in a recent space, I think you touched on a project Coral Lanes. Does that sound familiar? And if so, could you expand on that?
Coral Lanes? No, I don't remember Coral Lanes. There's also Coral Project Coral things, but I don't remember lanes.
I might have mixed it up. There was something Coral, perhaps pertaining to some upcoming events that was projected to happen in the next year or two.
Oh, that's the thing I read on it. Yeah, I read that on that.
Yeah.
On somebody's, who was that? Somebody's site, site or web or YouTube mentioned it. I think John Ramirez was being interviewed, and whoever interviewed him. But that's what it was. Coral something or another. Yeah, but that didn't come from me. It came from what I read on the internet.
All righty, thanks, sir. Appreciate your service.
You're welcome.
Hey, so Rick, I have a somebody from the audience to sent me a clip, and I just want to play it for you and see what your thoughts are. This is from the UFO Cover Up Live and the Falcon interview, and this person in the audience keeps bothering me, and I'm just gonna go on and play it for them, and they're dying to know what you think about this clip, and yeah, here we go.
Maybe next Friday.
We asked what they looked like, a run-of-the-mill EB.
A creature about 3'4" to 3'8" tall. They're eyes are extremely large, almost insect style. Their eyes have a couple of different inner lids. The days were extremely bright, probably 2 to 3 times as bright as ours. And I think they have just two openings where our nose would be. They have a small mouth. They have no teeth as we know it. They have a hard gum-like area.
So this person is convinced that that's you, and you're saying that that's not you, right? That wasn't you during the interview, because this person is convinced.
I don't care. I don't care who's convinced that wasn't me. I actually have a stone-clad alibi for not being there during that show. The producer admitted that the person in that room was talking live, and I could not have possibly been in California, Burbank Studios, when that was filmed. So they want to, they believe whatever they want, but that wasn't me.
I hear you. I hear you. Thank you. I mean, I had to play it. Yeah. Robert Collins. Okay.
Yeah, I don't know, Rick. It sounded just like you, though. I don't know.
Well, you got to listen to Robert Collins' voice.
Yeah, I'm just kidding. Okay,
yeah.
To the hands.
Hey, Rick, can you elaborate a little more on, you said that you had offered the Holloman footage to Linda Moulton Howe. Is that right? Did you say that?
Okay, if somebody's talking, I can't hear anybody.
Can you hear me, Rick?
So,
hey, Rick, can you hear me?
That's Steve.
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, so Steve is just asking he's following up. He's asking if he heard that right, that you offered the Holloman footage to Linda Moulton Howe, if he heard that correctly.
Yeah. Yes, I did. I heard you. I didn't hear anybody else. Yes, I did. But what I promised her was a videotape of an incident that happened at Holloman Air Force Base in 1964. I didn't use Holloman Landing or anything. I used, because that's what was on the instruction sheet that I was supposed to tell her. I didn't personally have this film, and I don't even know if I knew anything about that. But the sheet that DIA sent down, the questions I was to ask her, because when she first got there, I gave her, I introduced myself and so forth. I gave her a preamble of why she was there and so forth and so on. And then there were some questions that we asked her, and then I was to show her the document, which I showed her the document. And then afterwards, there were some things on this paper that I was to tell her or promise her. And one of them was to promise her that film, because she was, at the time, she was working on an HBO special. And the DIA promised her that pieces of that film or parts of that film or segments of that film. I don't remember how it was noted on the sheet for her HBO special. Yes. So yes, I did.
So Steve, you heard that, right? So then the list came from DIA. Is it safe then to assume that the same type of list was provided to people who were involved with UFO Cover Up Live, and anytime the Holloman footage was used as a bargaining chip? Because it seems like these directives came from somewhere else, and 3 times now, right? 3 times the Holloman Air Force footage was promised, and yeah, who makes that list?
Well, the people in headquarters. I don't. I'm just a peon down in a lower level, field level, doing what I'm told to do, and I don't know any names of people that. But there's an operation. There was an operation, a plan to try to recruit her, and part of that plan involved, giving her this information, getting her on our side, and then eventually recruiting her to find out what her sources were. And so I don't know who it was that did that, but there was a sheet that said, gave me instructions of what I was to do and what I was to ask her and so forth. And I did exactly what I was told to do, what was on that paper.
Yeah. Wow. No, that's. Oh, Steve, go for it.
Oh, no, thank you. Thanks for relaying the question. And I just want to clarify, because I think with the UFO Cover Up Live, now that I'm remembering, Edmund Egger was one of the people that was there talking about how he was offered the Holloman footage for the 1973 documentary, and it would never materialized. I believe that's what that we're thinking of when we refer to the Cover Up Live from '88. I don't think that they offered that footage to UFO Cover Up Live in '88. He was one of the people there that was on the show talking about that incident from a number of years earlier, if I'm remembering correctly.
Got it. Okay, that's a very that's an interest that's a good clarification to make. I think Kent has his hand up, but before
Kent and then Fred.
Yeah, I just
Kent
also,
and then Fred. I don't know if you guys can see Fred in the bottom row.
I do just
and then
want to
Zen.
just say that, or again point to the fact that there is consistency with again the DIA seemingly offering productions this footage or ordering people to offer it to them, because Linda Moulton Howe was producing an HBO documentary. I think that was a very fascinating piece of information, Rick. I thank you for being genuine with your answer.
No, wow, that took a while. Anyway, two things. One, I remember an interview with James Fox where he said, or was it James Fox, where he said he was told by Emenager that the first 8 seconds of the documentary was still actually the actual footage of the craft coming towards Holloman. So that's one. And
Okay, somebody talking. I can't hear anybody.
Can you hear me now, Rick? Oh, that's good.
Hey, Rick, that's Kent Reynolds talking. If someone wants to relay the information.
That's all right. I'll drop down and recycle.
Yeah, I can't hear anybody but you. I can hear you.
All right, let's go to who was the next guy? Zen. No, there was another guy down there, wasn't there? I guess they left. Zen, I guess, since that other person left.
Hi, Rick. You told me early in the spring of this year that Gaia filmed an episode with a member of the UFO control group from like the early 2000s, and it was going to be released sometime this summer. And I've waited all year for this, and now we're in the fall, and it hasn't been released. So I was just wondering if you had any updates on that episode.
I don't have any control over what they, there's still, episodes that were filmed the end of last year haven't been released. So I don't have any control over that. I can check. I can't guarantee that there were, I have some that were filmed in January that haven't been supposed to be aired, but they weren't. And there's reasons for Gaia to do that. They film so many at a time, and then they do a lot of their own research, and maybe there's something in that particular video of that control member that they were checking on or something. I don't know. Again, I just go up and film a guy. I'm not in an executive position to ask when these things are going to be aired.
Okay, I appreciate it.
Thomas, I believe you have your hand up.
Hi, Rick. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you, Thomas.
I wanted to ask you, Harry Rositsky, he's well documented as a CIA guy, and he was a case officer and a Soviet expert. And I've heard you mention many times that, Bill Moore purportedly had some level of proficiency in the Russian language. And you mentioned even tonight that Bill Moore may have been involved in communicating with people in Russia. And when Greg Bishop came out and said that Bill Moore told Greg Bishop that Falcon was Harry Rositsky, do you know anything about Harry Rositsky running Bill Moore and some kind of a Russian operation. And I heard you say a long time ago that Bill Moore helped bring a Soviet scientist to the United States. So could you recap that or educate me or correct whatever it is that I'm asking here?
Yeah. Bill was being handled by a number of different people within the intelligence community. If a foreign counterintelligence operation was being run from within the United States, the FBI was in charge of it. If it involved foreign adversaries, such as the Soviets, we consider foreign adversaries, then the CIA would be the domestic division of the Central Intelligence Agency would be involved in it. In this particular operation, it was a joint effort on the part of CIA, OSI, and there's a particular reason why OSI was involved, and that's, I'm not going to go into details on that, but was Harry involved? I don't know. I can't say for sure. He was probably at that time period. I'm not sure when he retired. I know he died around 2000. But I think that if he was still working for them, either as an operations officer or a contract officer, and let me explain the difference. Operations officer sometimes retires after 25, 28 years, and then they can be hired back after 30 days as a contract officer, and they could be doing the exact same thing that they did during their time. So, and I know Harry was in that position. So it would make sense to me that he could be involved in the operation, but whether I know that Bill Moore wasn't handled by him. I know the handling agent that was handling Bill as part of that operation. We were partners, so to speak, in that operation, and he was operating the foreign counterintelligence side of it, and I was handling the domestic side of what we wanted Bill to do.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Cool. I don't really see any hands. It's getting late for me, so I don't know if there are a couple more questions.
Yeah.
But
guys, I have a
late for me too. Yeah.
All right, thank you, Rick. Yeah, I have a kind of an ending, just an ending message. So, I guess thank you everybody for coming out, and we do this every single Sunday. We're the UFO Research Group. Try to focus on history of ufology, how we got here, the stuff that builds that makes up the foundation of modern UFO lore. We're not about ad hominem attacks, as we just try to put everything aside and just look at the facts. And when you put aside all the vitriol, I think you can really learn a lot. So that's something that we're going to be doing. I think next week we're going to dive into more of an analysis of the MJ12 documents, looking at like the actual documents and analyzing them maybe on stylometrics and proper format, stuff like that. So please feel free to join us next Sunday at 7 p.m. Eastern. And I just want to say to end the space, so the information presented in this Twitter space encompasses a speculative analysis of topics including UAPs, the alleged Majestic 12 group, historical records, and mechanisms of disinformation. The opinions, hypotheses, and interpretations discussed are for educational and exploratory purposes only and do not constitute definitive claims or endorsements of unverified theories. Participants are advised that any discussions related to classified programs, alleged covert operations, or purported historical events involving disinformation campaigns must be approached critically, acknowledging the lack of primary source verifiability and the potential for cognitive bias in public information streams. This discourse engages with theoretical frameworks and interdisciplinary analysis that may involve non-mainstream historical narratives, declassified documents, and speculative intelligence. As such, the content should not be construed as authoritative, and any associations with government or intelligence agencies are hypothetical unless supported by documented and publicly available evidence. Listeners are reminded to apply rigorous critical thinking in this space assumes no responsibility for the propagation of inaccuracies, given the nature of open source and speculative research discussed herein. Thank you very much, guys. Y'all have a good night.
Later.